JOKR, I never thought you could be such a jealous woman. Lana ruined her eyes to save me. Helpless and alone seeking refuge with you. Yet you insist on banishing her to the outer residence.
Jingji, I am willing to go to the outer residence. Please don't make things difficult for Sister Yan.
Gu Keoyan fell to the ground, her cheeks burning with stinging pain, her mind clouded in confusion. She had been reborn at the most pivotal turning point of her previous life. Her husband Xiao Jin had returned triumphant from the campaign, the very day of his victorious return to the capital, and she was the grand surprise awaiting him. This very woman standing before him.
19. Help me up.
Gu Keoyan wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, extending her hand to the devoted maid who had served her faithfully by her side, the loyal servant who remained steadfast unto death.
Go and prepare 2 cups of wine.
19, her eyes reddening with heartache for her mistress.
I'm fine.
What are you planning now?
Xiao Jin instinctively shielded Ruanlang, his eyes brimming with cold disdain.
But Brother Shao, back then, when you were defeated at Cold City, it was I who used my family's vast fortune to gather provisions and fodder, saving your 30,000 Xiao family troops. Afterward, to repay your life-saving grace, you eagerly came to our door proposing marriage from dusk till dawn. Yet on our wedding night, you didn't even enter the bridal chamber before departing for Nanzhao for an entire year, while I dutifully honored your parents in the mansion, managing the general's estate with impeccable order, awaiting your return. And this is how you repay me.
Gu Keoyan settled back into the pure wood chair in the main hall, her heart flooding with seething hatred like waters bursting a dam, yet her face betrayed no emotion.
My husband covets Miss Roland, loves her unto madness. How could I not grant his heart's desire?
With just a touch of surprise, her expression softened.
You agree to let Liu Longer stay in the residence.
He called 19 to set the wine on the table, crushed 2 pills into it.
After we drink these 2 glasses of wine, I'll agree.
Xiao Jin flew into a rage, calling her a venomous woman!
Either drink this poisoned wine, or I'll send the 2 of you on your way. Or, since Miss Rang refuses to go to the annex, then go to a convent. Sister Xia, do you think there is something between me and Brother Jin? Sister, you can rest easy. We're innocent. It was merely a temporary lodging.
Runlan was beautiful, with a graceful figure, as lovely as a flower. Standing beside the godlike dashing Xiao Jin, they made a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. The ever-virtuous Jiu Kao nearly laughed out loud. In her previous life, he had truly fallen for such blatant lies. In fact, they had long since consummated their illicit affair, with her secret pregnancy exposed. Runlan's fetus already dead in her womb, yet she came to frame her, making Xiao Jin believe she had killed his child, thus planting the seed of that deadly grudge.
You and your Jingji claim to be innocent. Then whose child is in your belly?
Seeing Runlan panic in terror, she looked to Xiao Jin, with a pitiable expression that still evoked sympathy. Truly heart-stirring. Xiao Jin furrowed his brow.
Go Chao Yan, don't spew such blood libel!
Gu Keoyan sat there quietly, waiting for Xiao Jin to continue.
Since you already know, then I'll inform you plainly. I intend to take Ruanlan as a concubine.
Jingji, this is unfair to Sister Yan, but she volunteered to be a concubine.
With tears streaming like pear blossoms in rain, Gu Keoyan heard the pity and condescension dripping from Ruanlan's words, and let out a cold sneer. How magnanimous, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. It is none of your business.
Master Ji Yu, the general's mansion isn't yours to command yet. This matter brooks no delay. If you refuse to consent, I shall repudiate my wife.
In her past life, Xiao Jin never uttered those 2 words. But the agony and torment inflicted upon Gu Keoyan were far more devastating than those mere words.
I advise father to think it through before you speak, though you have earned military merits. My father was involved as the emperor just days ago. At this juncture, for a woman of dubious origins, you would repudiate your lawful wife, condemned by 1,000 pointing fingers. Can you bear that? The emperor's fury unleashed. Are you certain you can withstand it?
In her past life, his love for her cut to the bone. Runlan shielded him from all blame. Yet their schemes dragged her step by step into the abyss. Her 2 fathers framed for treason, executed by 1,000 cuts. Her birth mother took her own life. Her adoptive mother hanged herself. She was stripped bare by Xiao Jin, her body cast out to lure the foe, and in death, blood poured endlessly from between her thighs.
As husband and wife, don't drive me to utter desperation.
Qingji, don't hold it against me. Very well.
This was precisely the response Gyu Cheoyan had been waiting for. He won't cast Ranlan out, but tread the same path once more, blossoming into different flowers, yielding entirely different fruits. His adoptive father is Daki's premier imperial merchant. His birth father the right hand of the 13th Marquis of Dingbei, with wealth and authority firmly in his grasp. In this life, he will carve himself into the form he desires.
I'll yield this much. Ranlan may remain in the general's manor. But once the child is born, a blood kinship test. A blood kinship test?
The moment these 4 words rang out, Ranlan felt as if her mouth had been sealed shut, the discomfort choking her.
Sister Tian, do you doubt that the child in my womb is Jinki's own flesh and blood?
How paramount is a woman's chastity and reputation?
When Gu Chaoyan's husband lay with her in illicit dalliance, did he spare a thought for a woman's honor? Speak no more of such things. It is laughable, truly. As long as we can prove this child is the general's, I'll permit Ruanlang to enter the manor as a concubine.
Gyu Keoyan rises to her feet, tolerating no further interference from them. No more bargaining.
19, return to the chamber with me.
19 had just felt a surge of vindication from the exchange. Trailing close behind Gyu Keoyan, her eyes alight with fervor, when the crash of a shattered cup echoed from behind, flying shards grazing her wrist. Yet, Gyu Keoyan steadfastly refused to turn back. She knew Xiao Jin had consented. Upon returning to the chamber, Gyu Keoyan collapsed limply against the table, this time the Ministry of Revenue favoring Jianning's embroideries. Beyond the superior craftsmanship of the pieces, owing much to the Minister of Revenue being a loyal retainer of the 5th Prince, Xiao Jin's charitable endeavors. This is also why he can't afford to fall out with Xiao Jin just yet. The door to the room is kicked open forcefully from outside.
You Chaoyan! You venomous hearted shrew! You're nothing but a barren hen yourself. Brother Xiao has brought home a new sister-in-law, and she is carrying the Xiao family heir. So if you know what is good for you, you should step aside, and even if you won't yield, you shouldn't mistreat the new lady of the house.
Her husband's younger sister, a woman who hasn't spared her a kind glance since she married into the general's mansion. New sister-in-law Gyu Chaoyan gazes at Xiaozi, Ling draped in luxurious silks, all of them embroidered by her own hand, and she knows all too well that one cannot win hearts with mere kindness.
This satin drapes so beautifully on you. It truly suits you.
A faint blush creeps across Xiao Ziling's arrogant, domineering face.
Don't change the subject. What I'm confronting you about is the Xiao family bloodline. Hup!
Xiao Ziling never imagined Gyu Chaoyan would strike her, clutching her face as she stands frozen, stunned with rage, humiliation, and utter bewilderment.
Take off those clothes.
Gu Chaoyan!
What kind of illicit fabric is this? And you dare wear it? This badge is exclusive palace tribute, shipped from Jiangning. And if word gets out that even the palace consorts haven't worn it yet, you're the first to flaunt it. You're courting death. But don't drag the general's mansion down with you.
Xiao Ziling is utterly terrified.
Impossible! The steward never said I couldn't have it. What are you smoking at?
Either strip it off right now, store it in my chambers, and serve me faithfully for generations. Or once you step out of this room, I won't be able to save your life.
But even the coarsest homespun cloth, he didn't want to let this ungrateful wretch benefit any longer. In her previous life, Xiao Ziling had married into another family, yet shortly after she began an adulterous affair. It was Gyu Keoyan who used her money to hush it all up, and even in the ensuing struggle, she took a dagger meant for Xiao Ziling. She lay bedridden for half a month before she could even walk again, and yet before Xiao Jin could cast her out, it was this very sister-in-law who stripped her bare and drove a sword into her without mercy, just like her brother-in-law, utterly heartless and ungrateful.
You can choose not to take it off.
Go to my courtyard and fetch a set of clothes for me.
Just as 19 turns to leave.
No need. What exactly? Do you want me to take off right here?
Gyu Keoyan, what are you trying to say?
What do you really mean by that?
Whatever it is. If it is worth returning, hand it over. Hilda, I'll go back to my room and change. Then have a maid deliver it to you. From now on, I wouldn't take your silk shop's fabrics, even if they're free.
I said take it off right now.
Take it off now. Xiao Ziling stands shocked, her eyes bulging like bronze bells.
If I take it off now, what will I wear?
Gyu Keo looks up. the twilight glow fading softly.
What does marrying me have to do with this?
I don't have to keep what you sent me. Are you seriously asking me to walk out naked? I am the esteemed young lady of the general's mansion. If my servants see me like this, won't I become the laughingstock?
Gil gazes coldly at the girl before her.
The same words. I won't repeat them a second time. Just removing an outer garment would be a joke. But if you stripped me bare and paraded me in broad daylight, wouldn't that be like lynching? Worse than lynching. Pure torment of the soul.
Xiao Xiling realizes Gil means every word, biting her lip.
You're bullying me!
Gil too lazy to bother, with 19 seeing her out. Even a fool would know that for one garment. Throwing away your life is utterly not worth it. Xiao Xiling, as if suffering the greatest injustice, removes it and hurls it to the ground.
I'll tell my brother about this, and he'll stand up for me, and carve up you wicked woman!
Hold on. 19. How much is the eldest young lady as monthly allowance in her courtyard?
19 bows low.
200 taels of silver.
How much is the monthly allowance for unmarried sisters-in-law in other households?
19 glances at Xiao Xiling across from her, hesitating, not daring to speak.
At that moment, she said,
This servant has only heard that the household of the Minister of Rights provides a monthly allowance of 50 taels for their unmarried young ladies.
Gu Keoyan nodded, holding her teacup as she turned to Xiao Xiling.
You heard that?
Xiao Xiling's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared back in shock.
Hu Chaoyan, you're deducting my monthly allowance.
On what grounds? That money is mine.
In her previous life, she hadn't cared about money. As long as she could please those around Xiaojin, that had been enough to make her happy. Even if it meant letting 19 endure some hardships, she hadn't minded. Now, looking back, how utterly foolish it seems.
This is you settling a personal grudge with official authority!
If you say it is, then it is. But it doesn't matter. Don't you still have your new sister-in-law? See how much she gives you.
Watching Xiao Xiling storm out of the room in a fury, a chill of frost flashed in Gu Cheoyan's eyes. Consider this just the interest.
What you owe me, I'll collect it all. Every last bit. 19. Accompany me on an outing.
Ranlan wants to marry into the general's mansion, but she doesn't want it. Yet, there is one person who actually hopes she'll wed in sooner. As for her birth father, the Marquis of Dingbei, at this juncture, they have yet to recognize each other.
Madam, are you truly going to keep that vixen in the mansion?
Sometimes, the adversaries we fail to spot, even with eyes wide open, are likely hiding right under our eyelids.
What?
Gil Keoyan instinctively sat up straight, her gaze locking onto Palian outside the carriage window. The 9th Prince of Dachi, serving concurrently as the Conway Division, has always been Xiaojin's arch-enemy in the imperial court. Gu Shaoyan never dreamed that in her previous life, the man he despised most would die saving her. The moment Xiaojin stripped her bare and cast her out, it was this man who lunged forward to cover her, shielding her shattered body and preserving her last shred of dignity. A hail of arrows pierced his heart, and he died protecting her. Only with his dying breath did Gu Keoyan learn that the enemy Xiaojin had lured him to trap was Palian. At that time, she was carrying Xiaojin's child, but even that was lost. Atop his tall steed, Palian said nothing, his usual icy gaze sweeping over the crowd to that carriage. Luo Feng recognized his lord.
The carriage of Lady Gil from the Zhenbei General's mansion.
Gil Keoyan was someone his lord suspected.
Palian's legs tightened against the horse's flanks, remaining silent.
Leaving Luo Feng utterly baffled,
He then waved a hand, and the guards behind him followed in unison.
Why are you only back now?
Mother-in-law has matters to attend to.
The young lady has returned, so you should venture out less. Stay home more to keep her company, while her daughter-in-law runs the errands. Master Zhao, I know this weighs heavily on your heart. Yet, Ranlan is carrying the Shao family's blood after all.
If she truly bears the Shao family's heir, Zhao Yan would surely keep her and treat mother and child with kindness. Mother, please don't think I'm simply consumed by jealousy, unable to tolerate Miss Rao. It is that I have deeper considerations. What considerations? That battle in Cold City all those years ago. The reason my husband was besieged was due to a traitor in our midst. Now having returned from the southern campaign, he brings back a woman of mysterious origins. Until her background is verified, Mother, it is best to proceed with caution.
In her previous life, Gu Chaoyan treated Lady Xiaolai like her own mother, providing her with the finest food, clothing, and comforts. When Xiaojin tried to bind her, Lady Xiaoli clutched her hair in a death grip. That vicious expression still haunts her to this day.
As long as Miss Rong's origins prove pure, I will welcome her through the gates with gongs and drums. But should she bring any hidden dangers, they could endanger the entire general's household.
As Lady Xiao hesitated, Gu Kaoyan continued.
Today, your daughter-in-law sought out matchmaker Deng.
For what purpose?
Naturally, for the continuation of the general's family line. With my husband back this time, it is uncertain when he'll set out again. Your daughter-in-law thought to arrange a concubine for him. Firstly, to help the general's household branch out and flourish. And secondly, to provide another pair of hands to attend to you, mother. Most importantly, the concubine your daughter-in-law selects for my husband. She is Chu Yiyi, the eldest daughter of Chu Shiyuan, Marquise of Zhuguo, who leads the 13 marquises of Dingbei.
She is a concubine's daughter, isn't she?
Though she is a concubine's daughter, she's the apple of the Marquise of Zhuguo's eye. Mother, you must have heard of her. The Marquise of Zhuguo has only this one daughter. Marrying her would benefit father's career.
Compared to the child in Ruanlan's belly, Gu Qiaoyan believes Madame Xiao cares more about her son's future.
That said, as for Ruanlan, mother, rest assured.
Miss Rong is so perceptive and understanding. She will understand your good intentions.
Failing to understand would just be jealousy. Madame Xiao knows this well. Even as a concubine's daughter, it is they who would be reaching above their station.
The Marquis of Zhuguo's household would surely agree.
Why wouldn't they? My husband has returned victorious from the southern campaign. He is the rising star at court, at the height of his influence. The Marquis of Zhuguo is a man who loves wealth, and I have given matchmaker Deng a generous gift. She will exert every effort.
Very well. I approve of this matter. As soon as matchmaker Deng brings word, I will go to the Marquis of Zhuguo's residence to propose.
It is just my husband's side.
I will speak to him.
Chu Yi is the eldest concubine's daughter of the Marquis of Zhuguo's household. She is also his elder half-sister. In her previous life, after he acknowledged his ancestry and returned to the clan, Chu Yi believed she had stolen their father's affection from him. She joined forces with Ruanlan to sabotage her, and with his affections fixed solely on Xiaojin, she was caught off guard and fell into the trap they had laid. Her reputation was ruined. Now, reborn in this life, she casts aside all notions of propriety. She seeks only to pay back wrong with wrong. As Gu Kaoyan had foreseen, not long after he returned to his bedchamber, Xiaojin has come looking for me.
What on earth are you trying to do?
What have I done?
You know full well the one I wish to marry is Lenner. So why suggest to mother taking the daughter of the Marquise of Zhu as a concubine? What scheme are you hatching?
In my previous life, when you arrived at the SU residence to propose marriage, you were truly full of high spirits, a dashing young man.
Love at first sight, an eternity in a glance,
and I fell utterly for you. But alas, human hearts are so fickle.
What? Didn't mother explain it clearly to you?
I absolutely refuse to take that Chu Yi as a concubine save for Lanner. I won't have anyone else!
I'm simply following mother's orders. If you have grievances, take them to mother. I'm going to rest now. Or does my lord wish to stay?
Watching Xiaojin storm off in disgust, Gu Kaoyan's gaze turned gradually icy cold.
Even if you cast aside our bond as husband and wife, I once saved your life with my family's vast fortune and your 30,000 Xiao troops. How has it come to this? You're free of sorrow while I bear all the pain.
When 19 returned from outside, she shared some joyful news with Gu Chaoyan.
This servant's heart melted upon hearing it, and I wept so bitterly.
Gu Kaoyan showed little reaction, for the days of weeping lie ahead.
Why are you so late? Can't you see everyone's been waiting for you?
Gu Kaoyan sat across from the three of them, eating while she waited. Xiao Zailing spotted a piece of meat in his bowl, his face flushing red.
Who put that there for you?
Gu Kaoyan ignored him, just as he reached for his chopsticks. Ruanlan, seated opposite him, furrowed her brow slightly. Xiaojin interjected.
What is wrong? My stomach's aching a bit.
Xiaojin turned abruptly, his eyes brimming with concern. Why would it hurt? Gu Kaoyan had never seen such an expression on Xiaojin's face before. Love between man and woman is, after all, something like this. The pain in your body, the ache in my heart.
Perhaps it truly is love.
Then what of my selfless devotion in my past life?
Steward, hurry and fetch the physician. Hold on.
Husband, how exactly do you plan to explain this to the physician?
One word from you about Miss Ron's pregnancy has certainly opened Madame Xiao's eyes.
So, what now? Claim it. It's just an old woman's stomachache. We can't just ignore it.
Guiyu Keoyan knew the child in Ranlan's womb couldn't be saved. That in a month or so, it would die in the womb. Knowing alone was pointless. Madame Xiao had to know as well.
Isn't mother close with Aunt Shen from the Divine Residence? She is an expert in matters like this.
Madame Xiao immediately recalled her old confidante from her youth, and at once sent the steward to summon her.
You've thought of everything.
Oh, and by the way, last night a matchmaker sent a message by courier. The matter's been settled.
Guiyu Keoyan's heart felt heavy, so she wouldn't let them rest easy either. Ranlan overheard this, and her stomach pain intensified. Her meal untouched as she clutched her belly and fled the room, eyes red with tears. Xiao Jin shot to his feet in fury, slamming down his chopsticks as he stormed out after them. Xiao Zailing shot him a fierce glare.
Zailing, how dare you speak to your sister-in-law like that?
Madame Xiao was no fool. She knew full well which matter took precedence right now.
Mother, you're always taking his side.
See, he gorges himself and then takes off.
Xiao Zailing slammed his own chopsticks down and bolted out after him.
Master Zhao, Zailing's just a boy. He speaks without a filter. Don't take it to heart.
Madame Xiao even fawned a bit, serving him a quick bite.
Feasting on fish and meat in the Marquis's mansion. And he actually agreed to the match.
How could your daughter-in-law deceive you on a matter this grave?
Of course, I trust you implicitly.
It is just that Madame Xiao is utterly fixated on taking a concubine, and the general's household coffers are rather lean these days. A dowry being what the bride's family bestows upon their newlywed daughter, serving as her lifeline in her husband's home. Which is why the true wealth in this general's mansion belongs to Gu Chouyan, not the household itself. Guiyu Keoyan caught the pointed hint in Madame Xiao's every word.
Mother, rest assured, the betrothal gifts for my husband's new concubine will come from my own purse.
As expected, Zhao Yan, you're ever the dutiful one.
Guiyu Keoyan merely smiled, not out of any sense of duty, but her uncanny foresight.
Zhao Yan, which of these days do you think is best?
Whichever day mother chooses, that shall be the day. Whatever needs preparing, just tell your daughter-in-law. I certainly won't let the general's mansion lose face over this.
Lady Li's face lit up with delight. It is set for the 8th of next month.
You're the sensible one, as always.
Mother had Aunt Shen examine Miss Ron's condition.
She said, the fetus is somewhat weak and needs careful nurturing.
Guiyu Keoyan feigned surprise.
How could it be weak?
Who knows? Master Zhao, don't blame Mother for keeping her in the residence. After all, she is carrying Jin's child.
Even if her health is frail, then have the kitchen prepare more nourishing dishes and nurture it well. As long as it is my husband's bloodline, I'll treat it as my own.
Very well. Then we'll do as you wish.
Gu Keoyan knew, no matter how carefully she tended it, that child wouldn't survive. The problem isn't that child. It is Ranlan's constitution. Innately cold by nature, making it hard for her to bear children. Guiyu Keoyan returned to her chamber, only to find Ranlan waiting.
Sister Yan, I know you hate me.
I hate you. I hate you for framing me with the dead fetus in your womb. I hate you for killing 19. It was your idea to strip me bare and force me into labor. I wish I could dismember you into 10,000 pieces.
Guiyu Keoyan's tone remained flat.
You've come to me about taking a concubine.
Seeing Ranlan kneeling on the floor, Guiyu Keoyan was unsurprised.
What is this? What if you disturb the fetal qi? Wouldn't that be my fault?
Let her know she is wrong to Sister Yan. As long as Sister Yan can forgive me, in my next life, I shall be your ox and horse to repay your boundless kindness and virtue.
Get up and speak.
Seeing Ranlan still hesitating, Gu Keoyan added,
Or take your leave.
Ranlan slowly rose to her feet and said,
The matter.
Sister Yan, since you can take a concubine for Brother Jin, what harm me one more? I swear, once I'm wedded and brought in, I'll heed your every word. Never count hand with you.
Who desires Brother Jin, anyway?
Ranlan stood stunned for a moment.
So long as Sister Yan consents to my entry as concubine, whatever you command, I shall obey.
This is beyond my authority to decide. If you truly desire it, then plead with Mother and see what comes of it.
Her feigned fragility could no longer hold.
Fine words from you. But don't imagine I am unaware you sought out the matchmaker. It was you who sowed discord before the old madam, claiming my origins are obscure. All part of your cunning schemes. Mere jealousy toward Brother Jean and pity for me. And then, no matter how much favor you bestow upon Brother Jean harbors only me in his heart.
That is far from certain. I've heard Miss Chu of the Marquis of Zhuge's household is a rare gem, not only exquisitely beautiful, but her lineage speaks for itself. Even if my husband shows no interest in her now, time and wine may yet spark affection.
Aren't you afraid she'll seize your place once she is in the household?
This time, Qiu Chouyan truly relented no further.
Miss Ran, you'd best concern yourself first. If you truly wish to bide your time till the fruit ripens and falls, a blood recognition test.
Ranlan was left speechless with rage, and at last departed. How enduring can love truly be, when it is but a game of weighing gains against losses? As the melody fades, the guests disperse, the ruthless prevail.
Madam Gu,
We've crossed paths once more. Qiu Keoyan seethed with fury.
She had thought Lord Pei's word as binding as a 9 cauldron vow. Yet, his promises proved as empty as a toddler's babble.
Pei Li's countenance remained utterly impassive.
Which of Lord Pei's words has ever held true?
Matchmaker Deng's schemes are no concern of mine. I shall not ensnare the innocent. Then why today do you renege on your pledge and hold me here for judgment?
The world trembles before Pei Li, but Qiu Keoyan fears him not. In her past life when their mask shattered, she had braved death to strike Pei Li across the face, and still she had thrived.
Master Pei, don't think that just because I'm a woman, you'll have the upper hand. This Imperial Guard headquarters, I came in, so I can certainly leave.
This official invited Madam here to discuss the matter of the western suburb wasteland.
What is the issue with that remote plot?
Before Pei Li could even respond, Qiu Keoyan was seething with righteous fury.
Master P, with your myriad duties every day, who would have thought you'd spare a thought for someone as utterly insignificant as me?
Qiu Keoyan jumped to conclusions, convinced that Pei Li was deliberately picking a fight.
When there is a will to frame someone, what is there to fear about lacking excuses?
Watching Qiu Keoyan, her mouth firing off words without pause, Pei Li's brows furrowed even deeper. Does Madame Gu have more to say? Qiu Keoyan suddenly fell silent, knowing she had to leave this place unscathed, for the entire household at the general's mansion was waiting to mock her. This official hopes Madame Gu will cede the western suburbs, and His Majesty will grant whatever terms you desire.
Since you want it so badly, why would I possibly yield it to you? Don't even dream of it.
Madam, think it over again.
If I say no, will Master Pei have me killed?
Not to that extent.
Then there is nothing left to discuss.
Pei Li pondered for a moment. If the terms I offer are precisely what you urgently desire, Madam, might we discuss it? Qiu Keoyan looked up at him, her expression full of suspicion. Madame Gu wishes to arrange the marriage between the general's mansion and the Marquis of Zhuge's mansion. But alas, at present, Matchmaker Deng has committed a grave crime, and the matter has been delayed.
So you truly came here for this?
As long as Madam is willing to cede the western suburbs, this official can assist you in making this union a reality.
Will you?
This matter isn't all that difficult.
Let's hear it then.
An imperial decree for a marriage.
Is this truly so?
He'd always assumed he was deliberately thwarting this cherished union. I, Pei, have always kept my word. If I may be so bold as to ask, why would Madam take a concubine for General Xiao? Pei Li wondered if it was to hinder Xiao's career or a sign of disdain for her husband.
That was indeed presumptuous.
In Pei Li's eyes, that probing gaze. So Madame Gu is prepared to agree to this deal, isn't she?
I won't agree. Father, I can't sell it to you, but I have a piece of news of equal value. I'm sure the Lord will be keen to hear it.
Pei Li gazed upon Qiu Chaoyan's face, and memories of his childhood flooded his mind in an instant. Back then, as a mere child, playful and lost, he was snatched away by a human trafficker and dragged to the neighboring county. He seized a chance to leap from the carriage, only to be nearly caught by the traffickers, when suddenly a girl pulled him into the underbrush.
Don't cry, I'll take you home.
He still remembers the girl's face to this day, her resolute expression, and even now the thought stirs his heart. The day he left Hangzhou, he slipped away in secret to find the girl, vowing he would return for her. But fate had other plans in the years that followed, and by the time he had the means to seek her out, She had married into the imperial city with a fortune of 1,000,000 tiles.
I never forgot that broken promise, but you were no longer there.
The next morning,
My brother didn't come home last night. And you, as his wife, had no idea. Right now, he is being hauled from the Ministry of Punishments straight to the Imperial Guard Division.
When General Shao returned, he has been resting in Miss Rowan's quarters all along. Whether he returns or not, how am I to know?
You were only hauled off to the Archguard Division yesterday, and now my brother's been taken away. Mother, I told you he was a jinx. We must divorce him at once.
Gail Kellyan quelled the doubts stirring in her heart.
Has mother heard any news?
Yesterday, that girl from Cherry Blossom Street meddled in some trifling affair. Who'd have thought it'd land her in the Ministry of Justice?
I heard the general visited Huashu Pavilion and even bought a bracelet.
Ran Lanru was on pins and needles. The bracelet clasped on her wrist now searing like a red-hot branding iron.
What is the use of harping on that now? Getting my brother back is what matters.
Young master, what do you say we do about this?
In truth, Gu Kellyan knew full well. The reason they'd summoned her was to coax her into greasing some palms with silver.
Dare I ask, Lord Pei, why have you bound my husband here?
Mrs. Gu really dares to ask.
It was I who informed Lord Pei of the intelligence, wishing you success in your endeavors. You shouldn't trouble me now.
Please release my husband, calling him husband over and over. It only makes Lord Pei's face grow ever darker.
Mrs. Gu seems to have a poor memory.
As this official must remind you that you shared that intelligence with me, and I offered an imperial marriage decree in exchange. In this matter, there is no debt of gratitude between us to repay. Mrs. Gu was at a loss for words, so let's speak plainly. It ill behooves Madam to feign ignorance of General Shao's allegiance to the 5th Prince.
My lord, do not speak recklessly.
Rest assured, Madam, what Lord Pei discusses with you is not this western suburbs wasteland, but rather, this official hopes you will sell it to me. It is this matter again. Evidently, that plot of land truly cannot be surrendered.
No room for negotiation, then.
My condolences, Madam.
What do you mean?
General Shao stands accused of dispatching assassins in the Crown Prince's name to murder the Minister of War, and the news will soon reach the General's mansion. Madam, go back and prepare yourself. Once General Xiao is dead, the General's mansion will come crashing down, and his fate will be most precarious.
I can only yield half.
I want it all.
Then let General Shao die. With General Shao dead, my lord, you have no need to seek an imperial decree. You owe me a favor.
Lord Pei sat there, awaiting her words, and suddenly his mood lifted.
Let him die. Just don't implicate me.
Lord Pei's mood improved further. As your husband's life or death means less to you than that western suburbs wasteland. Mrs. Gu had long wished to eliminate General Shao while safeguarding her own interests. And if a mere concession could achieve that, he has nothing left to hold out for.
What say you to sealing the deal, my lord?
The western suburb wasteland. We each claim half by force.
Only to renege at the end.
This official has never gone back on his word. It is all unfounded suspicion on the madam's part. Let's wait for Madame Gu to return. It is past the Yu hour. General Shao has returned.
Where have you been?
Father, is this your way of showing concern for me?
Across the way, Ranlan seized the moment to hurl a veiled insult at General Shao, instantly drawing everyone's attention straight to him.
Brother-in-law. When Junior got back, she laid out the whole affair. It was nothing but a simple misunderstanding. So there is no need for you to hand over any silver to Lord Pei.
He looked up with a smile towards Sister Shao.
My husband knows all too well what sort of place the Imperial Guard is. A lair of tigers and wolves, let alone my husband. Even a figure of greater stature than my husband stepping inside. Who among them could walk out unscathed?
How much silver did you give him? Wealth begets all things.
No matter the sum, it means nothing to me.
Hearing these words, General Shao couldn't help but let his gaze drift back over, wanting to speak, yet at a loss for words.
This time, I truly owe you my thanks, sister-in-law. But the Imperial Guard is no sanctuary for communing with the heavens.
Ranlan, that splash of dirty water was so sudden. Brilliantly put.
Or was it you they dragged off first to the Imperial Guard? Making all this trouble for my brother because of you.
Xiao Ziling's words cut straight to the bone, a dagger to the heart.
Proving you do indeed harbor a grudge against Lord Pei.
How about this then? I'll march right over to the Imperial Guard and demand that silver back. Husband, why not linger here a moment longer and see if your precious little sister can pull you out of the mess? Or does Miss Rome have a better idea than just money? Then I suppose I'll just wash my hands of this mess.
Young master, that is not what they meant.
Gu Shaoyan didn't respond to Xiao Lix's words, rising to her feet and striding out of the main hall.
No words. What kind of talk is that? Does a family need to draw such clear lines?
Husband, you think a family should weather storms together, sharing joys and hardships alike. Haven't I done just that? While you were away at war, I managed the general's mansion all by myself. Did that ever leave you with worries at the back of your mind? When you faced peril on Yanghua Street, I took the blade meant for you. Did I ever flinch even half a step? When they dragged you into the Gongwei division, I poured out everything we had without blinking an eye. And yet, when you returned triumphant from the Southern campaign, you've dumped this massive problem right in my lap. I've minded it. Yes, husband, do you really think you've handled this so well? Have you ever stopped to consider that maybe it is me who has been the one making allowances?
Xiao Jin was left utterly speechless by the retort, his face flushing faintly.
Never mind. Never mind. Let's all just say a little less. As for this matter, Xiling was the one in the wrong. Keoyan, considering he is still just a young boy. Please don't hold it against him.
A child. Jiu Keoyan had truly seen it all now. She'd met plenty of kids with all their teeth grown in, but ones towering nearly as tall as her. That was a rarity. Still, she gave Lady Xiao this much face.
Mother is right.
The next morning at dawn, Jiu Zhaoyan had just stepped into the main hall when the imperial decree arrived, proclaiming Xiao Jin's merits from the southern campaign. Thus, the emperor would host a banquet in the palace's imperial garden that very night. As Xiao Jin's principal wife, the one wed to him in her youth, she would naturally attend by his side.
Who knows what stroke of dog shit luck landed you in the general's mansion, if not for my brother? Where would you get all this glory? Then I won't go such nonsense.
This is the Emperor's direct command. You think this is child's play?
Did you hear that?
After Xiao Jin finished speaking, Giyu Keo turned straight to Xiao Xiling.
Thunder and rain alike are the Emperor's grace. This immense honor, if mishandled even slightly, will drag down the entire general's mansion. If I refuse, it won't just be me who dies.
Xiao Xiling was left speechless by the retort. A quarter of an hour later, the general's mansion carriage was ready, and it sped straight toward the palace. In the carriage, Xiao Jin rarely gave a proper glance to Gu Chaoyan sitting opposite, her simple yet utterly proper attire softening his view of her a bit.
I thought you'd deck yourself out in gold and jewels, all garish and overdone.
Seeing Giyu Keo say nothing, Xiao Jin cleared his throat.
That day in the flower alley, you shouldn't have rushed in front of me. The assassin couldn't have touched you.
Giyu Keoyan turned her head to gaze out the window.
Just stop talking. Not a single word of it is music to my ears.
As for Ruan Lan, if you absolutely need an explanation, I can give you one.
Xiao Jin didn't truly despise Giyu Chaoyan. Back when he first went to propose to her father, it was of his own free will. The lives of 30,000 Xiao family troops made it worth marrying this woman. But fate twisted things, and he had already given his heart to Ruan Lan first.
Isn't my lord thirsty?
Xiao Jin was stunned for a moment, then coughed awkwardly.
We'll enter the palace soon. Mind your words and actions. Don't stir up any trouble.
The palace banquet was set in the imperial gardens. The feast began. Little more than formal pleasantries from start to finish. Giyu Keoyan listened in silence, finding it almost laughable at times. Just when he thought the palace banquet had concluded like this, the emperor suddenly decreed a marriage. Not to mention him, even Xiao Jin must have been taken aback. The bride was, of course, Chu Shiyuan's only daughter, Chu Yiyi. Besides, Xiao Jin, alongside Chu Yiyi, in kowtowing their thanks, was his birth father, Chu Shiyuan. Giyu Keoyan felt both shock and a quiet relief, as she sensed the gaze fixed upon her from across the way.
Congratulations, my husband.
It was your idea to celebrate gaining a favored concubine.
Did you think I could sway the emperor's will, my husband? Does his majesty know you're spreading such vicious rumors?
Gu Keoyan was in high spirits, and raised her wine cup with a light clink, perhaps from eating too hastily. Giyu Keoyan choked, clutching her chest with both hands, coughing violently. Beside her, Xiao Jin reacted instinctively, lifting his hand. But in the moment it descended, he hesitated and drew it back. Almost simultaneously, A shadow fell over him. Glancing aside, he saw Pei's hand strike Gou Yan's back firmly.
She swallowed it down.
Lady Gu, did you see that clearly?
What did I see clearly?
Who just saved you?
Before Gil Kaoyan could respond, Pei turned to Xiao Jin seated beside him, eyes gleaming with intrigue. Congratulations, General Xiao, on the Emperor's grant of marriage.
It makes even Pi envious.
Setting aside our factions, Xiao Jin had no fondness for Pei, always carrying that air of superiority. Even as a prince, he was little more than a disgraced prince taking shelter in the Empress's palace. A mere dog at the Crown Prince's heel, save for his post in the Imperial Guard. He had nothing else to his name.
And upon hearing this, Pei merely scoffed,
Turned on his heel and departed. Why did he save you?
Why didn't you save me?
Did my husband truly believe that at the palace banquet,
The general's legitimate wife would choke to death on a single pastry in the Imperial Garden? And if word of it spread, whose face would be utterly disgraced?
Xiao Jin fell speechless for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't want to save her. Merely in that fleeting instant as he reached out, he recalled Lan's kindness toward Gil Kaoyan, and how it would betray Ruanlan.
why should I take an arrow for you? Yet my husband can stand idly by and watch me die.
Gil Kaoyan lowered her gaze, her expression one of sorrow. Yet a cold sneer crawled in her heart. In her past life, Xiao Jin and Ruanlan had often wielded such seemingly tender interrogations to manipulate her mind. The banquet concluded, and in the carriage back to the general's manor,
Gu Zhaoyan,
What is it?
the more I think on it, the more it troubles me. Why would you wish for that Chu Yiyi to become my concubine? And now the emperor issues such a decree.
Gil Kaoyan had her answer ready and shifted the blame onto Shen.
My husband asks me.
Why not ask the fifth prince what he means by it?
What do you mean? Do I need to spell it out?
You mean the fifth prince is scheming to pair me with Chu Yi?
More precisely, to draw the Duke of the State into his fold.
Xiao Jin fell silent. The reasoning so airtight it left him powerless to argue, and impossible to disprove. The carriage rumbled on for a stretch. Xiao Jin suddenly spoke up about the matter on Sakura Street.
My thanks.
For what?
You know full well what I mean.
For once, Gil Kaoyan regarded her husband in name with earnest eyes.
There is no need for your thanks, my lord. I didn't save you, after all.
Xiao Jin took it as mere petulance on her part.
I've already expressed my gratitude, so in future, don't dredge it up again just to needle me. It was your choice in the end, wasn't it?
In that instant, Gil Kaoyan glimpsed her past life self in the man before her. What folly could surpass that of unrequited devotion? Once back in her chambers, Gil Kaoyan began to fret.
What troubles you, my lady?
My falling from favor in the general's manor.
Not a whisper has leaked outside.
And yet Chu Yi dares send assassins after me. This turn of events has caught him off guard.
Rest assured, madam, no rumors of this have spread outside yet.
So it might be wise to let some whispers circulate.
What whispers? This madam wed into the general's household of my own volition. And to this day, I have yet to consummate the marriage with the general.
Why hasn't Xiao Jin consummated your marriage?
The 2 title deeds in the western suburbs come with a bridal chamber.
He hasn't laid a hand on you. The reason.
This hardly concerns you, my lord. And it won't affect our arrangement in the slightest. Besides, I'm a woman after all. And you're a man, aren't you? It is a delicate matter to begin with. Even if you must ask, spare me the bluntness. It only makes things awkward for us both.
Beat around the bush, and you'll accuse me of being coy.
If you eavesdrop on my words, my lord, that would be entirely on you.
Who does Xiao Jin think he is? Gil Kaoyan looked puzzled. She lifted her gaze to him. On your wedding night, without entering the bridal chamber, he marched off to the southern front, and in a mere year, he brings a pregnant woman into the general's residence. Upon his return, he is even less likely to share your bed. As she accepts the concubine's lot foisted upon her. How forbearing she must be. A woman wed for a full year, yet still unfulfilled.
What an utter humiliation. How dare Xiao Jin?
He is not so bad.
Those pains are not for outsiders to hear.
He is truly decent. Gu Zhaoyan, you've truly earned your scraps, haven't you?
Seeing Pei fall silent, Gil Kaoyan knew he was angry. But she couldn't fathom what had riled this man up. It wasn't him left unconsummated after all. The more Gil Kaoyan dwelled on it, the more aggrieved she felt. She smacked her lips, her mouth filled with bitterness. The rumor of no consummation. You spread it yourself.
How could you air such a supreme disgrace?
You know full well it is a profound humiliation. Why employ a tactic that wounds the foe 1,000 but costs you 800 to divert Chu Yi's case? At these words, Guo Qiaoyan fell silent.
My lord, don't spout nonsense. It is a total mess.
Then let me help you sort it out. Xiao Jin returns home, bringing a woman named Ruan Lan to live in the general's mansion. You see that Ruan Lan is with child, fearing for your position as principal wife. So you think to enlist Chu Yi, that concubine of Xiao Jin's, to help you deal with Ruan Lan, to sow misunderstanding in Chu Yi, delaying Xiao Jin's favor toward you and letting Ruan Lan seize the upper hand, all because she values you as the principal wife. So she sends assassins to strike at you in the imperial garden. How could you possibly form such an alliance with Chu Yi? That is when you decide to spread the rumor that you and Xiao Jin haven't consummated your marriage, to make Chu Yi understand whose boundaries not to cross. Guo Qiaoyan suddenly lowers her head, her eyes full of shock, yet she keeps quibbling.
The rumor really wasn't spread by me.
Such a private matter as the consummation of marriage. Not many people should know about it, right? Could it be, when you and Xiao Jin were in bed, there was a third person present? Guo Qiaoyan desperately wants to change the subject and talk about something else. If there was no seventh, in a situation with no third person present, Xiao Jin would never breathe a word of it to anyone. It is not impossible he confided in Ruan Lan playing the devoted lover in her arms. Is it? But looking at the current situation, Ruan Lan, unless she is a complete fool, wouldn't leak such news right now to steal your spotlight, just to earn Chu Yi's lasting grudge.
You're being awfully cagey today.
Then bear with me. Since it wasn't Xiao Jin, nor Ruan Lan, then who else?
It was me.
Guo Qiaoyan admits it.
Refusing to admit it would just drag this out. So I was right.
Yes, completely right.
Wrong or not, you're entirely correct.
Pei Lai watched Guo Qiaoyan embrace that screw-it-all defiance, and fell silent for a long moment. To handle Ruan Lan, or perhaps Chu Yi, you can always turn to me.
Better to rely on oneself than beg others.
Having been reborn into this life, she would place no hopes on anyone else, nor seek shelter under anyone's wing, nor witness anyone's sacrifice for her sake, nor need anyone to chart her course, for she could forge her own path. Those clear, luminous eyes faintly echoed the resolve and fearlessness etched in Pei Lai's memories. As the image of that innocent young girl merged with the woman now before him, her old sparring partner watched, utterly captivated.
You're out there slandering my name, without a shred of remorse, yet strutting around so arrogantly. Have I spoiled you, rotten?
Director Shao from the merchant's table frowned slightly.
Master Zhao, you shouldn't spread wild rumors outside about those private matters between Jiner and you. What good does ruining Jin's reputation do you?
Ruan Lan chimed in softly.
If sister has grievances, she can tell Brother Jin directly. Forcing her like this is truly improper for Brother Jin.
Do you all know what is being whispered outside?
Of course we do. We're not deaf, after all. Plenty of people outside are saying brother is ungrateful. Saying brother accepted immense favors from your Gaoyu family back then. Yet after marrying you into the household, he fails to treat you well, such a lapse in gentlemanly conduct, and utterly unworthy to be a father.
Guo Qiaoyan saw through Xiao Ziling's scheme to sow discord at a glance.
But why does what I've heard sound so different? The rumors claim I suffer from a foul body odor, and that I'm Baroness Stone Woman. The unworthy one is me. I should humbly request a divorce and step aside to make way for someone who can bear heirs for the general's mansion. Who might that be?
Ruan Lan realized the bob was aimed at her, her face stiffening.
Sister Qin, surely you're not suspecting me. Do I seem that suspicious? Qingji, I didn't.
You didn't. None of you did. So it must have been me who spread it. Do I lack a brain? Or has mold taken root in my mind? Spreading such a scandal would only shame my husband alone. As his wife, I couldn't even keep him by my side on our wedding night. I'd rather have that foul odor, or be barren. That way, I'd at least have an unavoidable excuse. If that is not the case, how am I supposed to endure such humiliation?
Guo Qiaoyan's words are deliberate and precise, spoken with heartfelt sincerity.
Are you all suspecting that I spread this rumor? Then, Allow me to ask you all. This matter has spread throughout the entire city. What benefit could I possibly gain from it?
You want to make brother feel guilty, so he'll treat you better, don't you?
Then I can't help but ask, my husband. Do you feel any guilt at all?
Jiu Kaoyan noticed Xiaojin's evasive gaze, a deep disgust surging within her heart.
If I said my husband treats me better, why not simply take Miss Ruan into the household? He'd surely appreciate my magnanimity and treat me with kindness.
You're simply jealous.
Then why did I go to such lengths to arrange the marriage between my husband and Miss Chu from the Duke's household? Was that out of jealousy too?
Xiao Ziling was momentarily at a loss for words.
So, who do you think spread this rumor?
Jiu Kaoyan turned her attack and asked coldly.
Has my husband ever mentioned this to anyone?
Xiaojin was tongue-tied, his eyes instinctively flicking toward Ranlan. Pei Lai had guessed it right after all.
Miss Ran, what a clever ploy.
Ranlan had no idea how the blame had suddenly shifted to her, her face paling, tears spilling in frantic distress.
Brother Jing, I swear on my life, I never breathed a word of this. If Sister Yan doesn't believe me, I am willing to prove my innocence with my death.
Fine.
Sister Yan.
Well, didn't you say you'd prove it with your death? How exactly do you plan to die? Short on knives or ropes? Or perhaps a pillar would do. I can accept any method.
Your heart is far too cruel for a woman. But she is carrying my child.
It was I who suggested she prove it with death. You have ears. Why don't you use them? It was his own idea to do this. I merely wanted to indulge his whims. Or perhaps he was just speaking idly. So if I may ask Miss Ruan to speak her mind, she ought to think twice before she does. Lest we question just who ends up truly wounded. And that may not be so certain.
Seizing the moment, Ranlan dropped to her knees on the floor and kowtowed twice without warning.
Sister Ya, the matter of you and Brother Jing's consummation of marriage. It truly wasn't I who spread word of it. Sister Shua need not stoop to self-debasement just to frame me like this.
Indeed! You're the one slandering her, deliberately slinging mud at Miss Rang.
To frame him through my own humiliation would first require that I knew. My husband had confided in her about failing to consummate our marriage on our wedding night.
Gu Shaoyan's beautiful eyes turned icy cold, a faint glimmer of tears welling up.
Miss, please, speak up too. How could I possibly have known?
Xiaojin felt a pang of guilt under that piercing gaze, and was momentarily at a loss for words.
I never imagined it in my wildest dreams.
Jiu Kaoyan whirled around and strode out of the hall.
Shiju returned to her room, watching as Gu Chaoyan stormed off, seething with resentment.
Just as the four of them fell suddenly silent.
Qinji,
Are you all right?
I truly didn't say anything.
Let me escort you back to your room.
Though Xiaojin said nothing aloud, upon deeper reflection, he couldn't fathom who else could have let this secret slip.
We failed to strike in the Imperial Garden last time. This is a chance that may never come again.
But you still want him dead. Yet the rumors circulating say that Lady Gu holds no favor in the General's mansion. From the wedding day until now, she has yet to consummate her marriage with General Shao, which proves her presence poses no threat to your standing.
An innocent man bears no guilt, but to possess Jade is to invite calamity. As long as she sits as the matriarch of the General's mansion for even a day, she remains my greatest foe.
Well reasoned, my lady.
Inform cousin that the moment has arrived.
The young woman was none other than Shu Yiyi, the concubine handpicked by Jiu Kaoyan for Xiaojin, and whatever catches his eye, be it so much as a handkerchief, he allows no one else to touch least. Of all the principal wife's rightful heirs, he is the sword who must have it all,
And then some. So why didn't you report this sooner?
Lady Gu must have gotten wind of it, and that is why she brought escorts to rendezvous with her.
Your insight is as sharp as ever, my lord.
The matter of the roaming bandits remains unconfirmed, and is most likely mere hearsay.
Before Luo Feng could finish, Pei Lai shot to his feet.
My lord, where are you off to?
As Luo Feng stared in utter confusion, Pei Lai vanished in a blur, striding boldly out the door.
Young master, wait for me.
The sun blazed overhead.
Wait, kill me, and you won't escape either.
Killing you right here. Why wouldn't I get away?
Oh, madam, you may not know where you are.
Out in these forsaken wilds,
Far from any mountain trail.
so scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you.
And once I sent you to the western paradise with one swift stroke,
Took the silver and walked away.
at night, wild beasts prowl, with her fine figure in tow. By the next day, she'd be gone. The madam still thinks I can't escape.
Tears welled in the corners of Gyu Chaoyan's eyes. Her heart turned to ashes. Sanzhou collapsed stiffly to the ground. In an instant, sunlight pierced through blindingly. A towering godlike silhouette suddenly loomed before her. The man's face sharpened into focus in her pupils.
Gyukei-yang, what on earth is going on in that head of yours? Running out of the Imperial City all by yourself. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? You nearly died here. If you had died...
She wasn't listening at all to Pei Lai's incessant chatter. The overwhelming joy of surviving the ordeal made her lose all composure. Tears suddenly streamed down her face.
The man! How is he here?
Just passing by. She turned and saw Sanzhou, dead as a doornail.
He was a Liang Kingdom spy as well.
Just passing by. Not here to catch Liang spies. Gyu Chaoyan flinched at Pei Lai's roar.
I know. You're here for the bandits.
Not here to find you anyway. You say come back with me?
Back to the Imperial City, or would you rather stay here to feed the wolves? No way, Gyu Chaoyan flatly refused. He could die. But that shipment can't afford any mishaps.
My lord, would you care to join me for a visit to Fengquan County? All expenses will be on me. My lord, just enjoy yourself to the fullest. I've got plenty to cover it.
Pelia knew exactly what Gyu Chaoyan truly cared about. That batch of silk undergarments. As an official, I've suddenly recalled a private escort case involving Fengquan County. Let's go.
Hurry it up! Lord Sishu has urgent matters, doesn't he?
It is Lady Sai, his young wife.
Pelia songtai CI's grip, then turned with keen interest to Gyu Chaoyan as she settled back down. Lady Gu, no need for explanations.
I'm just afraid that they might back out.
The carriage jolted along the rugged mountain path, heading straight for Fengquan County. Pelia slowly opened his eyes, his gaze locking firmly on the woman before him. A profound wave of melancholy and tenderness surging in his heart.
How much farther is it?
Little Black, don't be scared. Once we cross that hill ahead, we'll reach Tanzhou. And then I'll treat you to the finest snacks in all of Tanzhou.
Yet when they reunited, it was already the eve of a wedding to Xiao Jin, and he had yet to taste the best Tanzhou snacks that Gyu Chaoyan had promised him.
Oh, Zhou Yan, you big liar.
My lord, you're truly willing to accompany me out of the city to meet the Dingyuan escort agency, that shipment of goods?
Not in the slightest.
Yeah, you just said you were.
So why ask again, my lady? He is afraid Pei Lai might change his mind, and his concerns aren't entirely unfounded. For if the roles were reversed, he himself would never risk such a journey.
My lord, can we pretend I never asked just this once?
He'd lost count of how many times he'd replayed scenes from his past life. And even now she couldn't fathom why this man had leaped forward to save her. If it had merely been a convenient act, that would be one thing, but she had lost her life. And a gruesome death it had been.
Don't worry, with me here, no one dares to escort that shipment.
Gyu Chaoyan's nose tingled with emotion.
Thank you.
As they were about to pass the first outpost of Fengquan County, the carriage suddenly lurched to a halt.
But glancing back, chaos erupted in all directions.
A thick, acrid stench of blood filled their nostrils. The mutilated bodies of over 30 escort guards strewn haphazardly nearby.
Deep in his heart!
His eyes suddenly brimmed with red, forcing himself to crawl up and search once more. Gyu Chaoyan rushed down from the carriage. In that instant, she saw he wasn't searching for the silk undergarments at all. So what escort master was he truly looking for?
The Lord has found it!
Pei Lai took the escort manifest from the bandit's hand and glanced at it briefly.
Madam, go for you.
This shipment of escorts doesn't include Zhang Ninggu mentioned silk undergarments. Could it be a mistake in the record?
To the young lady, before issuing the escort contract, they must verify the manifest at least a dozen times, all to guard against any errors. So this document is undoubtedly flawless.
Almost at the same moment, over a dozen black-robed masked men emerged, swords drawn.
Spare the woman behind. Claim her soul.
Just throw me away.
Shut up.
The man behind swung his sword in relentless pursuit, as if 1,000 blades were slashing down upon them.
Let me go!
Shut.
Let me go! Just let me walk this path alone. For the rest of my life.
An indescribable terror crept into his heart. He flailed in panic, crawling desperately toward the rocks.
I'm here.
Gyeokyeoyen whirled around abruptly, and at the moment her gaze fell on Pei Lai, her eyes welled with tears. She roared,
I told you to let go! Why won't you?
After that wave of sheer terror came an uncontrollable blaze of fury.
Don't you know that even if you don't let go, I'll still die!
Even if you lunge forward to shield me with your body. For my sake, clinging to that tattered remnant of dignity scarcely worth the mention.
I'll still die all the same!
But you still have a choice.
Pei Lai dreaded that instant of tumbling off the cliff as well. Convinced he could no longer shield this woman, he'd only just realized
the finality of life and death parting.
That in this world, the one person he truly cherished was none other than this blind Gyeokyeoyen.
That he couldn't protect her. What now?
Spotting the blood streaming from Pei Lai's wrist, she forced her frail body to sit up. And only then did Gyeokyeoyen notice the deep sword gash across Pei Lai's back, inflicted by the attacker.
What do we do?
Those are Wuzhen herbs. They'll staunch the bleeding. I'll handle it. Pei Lai tugged his robe down to his waist. If Madame Guo finds this improper, please avert your eyes.
As long as that man doesn't accuse me of impropriety, I get to enjoy this view without paying a dime.
Madame Guo, what are you doing with this official's brush?
Nothing.
Then explain yourself.
What exactly are you writing?
Sister, it is Madame. No.
How could there not be?
Did you catch the show for free? Or pay without seeing it? Or shell out to watch?
Where do you watch?
Who is the star of the show?
Then I've seen my share.
Those slippery little officials in the capital. Which one haven't I laid eyes on? I hear the real gems are still those from the Qingfeng brothel. They're quite the spectacle.
Thanks to Ruan Lan's little gift from before, he was duped into the Qingfeng brothel and trapped there for 2 days and nights, emerging with his reputation in ruins.
Why did you save me, my lord?
This is the one question burning in his mind. Palia suddenly falls silent.
You and I are mere chance acquaintances, my lord. Just for that patch of wasteland in the western suburbs. You didn't have to risk everything like that, my lord. I said, I'd rather die. That land wouldn't end up with the Zhenbei General's mansion anyway. With your shrewd ways, claiming it for yourself would be child's play.
Madam speaks the truth.
My lord, please don't misunderstand. That is not what I meant.
To these ears, it sounds just like that.
Care to hear it afresh, my lord?
Pei Lai turns sideways, gazing at the sightless woman, frantically piecing together words in his mind.
Next time, just set me down.
Pei Lai looks up at her.
I don't want anyone sacrificing themselves for me. I never begged you to save me. So this favor, I won't accept it. And I sure as hell won't repay it.
Gyeokyeoyen knows his words carry a whiff of ingratitude, but he is nothing like Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin whispers sweet nothings, all while shattering his family to pieces. The epitome of a hypocrite, while I'm barely an honest rogue, at best.
What can't be said outside?
Brother, Gyeokyeoyen lied to us, claiming she was going to Baohua Temple. But in truth, she went to borrow seed from a man.
Don't spout such nonsense.
Brother, I'm not spouting nonsense.
Do you have proof?
No, I don't have any. Brother, you can investigate it yourself. Send someone to Baohua Temple to check. If Gyeokyeoyen isn't there, then she's been cuckolding her husband.
Shut your mouth! You really hope she is caught in the act of adultery.
An indescribable feeling suddenly welled up from the depths of his heart.
If such a scandal gets out about her,
what good would it do you?
Xiao Zaling stood there dumbfounded after the scolding.
I'm only doing this for your own good. If she truly behaves improperly and commits such a shameless act, then you can rightfully divorce her. Before Chu Yi marries into the family, you can promote your sister-in-law to principal wife.
When you have time, learn from the young ladies in other households. You're hopeless at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And your needlework and embroidery are equally embarrassing.
How will you ever find a good husband in the future?
I have military duties to attend to. You should focus on your own responsibilities and stop gossiping here.
Xiao Jing suddenly flung open the door
and stormed out. Am I the one gossiping?
Just send someone to investigate, and you'll see. Gyeokyeoyen wasn't even at Baohua Temple.
19 overheard this remark, and his face
drained of color.
19 didn't he have time to think twice, and immediately slipped out of the general's mansion. In the cave beneath the sheer cliff.
This official saved you only as a matter of convenience.
Whether I save you or not, I'd jump off this cliff anyway, and scale the wind eye. The only difference is that the lady can't tell left from right. This almost got me killed. Go back and practice that properly.
You're an utter fool.
Sir, you meant the sword.
Pei Lai sheathed his sword and headed to the cave mouth, a grim possibility flashing through his mind. Leaving her behind here would be as good as silencing her forever.
Come on up.
Sorry.
So, do you want to climb up?
Lady Go, you could always choose to stay here instead.
You go first. Go on.
Jiu Kelyan's hands and feet clung like suckers, suddenly wrapping tightly around Pei Lai. To hell with no touching between men and women. Reputation, honor, a woman's chastity. Which of those is worth more than staying alive? The most important thing in life is to live it happily.
Didn't that useless cousin from Duke Jen Mansion say Mo Yin-men never fails? So why do they keep botching the job on Gu Chaoye?
Eldest Miss, please don't get upset. There must be some hidden reason behind it.
I don't care about the reasons. I just want to know if Go Chaoyan can die out there for good. And stop coming back to ruin my view.
The young cousin sent word back, saying the matter's tricky to handle.
If it is too tricky, then forget it.
This servant has an idea, though.
Siren leaned in close and whispered. Chu Yi caught on immediately, a cold, sinister curve hooking her lips.
Understood.
Eldest Miss is so shrewd.
To make her yield the matriarch's seat in the general's mansion, we don't necessarily need to take her life.
Exactly.
So what about you touching me?
When have I ever touched you?
Didn't you apply the medicine to my body? Who else could it be? The lady touched me, claiming it was just applying medicine. I removed the lady's shoes and socks, and reset the lady's dislocated bone. Yet I'm accused of breaching propriety. The lady applies double standards.
What do you mean by double standards?
Officials may set fires at will, but the common folk aren't allowed to light lamps. Trapped in a bind, like shoes and socks caught in a tangle. Giyu Keoyan's ankle is indeed red and swollen.
My lord, please don't misunderstand.
It was the lady who misunderstood.
Just as Gil Keoyan was about to retort, there came a sharp crack from her ankle. So swift that she didn't even have time to cry out in pain. She looked at Pei Lai in surprise, and saw him picking up her sock.
I'll do it myself.
Don't move, in an almost commanding tone. But this intimacy she truly couldn't bear.
My lord, don't soil your hands. I can manage it myself.
On the mountain path, Pei Lai carried Gu Chaoyan on his back, slowly making their way down.
My lord, are you tired?
Tired? Pei Lai wasn't tired at all. Not a trace of fatigue in his body. Yet he just wanted to say he was.
My lord, put me down. I should be able to walk on my own now.
Think it over carefully, madam. If I set you down now, this official might not be able to hoist you up again.
Giyu Keoyan clung to Pei Lai's back, her hands gripping his shoulders, her legs cradled supportively around his waist, a scene she herself dared not imagine.
So, Pei Lai gritted his teeth and pressed on.
Ko Chaoyan. Called by her full name, Gu Keo Chaoyan suddenly shuddered. With Pei Lai's famously unpredictable moods,
this official suspects you're doing this on purpose. What exactly?
On purpose.
Deliberately sprained your ankle and deliberately twisted your waist. You really want this official to carry you on my back?
Pei Lai walked as slowly and steadily as possible, afraid that the jolts would further injure the woman's waist on his back. Gu Keoyan lay softly against his back, like a puff of cotton. His cheeks were slightly flushed with heat. His heart raced at times, skipping a few beats stealthily. Even channeling his inner energy couldn't steady his breathing. He somewhat didn't want to reach the end of the road.
Do you think there is no horse to ride? So you're using this official as a horse?
Giyu Keoyan was on the verge of tears but couldn't cry.
Absolutely not.
Why does this official feel like it is exactly that?
And what the Lord says is right.
Not at all like that merciless king of hell from the guard division.
Young Master Gay, you're riding this official like a horse.
My lord, can I get sleepy?
After a long while, he heard Pei Lai's voice. Go to sleep. He didn't sleep, just pressed his face against Pei Lai's back, eyes wide open, not sleepy at all, but didn't want to speak anymore. The road ahead was rugged. As Pei Lai kicked at the grass, the corner of his lips curved into a faint, imperceptible smile. Another day passed. Rumors suddenly swirled in the imperial city. Overnight, Everyone was gossiping that Gu Qiuyan, to secure her position as the matriarch of the general's household, used the pretext of praying at Baohua Temple to secretly meet a man. The main tune was borrowing seed and indulging in the pleasures of fish and water. The man she met in secret was rumored in all sorts of ways. Most guesses pointed to a monk. Anyway, the whole thing had blown up.
Heading back to the Imperial City. Don't say we're traveling together, my lord.
This journey, why would rumors of us alone together ruin the lady's reputation?
I'm afraid General Xiao will misunderstand and think I've had an improper affair with the lady.
Being misunderstood is never a good thing. For you, my lord.
Gu Qiuyan was just about to sink her teeth into the chicken leg when Pei Lai suddenly yanked it away.
No eating that for you.
Why?
This is something I grilled myself. How dare the lady eat it? If word gets out, it'll tarnish the lady's reputation.
There is no one else in the carriage anyway.
My lords arrived. Gu Qiuyan and Pei Lai spot him too. Lord Luofeng.
Are you all right?
How on earth did you decide I'm fine?
My lord, isn't your injury glaringly obvious?
Luofeng knows his lord all too well. He is certain he is just an innocent fish caught in the city gate fire. Gu Qiuyan spreads her hands and shrugs, looking utterly innocent.
I have no idea what has gotten into him.
Spotting the palace pursuit, I rushed back to the Imperial Guard Division. I knew right away something was wrong, my lord. So I gathered men and came to find you.
Luofeng glances at Gu Qiuyan again.
There's one more thing. I'm not sure if I should mention it.
Don't say it, especially not anything about Lady Gu getting into trouble.
Luofeng then recounts in full detail how he'd tracked him down earlier.
Right now, rumors are swirling through the capital that Lady Gu wasn't at Baohua Temple at all, but instead sought out a monk for a secret affair and to conceive a child.
At this, Luofeng turns to his lord.
So how did you and Lady Gu end up in this remote wilderness?
Pei Lai shoots him a deadly glare.
2 days ago, General Xiao was heading to Baohua Temple to fetch Lady Gao. I went to the Imperial Guard Division.
As Pei Lai squinted his eyes, Luofeng caught on instantly and continued.
I'll use Feng Ning's military report to lure him away.
When leaving the city, I got word that General Xiao has returned to the capital. If he hears these rumors...
Mrs. Gu Qiuyan won't stand a chance. Luofeng finished his report.
Wait, rush off. My lord, could you spare me a horse?
You go fetch a carriage.
My lord, a horse will do.
I'm ordering you to find a carriage right now.
Luofeng felt a chill run down his spine.
Won't the carriage be too slow for you, my lord?
He was in a hurry.
But Luofeng didn't dare press the point. He saluted and hurried off to obey.
My lord, I want to go to Baohua Temple.
First, he needed to cover his tracks. She must be at Baohua Temple.
Someone's coming. Madam, you'd best keep your distance from me.
This humble subject greets the warden, Lord Pei Lai.
Lord Pei Lai, warden of the guard, approach the carriage.
Won't you get in and explain yourself, madam?
Pei Lai clearly had no intention of elaborating. Gu Qiuyan clenched her teeth, but returning to the capital was urgent. For now, Xiao Jin had returned to the general's mansion against all expectations.
Brother, why are you only back now? These past 2 days, our general's mansion has become the laughingstock of the entire capital.
What is going on?
Now the streets are buzzing that Gu Qiuyan wasn't at Baohua Temple at all. She went off to bear a child for another man, and the rumors of her trusting with a monk from Baohua Temple. This has to be his doing.
Xiao Jin swung a fierce slap, stunning Xiao Xiling into silence.
Jing'er, what do you think you're doing?
Xiao Jin glared at his own sister.
In the end, was it Go Qiuyan who disgraced our general's mansion? Or was it you who fabricated it all from nothing, even taking 10,000 steps back? Even if Gao Kao truly did such a thing.
It is a family scandal that shouldn't be aired in public.
It wasn't me who spread it!
Who else but you could it be?
It really wasn't me who spread it! Who doesn't know about Jiyu Chaoyai's little indiscretions? Why would I even need to spread them?
Xiao Ziling!
Has Go Qiuyan been sneaking off to meet men? Has she cuckolded her husband? Just go check the Yama records and you'll see!
The rumors spreading outside are truly vicious. How about this then, sister? Tomorrow you make a trip to Baohua Temple and bring Qiuyan back. If there is anything, ask her face to face and get it straight. It is better than letting misunderstandings fester.
Even if she truly is at Baohua Temple, we still need to see exactly what she is up to. She hasn't come back for days now. And there are so many monks in that temple.
A man and a woman, alone together.
Husband.
You've been here all along.
What are you saying, husband? If I'm not here, then where am I?
Go Yan approached with a gentle smile.
Why would my husband come here?
Xiao Jin fell silent for a moment.
Sister Giyu, how did little sister end up here?
Hearing the voice, I thought sister had run into some trouble. Turns out it is General Xiao, so concerned for sister, come to seek her out.
Xiao recognized the visitor as Lu Yao, daughter of the Minister of War.
Little sister has witnessed the jest.
Then I won't disturb sister and General Xiao.
Lu Yao made a brief appearance, then departed for the front hall with 2 guards. Xiao Jin approached in astonishment.
Why is Miss Lu here, seeking a marriage match?
She arrived 2 days before me. Fortunately, she has someone to look after her.
After all, she travels with guards.
In case of any trouble, I can call for help too.
Yan glanced at Xiao Jin.
My husband came to find me, whether for something or nothing.
The household is preparing my wedding with Chu Yi, and many details still await your decision. Mother sent me to bring you back.
I can't go back just yet. I've obtained the Sandai Guanyin statue to be consecrated tomorrow. Earliest tomorrow.
Tomorrow? My husband can come then.
Just don't leave yet.
These words left Xiao Jin's face flushing crimson.
This monastery is a realm of Buddhist serenity. How could that be?
What is my husband thinking? Here, the dining hall separates men from women. Husband, stay the night. And tomorrow, I'll return with you.
Xiao Jin had overthought it, his mind swirling with the notion of borrowing seed, imagining Go Yan urging him to stay. I just want to do something unspeakable with him right here.
Husband, no need to rush back, right?
No rush at all.
Then stay. After all, this Guanyin for sending children is one I prayed for on behalf of you and Miss Chu. With you here, the Buddha can surely see our sincerity.
Gu Kaoyan simply wanted to keep Xiao Jin for the night, to see what Ruanla might do, including Chu Yi. All day long, Jiyu Kaoyan had been inseparable from Lu Yao.
Sister, Gusi, General Xiao keeps glancing our way. He wouldn't mind me holding you, would he?
You're teasing me, sister.
This time, I must thank you. Though you treat me like an outsider, just say the word, and I'd go through fire and water, without hesitation.
This matter.
I won't breathe a word to anyone. Even my 2 guards can keep their mouths shut.
Thank you, Sister Ga.
Just then, Xiao Jin approached, and Lu Yao slipped away.
I'll take my leave.
Are you feeling unwell? No one else is around, so if there is anything on your mind, you can tell me. About those rumors swirling in the capital, though most of them aren't true, but I truly haven't laid a hand on you. That is on me.
There is not a single moment when Gu Kaoyan felt such profound relief that the man before her had never touched her.
It is not your fault, husband. Fate can be so cruel. Perhaps it is heaven's will that our love runs deep, but our fates are shallow. I don't blame you for falling for Miss Ron. In fact, I'm grateful she saved your life in that dire moment. The general's household can manage without me, but it can't do without you.
Xiao Jin was stunned.
The young master forbade Miss Rong from entering the general's mansion as a concubine, for his status is truly not so different from mine. The one who can truly aid my husband is Chu Yi.
Giyu Kaoyan, with such words, disgusts herself.
It is just that I cannot relinquish my position as principal wife just yet. After all, Chu Yi is an illegitimate daughter, yet a literary prodigy of the Chu family. Yielding the position to her would sever any chance of a brighter future for my husband.
You really think that way?
My husband deserves it, the legitimate daughter of the Marquise's household.
He truly doesn't think that way, but saying it like this sounds so noble. These words dashed Chu Yi's hopes of becoming the principal wife. Xiao Jin's eyes reddened slightly.
Why are you so good to me?
Back then, Han Cheng fell in love at first sight.
Jiyu Chuoyan wasn't lying. Back then, it truly was a glance that spanned a lifetime from her previous existence. Even until death, he still clung to those illusions, only to meet with the tragedy of 1 corpse and 2 lives.
Zhao Yan, it is I who have wronged you.
But I do it willingly.
Compared to a woman like the one in the morning glow, Xiao Jin is utterly captivated. He can scarcely tear his gaze away.
Go Zhao Yan's maid. Xiao Jin looked utterly panicked, rushing in to check on her husband.
Are you all right?
I'm fine.
Xiao Jin let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're safe.
I was just about to get some water when Bess accidentally knocked it over.
You wanted some water?
Seeing that Xiao Jin was already here, Gao Kaoyan thought to call him in to make the misunderstandings play out a bit more convincingly, so the drama would be all the more gripping. Xiao Jin poured water from the table and brought it over to the couch.
Thank you, Father. Call for me next time if you need anything.
Hearing those words, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea.
Wasn't that just what her husband often said to Miss Ruan?
The words hung in the air. Xiao Jin's face flushed with awkwardness. I'm all right now.
Rest well, my lord.
Sensing the awkward tension, Xiao Jin blew out the candle and slipped away in silence. Time sped forward to noon.
Last night, General Shao had visited the chamber where Gu Chaoyan was lodged.
For how long just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn?
How long was that incense, my lord?
Barely half a quarter hour.
What did you tell this official last night?
Shao Jin was staying in the men's quarters, so who knows why he couldn't sleep in the dead of night and went running off to find Gu Chaoyan.
Did you get it wrong or not? Luo Feng suddenly felt his superior was acting unbecomingly.
Check what?
Subordinate.
Check what he did when he went to Gu Chaoyan's room. What he does is none of this official's concern. What this subordinate means is, what did that ungrateful wretch, Gu Chaoyan, that wolf-hearted, white-eyed ingrate do with Xiao Jing? Exactly. This official will ask her himself. Luo Feng didn't dare linger a moment longer, fearing he'd hear something he shouldn't and get silenced for it.
Jiyu Chengyan, where exactly have you been these past few days?
Don't you know about Baohua Temple?
Don't think we don't know about it. You're just using a trip to Baohua Temple as a cover to sneak off for who knows what illicit dealings.
Coding your husband behind his back.
My husband has been away on a southern campaign for a full year, and I've been left guarding an empty bed. Yet, I've done nothing to violate a wife's virtue. Now that my husband has returned home, by all reason and emotion, what reason would I have to go out looking for a man? Because my brother won't touch you anyway, and precisely because my brother has returned. That is when you can slip out to borrow seed from some man. Otherwise, if my brother hadn't come back, and if you got pregnant, you couldn't even hide it.
Xiao Jin, who had been standing silently in the corner, overheard this, and a surge of anger welled up in him.
Enough!
Since you know my husband won't touch me, then go on. Explain, if I claim to be pregnant with a bastard, how could I possibly pin it on my husband?
Gu Chaoyan, you're truly venomous. You're sneaking around Baohua Temple, consorting with men for 4 or 5 nights. The moment my brother arrives, you force him to stay right there. If your belly starts showing signs, you'd stubbornly pin it on my brother, and he'd die a wronged man.
Gu Chaoyan couldn't stand Xiao Zailing's mad dog demeanor. The more convincingly she laid it all out, the deeper Xiao Jin's shame grew, and glancing at Ranlan's face beside her, it was dark enough to scrape off a layer of ink.
Zailing, I've been wed into the general's household for a full year, treating you like my own sister, letting you have whatever you eat, wear, or use as you please. Yet, I never thought all the gold in the world couldn't buy your true loyalty.
Gu Chaoyan pinched herself, the pain bringing tears to her eyes.
Who are you calling your sister? You filthy whore!
Xiao Jin's slap landed on Xiao Zailing's face without warning.
Brother!
If you spout any more nonsense, get out of the general's mansion!
Brother! You're standing up for that so-called Taoist, father!
Silly. Sister Tian is innocent. You know, don't mention Ranlan again.
Just as Xiao Jin raised his hand for a second slap.
Brother Jing, Xilin is your own sister. After all, that blow was far too harsh.
Husband, you should still explain last night's incident properly to Miss Ruan. I'm tired.
At that moment, upon returning to her room, Gu Chaoyan was utterly exhausted. She finally realized she had overlooked one crucial matter, the Lingyuan escort bureau. How could she have forgotten all these glaring loose ends? You and Xiao Jin share the bridal chamber at Baohua Temple.
My lord, I'm speaking to you in earnest. I hope my lord will answer my questions with utmost sincerity.
This official awaits Madame Gu's reply as well.
Has my lord caught wind of some rumor?
He recalled his instructions to Lu Yao. No need for any fanfare. Just whisper the message directly into Ruan Lan's ear.
No such thing.
This official has no interest in whether it happened or not. Why test Madame's sincerity, my lord?
Does my devotion to my lord truly require such a test?
At these words, Pei Lai believed her utterly.
As the ancients say, did Madame just deceive this official?
No, Xiao Jin and I are entirely innocent.
The impassive iceberg that was Pei Lai remained stoically expressionless, yet his heart brimmed with quiet joy.
Now, my lord, pray tell me, did you truly kill those 10 escorts?
This official slew a few. Once Madame never witnessed.
I saw but one.
He leaned in once more.
The other 9, my lord, silence them all. If it was my lord's handiwork, then all would be well. But if by another's, I'm fearful that person knows I journeyed with these escorts, and now grasps some leverage over me.
How then shall I extricate myself from this peril?
He was an enigma, impossible to fathom.
Giyu Kaoyan furrowed her brow deeply, her expression grave and resolute.
This grand spectacle unfolding at Baohua Temple demands a performance of consummate artistry from me. Even as the great Buddha is born into the hall, the rumors shall unravel of their own accord. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that I cannot withstand a single unforeseen twist.
Madam is astute indeed.
Thus, those 9 escorts were slain neither by this official,
nor by the brigands of Phoenix Mountain, and their killers shall hold their tongues. Don't worry, madam.
That is precisely the statement he was angling for. By process of elimination, who could the killer be? It was clear to him in an instant.
It was the assassin sent by Chu Yi to kill me. So Chu Yi knew of my departure from the imperial city, and these rumors in the capital might well have come from her too.
What do you intend to do, madam?
On this matter, you must stand united with me against the foe, my lord.
What does this have to do with this official?
Those assassins saw you accompanying me, so the label of adulterer would surely fall on no one but you.
Do you wish to play the part of my paramour, my lord?
Peilai's gaze darkened abruptly. Giyu Kaoyan didn't catch on at first which words of hers had gone awry, but Peilai offered no chance to mend the blunder.
陆风，我走。喂，
周岩
the adopted son of Qin Zhao's father. 2 years his junior, the brother he'd grown up with since childhood. Gu Shaoyan's eyes reddened, and his feet carried him forward in haste, unbidden.
Careful.
Giyu Shaoyan wept.
Where have you been?
You've worried me so. Macha leads the way ahead. I'll invite my elder sister for a cup of warm tea.
Outside my elder sister's residence.
19 stood there, gazing fixedly at the young master who had spirited away their lady, like a stranger on the road, fair as jade.
The young master, unmatched in the annals of time.
Who is that man?
The sudden voice startled 19.
Didn't Lord Luo return to the guard office?
Our lord said to handle matters here properly, and escort Madame Giyu Chouyan back to the general's manor in secret, for fear the rabble might do her harm. Now it seems the rabble dare not play the vixen.
But it is hard to say who that male fox spirit might be.
Luo Feng began to fret over his lord's plight.
Who was the one who just took Madame Gu away?
My husband has an urgent matter.
Though Chu Yiyi is merely a concubine, she is, after all, the apple of Duke Zhu's eye. If she were made to enter through the side gate, it would surely embarrass Duke Zhu.
So Chu Yi must enter through the main gate.
A fleeting glance passes between them, and unease flickers in Xiaojin's eyes.
I understand. This demand is utterly absurd. But at this moment, only Mother truly cares.
This is Mother's wish.
The rituals have their time-honored conventions, so a concubine must enter through the side gate, or even the back door. Only a proper wife may pass through the main gate.
This must be a message from Duke Zhu's residence, isn't it?
Xiaojin realizes he can't hide it from Gou Chouyan, and his face flushes red.
This is improper. I'll refuse it myself. I've lived in the palace before.
What have I agreed to? I agree to let Chou Yiyi enter through the main gate.
This must never happen.
Look how men are. Now that I've agreed, he still puts on this sanctimonious act. If he truly cared, he wouldn't be here at all.
Husband, hear me out. Husband, you should agree to let Yiyi enter through the main gate. Just like this, it will show the respect she deserves. And honoring her honors, Duke Zhu himself.
But this would wrong you too much.
What true grievance is this? For the sake of your official career, I don't feel wronged at all.
Gu Kaoyan can't stand such cloying affection, can she? But she needs a favor from Xiaojin.
Kaoyan, my husband, please indulge me this once. This time, let Chu Yi enter through the main gate.
Giyu Kaoyan, unable to stomach Xiaojin's feigned tenderness, quickly shifts the topic.
Husband, have you heard about the Ministry of Works building the moat?
How did you find out?
To be honest with you, my lord, I've had my eye on this for quite some time.
Giyu Kaoyan offered a half-truth, half-lie explanation, and Xiaojin suddenly understood.
So for your sake, my lord, the moat project, I intend to vie for it.
Well said, indeed.
And how do you plan to compete, my lady?
That is simple enough. Just speak a word to the 5th prince on my behalf, and with his discreet support, the matter is all but assured.
But building the moat is a civil engineering endeavor.
Lady Shen Yi is short on funds.
But I have just the solution.
I'll handle it tomorrow.
I'll make sure this comes to fruition for father.
She was determined to make Xiaojin see that she was aiding him in this, not begging for his favor. With business concluded, Xiaojin showed no sign of departing.
The herbal soup has cooled, and I'm feeling weary.
So Liu Keoyan fixed him with a steady gaze, and he finally took the hint to leave.
Then, rest well.
Farewell, father.
Xiaojin assumed Gu Shao. Yan would see her to the door. But upon turning, she was already heading to the bedchamber.
In the afternoon.
You've considered Xiaojin's interests so meticulously.
I wasn't thinking of Xiaojin at all.
Zhiyu Chaoyan,
You're not being entirely truthful, are you?
if not for Xiaojin, then what are you afraid of? Lord Li and the Minister of Works are scheming against him.
Do you understand?
Crystal clear. Clear as day. Pei Lai is genuinely furious.
I'm not concerned about anyone targeting Xiaojin, but the moat construction project. I must secure it and use him once more.
You're helping him. No matter how Pei Lai tries, he just can't get past us. This official doesn't mind you wanting to help Sister Xiao, but under the premise of aiding Xiaojin, you then come seeking this official's help. It is rather thoughtless, wouldn't you say?
I didn't help him.
This time, Pei Lai held his retort. Why must this official oversee the moat project? Giyu Chaoyan offered no reply to that.
My lord, you may name your terms.
I have no wish to say.
The moment hasn't arrived yet.
I accept your terms. The condition is that the lady teach me the abacus.
Teach what? Abacus?
He looked astonished, as if that skill truly needed a tutor. The lady need not teach it. When does the lady intend to begin the lessons?
Whenever it suits my lord.
This official is available right now.
Master, something's wrong. What has happened?
I heard Pei Lai has been assigned to oversee the moat construction project as the Vice Minister of the Garrison Division.
That is Pei Lai.
So what?
Lord Zhuang, have you forgotten how he framed both you and me before? You've only just secured the moat construction contract, and now he has suddenly been made the supervising official.
There must be a conspiracy at play here.
Perhaps.
Then what are we to do?
Husband, what do you think we should do?
Why don't we reduce our risk by investing less money, so that even if he schemes against us, we won't suffer a complete loss?
But that is impossible right now. 1.5 million is Shen Yi as bottom line.
Indeed.
We must guard against Pei Lai. Suddenly, Xiaojin took her hand and pulled her close.
Rest assured, no matter what, I won't let you face the danger alone. If Pale dares to trouble you,
I absolutely won't allow it.
Gazing at the hand clasped in Xiaojin's, Giu Keoyan suddenly felt a wave of nausea.
Husband, please don't because of my feud with Pei Lai. I'm afraid, as the Garrison Division's Vice Minister, with your current position and status, it is best not to provoke him. Even the 5th Prince might not dare to truly offend him.
What are you saying? We husband and wife are one body. If you're in trouble, how could I stand idly by?
Giyu Keoyan felt like laughing again.
If my uncle had stood idly by and not pushed me into the pit of fire, I wouldn't hate you nearly as much. These words from my husband are enough.
Gu Xiaoyun suddenly recalled something.
Mother has actually vacated the east courtyard to turn it into the bridal chamber for you and Chu Yi. What a farce.
Mother is truly becoming more and more muddled.
This lord, on this matter, I'm willing to yield.
Zhou Yan, you don't think I'm one of those ungrateful wretches, do you? You came before Han Chengji, and now you've taken on the risky moat project for me. Letting Chu Yi Yi Zheng the main gate has already broken the rules. And now you're mocking me for yielding the east courtyard to him. I simply cannot do it.
But Sister Xiao, the things you claim you cannot do, you gradually accomplish to perfection. So let's discuss this matter again.
This time Xiaojin was not content to leave, his eyes gleaming with anticipation.
Master Zhao Yan, then I shan't leave. Is that all right?
My husband wishes to stay here.
Xiaojin's face flushed with slight embarrassment.
I don't know.
I don't know if that is possible.
Of course it is.
Seeing him approach the bed, Xiaojin hesitated for a moment, his body seeming to ignite with fire. Warm and feverish, until he saw Giu Chaoyan bend down. He suddenly reached out and clutched the bedding. Giyu Keoyan, turning around, was stunned, as was Xiaojin.
This is my bedding. I'll have 19 fetch a new quilt shortly. Husband, please wait a moment.
Xiaojin,
I know your intentions, my lord. But right now, Miss Rong's pregnancy is delicate. If she learns you're staying in my room, She might overthink it.
She has no right to dwell on such matters.
Gu Zhaoyan knew that men were truly the most unreliable creatures.
My lord, please don't say such things. Miss Run carries your own flesh and blood in her belly. We mustn't take it lightly.
Xiao Jin gazed at the alluring beauty before him, finding his desires increasingly hard to contain. Speaking of which,
this is our new bridal chamber. Take another look. It stirs up such tender memories in me.
Let my lord stay the night.
Seeing the raw longing in Xiao Jin's eyes, Jiyu Kaoyan suddenly felt her stomach churn with nausea. One more step too late, and she feared she'd retch and disgrace herself.
You're the one blaming me.
If I had even the slightest dissatisfaction with my husband, I wouldn't have poured my entire dowry into this. And I'd still secure your standing before the 5th prince. In just 3 days, Chu Yi will be wed and enter our home. So husband, you should retire to the study.
Why?
If he knew you were keeping yourself chaste for his sake, he'd be overjoyed. The Duke of Zhu would be pleased, and your path ahead would be so much smoother. If I can draw close to the Minister of Works once more, your future holds such promise, my lord.
Compared to a fleeting moment of pleasure, Xiao Jin clearly values his career far more.
Lady Zhao, I don't care about anything else. I only care about you.
But I care about you, my husband. Just think of it as doing it for me, for the sake of our general's mansion.
No, you stay here, and I'll return to the study.
Jiyu Kaoyan, where exactly did you and those 10 escorts go? 10 men!
Even if these words aren't proven, just speaking them out loud is enough to stir up wild imaginations.
Xiao Zili, you've slandered me time and again. And today, this matter needs an explanation.
You're not sullied. So where is this mud you're slinging?
If you can't produce evidence today, I have no other demands. You leave the general's mansion, or I will.
Doesn't he care deeply about his reputation? Wei Xiaojin guarding his chastity is meaningless. But before the divorce, he can't afford to lose it.
Young Master Jiyu, you're truly wanton and unrestrained.
Lady Xiaoli feigns heartfelt concern.
Master Zhao, you must explain this clearly, or it is hard for us to believe you.
Xiao Junyi grows stern.
That shipment was sent by water route. So why did you go to the Dingyuan escort agency? And what is this about the 10 escorts, head escort he mentioned?
Speak less. As long as you lose, I'll believe you.
Giyu Kaoyan sits in her chair, scanning everyone around, including the silent Ron Lan, her gaze finally settling on Hibiotu.
Where is the evidence? You claim I left the capital with 10 escorts. So call them here to confront me.
Giyu Changyan, aren't you making this impossible? Didn't you hear head escort he say those 10 escorts are dead? Speaking of which, wasn't it you who killed Chen?
Me? Who killed him?
Ron Lan approaches with feigned goodwill, offering insincere advice.
Sister Yan, though the innocent need no defense, but if you don't make this matter clear, how can the constable trust you?
Elder Zhao, go ahead and speak.
Jiyu Kaoyan grew impatient and tossed out 2 words.
Evidence.
Elder Zhao.
Stop your shouting. I've made it perfectly clear. Crystal clear. If you have evidence, bring it forward and hand me over. Be it the sword officer or the jailer. I'll go into the cage without a fight.
Do you have any? Giyu Kaoyan, don't think that by denying it, we're powerless against you. When your time comes to die, we'll show no mercy.
Sister, I've come to see you.
Who are you?
From the Jiangninggu mansion, Qinzhou.
He looked up and locked eyes with Xiao Junyi.
Qinzhou.
Didn't sister tell you she has a younger brother?
Giyu Kaoyan didn't want Qinzhou to see her in such a disheveled state, but he was already here.
As she had said before.
Qinzhou raised his head and scanned the crowd.
So, you either don't remember sister's words at all, or you've never taken the Jiangninggu mansion seriously. My sister married into your general's mansion. Is this how you bully her?
Xiao Zailin finally snapped out of it.
You're Giyu Chaoyan's younger brother. Then, trouble you to ask your shameless sister what good deeds she is done.
Qinzhou's gaze turned icy in an instant.
Shameless.
He shifted his stance and stepped right up to Xiao Zailin.
She betrayed her husband with another man.
Then why not verify her chastity?
Someone, come!
Summon someone to examine Miss Xiao.
These words sent a thunderbolt crashing down on Xiao Zilin.
Miss Ron can be examined as well.
Ron Lan wanted to say a few more words, but before he could even speak, Qinzhou lashed out at him.
You're spouting utter nonsense!
Lady Xiaoli is perfectly clear-headed, and her own daughter isn't even married yet. What kind of purity test is this?
I can't say if I'm the one talking nonsense. But I do know that in this hall right now, aside from my elder sister, not one woman remains untouched. Yet only my elder sister is wed, and the old madam counts as another.
So, you two can skip the test.
If funds are short, I'll front the cost. Aren't you two the ones doubting her chastity?
This is the general's mansion in the Qin dynasty. How dare you act so brazenly?
Sister, has he found out you killed someone? You mustn't stay with people like this.
Who do they say I killed?
The head of the Dingyuan escort bureau slandered my sister in the marketplace, and that escort bureau won't stay in business much longer.
What? You think the Jiangningu family can ruin my Dingyuan escort bureau's business? They're not nearly formidable enough.
It is not the Jiangningu residents. It is me, Qin Zhao.
On what authority?
Because I am the head of the Huainan Chamber of Commerce.
He had long heard the renowned name of the Huainan Chamber of Commerce, but never imagined its leader would be Qin Zhao. He Laiwen's face drained of color.
Qin Zhao, you dare threaten escort head here right in front of this general. But what shameful deed did your sister commit to deserve this?
What has my sister done? I only remember the Battle of Henshin all those years ago, when my sister emptied her coffers to pull you from the jaws of death, making her your savior. Yet now, General Xiao, you allow others to slander my sister, and this is how you repay her. Rather ungrateful, wouldn't you say?
This general has never doubted Zhao Yan.
My sister, it is not for you to question.
Lady Shelley watched her son choke on his words, speechless with fury.
She flew into a rage, utterly insolent.
Is this how the Gi household teaches its young?
Madam, if you're in the mood for snide remarks, why not check what mosquito left that telltale red mark on your daughter's neck? That must have been one hefty mosquito.
Why bring up such a trivial matter?
My sister and I can do without your family.
As he gazed at the hand reaching toward him, tears suddenly welled up in Gou Xiaoyan's eyes. For in his past life, he had been tormented by these very people. I never dared tell my family. Now he finally gets it. Turns out he can't shoulder every burden alone. Being shielded by family feels so warm. With fierce resolve, she grasps his hand.
Let's leave.
Xiaojin flies into a rage at the sight.
We must investigate today's incident thoroughly. No one leaves until it is clear.
Just then, a squad of sword-wielding guards storms the general's mansion. Pei Lai, in his official feather-pressed robe, dramatically materializes at the gate.
Guards, seize He Biao. Lord Pei, what is the meaning of this?
Pei Li merely rolls his eyes at Xiaojin, barging right in as well. He positions himself before Qin Zhao, yet fixes his gaze on Gao Yan. What connection is this?
Your little wife. Gyo Yan only stayed one night at Baohua Temple. Even my brother was there. Yet so were you, that night at Baohua Temple.
Gyo Qiaoyan's heart quivered, leaving her utterly bewildered.
I've trusted the wrong person.
Steward, bring the man down. Brother, don't you want to know the truth?
Xiaojin turned to Gu Qiaoyan. What are you staring at?
Let's see what your husband has to say. I propose we summon Miss Lu's personal guard and get the facts straight. Then bring him in.
Xiaojin's face darkened. Then summon him at once.
This humble servant, Chen Yong Kautos, before General Xiao.
To report to General Xiao.
I, Chen Yong, a lowly commoner, once served Miss Lu Yao, daughter of the Minister of War, as her personal guard.
Tell everyone present exactly how many days Gyu Soyan stayed at Baohua Temple.
Chen Yong, speak freely with me here. As long as you speak the truth, no one will dare harm a hair on your head.
Xiaojin's words were aimed squarely at Qin Zhao.
Did General Xiao not just say the very same to escort leader? Do your words carry weight? Lord P.
Qin Zhao suddenly spoke up, turning to Pei Lai. Pei Lai raised his head slightly, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over them, utterly aloof and chilling.
If I may presume to ask, what fate awaits escort leader He?
Pei Lai tugged at his ear and drawled indifferently. Death.
Lord Pei is most astute.
Flattered by Qin Zhao, Pei Lai showed not a flicker of pleasure. This official has already lingered here.
Must you still grovel and fawn like this? I can't stand the sight of you. Your voice is utterly grating. So hurry up and shut your mouth. No interest. Strangers, keep your distance.
Xiaojin paid Qin Zhao no further mind.
Chen Yong, speak to General Xiao.
Madam Ji, Madam Go stayed only one night at Baohua Temple. The very night you arrived there. Prior to that meditation room stood empty.
Xiaojin fools, silent.
General, Ji, how do you explain this?
Qin Zhao steps forward, but Gou Qiaoyan pulls her sister back.
Let me step aside.
Pei Lai catches sight of the two tugging at each other, and suddenly feels a stifling lump in his chest, like cotton wool crammed inside.
He turns away, feeling suffocated.
As if I were blind.
What do I even need to explain? Shouldn't he be the one doing the explaining? Chen Yong, for coming here to slander me like this. Does your young miss know about it?
My young miss shares a close bond with you. Or else why would you have her testify on your behalf?
Jiu Chaoyan sees through it all. Lu Yao hasn't betrayed me.
Never mind. Whatever. It is just this one little thing. Yet you've dragged it up over and over how many times now? Isn't it just about suspecting me of fooling around with some man? Char is absolutely right. Call someone to examine me. Let everyone witness it together.
Jiu, have the steward fetch the midwife. Those midwives are all in cahoots with you, aren't they?
Just to speak your mind. Don't lay a hand on me. If it really comes to blows, you might not get the upper hand.
Xiao Xiling winces at the pain in her wrist, and shoots a pleading glance back at Xiao Jing.
And Zhao Yan, let's talk this out properly.
Husband, can't you see? Haven't I been speaking quite civilly? Are you blind? Like, right now, when I'm seething with anger. But I figure your dear sister must have her reasons for suspecting me. So I won't hold it against her. I won't hold it against her. But that doesn't mean I have to put up with her slandering me time and again like this. It is such a straightforward matter. Find a midwife to see if I've ever had an illicit affair with another man, or done anything to betray my husband. One examination will reveal the truth. But this Yangsha matter, for me, is utter humiliation. This disgrace, I have no reason to bear alone. Xiao Ziling and Dou Yaohuan must undergo it with me. What do you say, my lord?
I won't do it. I haven't done anything wrong. By this nighttime interrogation. Absolutely not.
You don't get to refuse.
And you've got plenty of silver. Those evening winds must all have been bribed by you.
Mama Zhao from the palace. Can General Xiao trust Master Pei? Xiao Jin suddenly cuts in on Gil Zhaoyan.
Turning to Pei Li. This is the general's family matter. No need for Master Pai to trouble himself.
Pei Li ignores him as well, whispering a few words in Luo Feng's ear to Pei Li. General Xiao, don't misunderstand. I'm Luo Fengke. Take your lead back first. We didn't call for Mama Zhao. Since you're unwilling, this official has no interest in meddling further. Pei Li departs without so much as a farewell.
Let's go.
Leaving only Qing Zhao as the outsider in the hall, he is still not willing to let it go.
Big sis, you told me to leave.
You go back first.
Be good, sis.
Qing Zhao turns to Xiao Jin, his gaze cold as winter stars. Big sis.
Remember, you're not standing alone. You have me.
This time, Gil Zhaoyan truly grasps Zhao Yan's plight.
I just want to know exactly what happened back then. Did anything compromise your chastity during the bathing and fasting at Baohua Temple? I trust you.
With no outsiders left in the general's mansion now, husband, why not summon a midwife to verify things privately behind closed doors? But Miss Rong couldn't keep hers hidden. Her belly's right there for all to see. Xiling went through the same verification as I did.
Diukaya, what exactly are you trying to do?
I should be the one asking you that.
Gale Koyan strides forcefully toward Xiao Xiling.
You live off what I provide every day, drink what I offer, wear what I give. But what have you been doing behind my back? Even the dog I keep, even dogs wag their tails when they see me. You've got quite a mouth on you, cursing me right to my face. I won't hold this against you. Though you're just a child speaking without filter, not yet grown up. But this time, you've crossed my bottom line.
You definitely have a problem. You weren't even at Baohua Temple practicing austerity.
In my view, this matter can be considered settled. No need to call in any midwife. In just 2 days, our general's mansion will host a joyous wedding. If we bring in a midwife and word of Yanqing's affair gets out, won't our general's mansion become the laughingstock? You should think more about Jiner and Xiling too.
Why should I consider them? I've never seen them consider me once. Has my mother ever considered me?
It was just Xiao Li Shishi scheming with her wishful thinking moments ago. He saw right through it.
Zhao Yan, this matter is indeed Xiling's fault. I apologize to you on his behalf. Don't push it just because you're in the right.
Xiao Xiling has no ground to stand on, yet he claims 3 points. I'm in the right, so why should I yield? Husband, is this double standard fair? You can hold Xiao Xiling to the standards of a lowly woman, but please don't hold me to the standards of a saint. With joy, repay resentment. How then to repay kindness?
Don't get too smug.
What people do, heaven sees. Better to meet your end soon and be reborn.
Young master, for my sake.
Gil Koyan has vented enough. I don't really want to hear it. Lady Xiao finishes her words, then turns and leaves the main hall.
Mother, watch this!
This slap is from Xiaojin.
静儿, how could you strike your own sister so harshly?
Mother, you're still spoiling him. This whole mess is entirely his doing, stirring up trouble from nothing. From the start, he is suspected K.O. Yan of failing to uphold wifely virtue. And today, he's only doubled down on it. How dare you shed tears now? Today, you've dragged the entire general's mansion through the mud. Mother, you'd best quickly find her a husband's family to marry off to.
No, the Duke of Chou's mansion is becoming utterly outrageous. Zhao Yan has been so magnanimous as to let Chu Yiyi enter through the main gate. And now they're even waiving the kneeling rite. What does he think he is doing?
Hush. Isn't Mother being too indulgent toward him?
He meant Chu Yi.
It is not indulgence.
Xiao Lishi subconsciously glanced at Giyu Keoyan, who sat there in silence.
It is only natural.
Only natural. In her previous life, Xiao Lishi had relied solely on these 4 words to force her into bowing her head, retreating and yielding time and again.
Mother, I disagree with this matter.
I didn't ask you. I'm discussing this with Zhao Yan. He is the master here. It is for him to decide. Besides, if he doesn't wish it, I wouldn't force it on him. So why the rush?
But I consent, and with 1 word, I leave the room stunned. This is the sole safeguard in the concubinage rite that preserves Giyu Keoyan's dignity. I never imagined he'd actually agree. Even Xiao Zailing finds it unbelievable.
I knew Zhao Yan was the most sensible. And since it is already up to him, this matter can follow suit. Master Zhao, rest assured. He is just being headstrong in this moment. But once she weds into the general's mansion, she'll face all the due customs, and I won't spare her a single one.
Hold your tongue. Xiaojin was equally taken aback. Even as a man, he knew full well how outrageous Chu Yi's demands were. For no reason he could name, a flicker of pity and heartache welled up in him.
I have matters to attend to.
Xiaojin trailed that figure vanishing through the mansion gates. Zhiyu Kaoyan led Shiju into the carriage, heading straight for Yinhua Street. The carriage pulled up behind the Xushui Pavilion.
Fading away, sister, about taking a concubine. I'll go.
Giyu Keoyan had just sat down when she heard Qin Zhao's startling suggestion.
What are you going there for?
To back you up.
Such an important event as taking a concubine. With guests gathering in droves, they're really just afraid I'll stir up trouble.
Sister, you're still smiling. Xiaojin's gone too far. I just can't swallow this insult.
I can vent this anger myself.
Zhiyu Keoyan then confided something to Qin Zhao. I'm selling the shops. Just like when I married into the general's mansion a year ago. I'll convert all the dowry shops into cash. How clever Qin Zhao is.
And he wants to buy those shops.
Those are all the fruits of my labor. Not even a single copper coin of mine will I leave across from the general's mansion.
A smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face.
If I'm not mistaken, the reason you're so boldly selling the shops is to raise funds for the moat construction project.
My Zhaoer is so sharp.
But that is only one of the reasons.
What identity do you want me to use to buy those shops?
A stranger.
That is not hard.
Naturally.
Giyu Kaoyan looked up at the man across from her.
My Zhaoer is so capable, and quite handsome too.
Qin Zhao's cheeks flushed at the praise.
And you're no different.
No, Giyu. Keijuan pinched his fingers, teasing him just like in their childhood.
I'm still a tiny bit behind. And you're only a little short too, so you need to work harder, okay?
Sister, in my heart.
Beneath Qin Zhao's calm, serene expression, a surge of uncontrollable emotions welled up from the depths of his heart.
You're the best in my heart, sister. Sister. No one is more important than you, not even myself.
These words were taught to him by Gou Qiaoyan.
In this world, besides father and mother, no one matters more than big sis. You got that? You're not even as important as I am. So you have to stick by my side. Protect me. If you ever go missing, I'll vanish right along with you.
Master Pei! My sparring partner! Pei Li! Where are you?
On the door panel, Pei Lai, soaked to the bone by the rain, heard the voice and looked up in a daze.
Pei Lai!
A flicker of warmth stirred in Pei Lai, his body instinctively drawing closer, unwilling to part. Yet his heart was like the ruins before him, long barren and desolate beyond any hope of rebuilding. His mother concubine could never return to life. Giyu Keoyan held him close like this, saying nothing more. He could feel Pei Lai's fear, raw and heartbreaking.
Geokeoyen. The man in his arms finally spoke.
He abruptly released him, his hand still gripping the shoulder tightly, pausing for a beat before Geokeoyen suddenly rose to his feet. Without so much as a glance at Pei Lai, he turned and bolted away.
Inside the carriage.
What on earth was Madam doing? How did she end up falling like this?
Back to the city, quickly.
It was the day he witnessed Pei Lai lose his temper. In the cliffside cave, had he not sworn to the heavens, vowing to keep the secret, he'd be buried in those green hills, and his mad dash back, without daring a second glance, was all to ease the awkwardness. Who would want their most wretched state exposed to others time and again? He didn't want Pei Lai to see, nor did he want Pei Lai slinking into the carriage with his head down. 19 was stunned.
Hui Zheng.
What a coincidence. Master P, who knew we'd run into you here?
When did Madam and I ever set a meeting?
It wasn't me who arranged to meet you, sir.
You said it with her, and Madam agreed.
Gu Keoyen nodded. Then why at noon today? I don't see Madam Gu here.
You have a keen eye, my lord. My lady has an urgent matter to discuss with young Master Qin.
I momentarily forgot there was no one to speak with.
And the atmosphere turned icy. 19 silently turned to glance at her mistress.
It was indeed my oversight.
Did you have an appointment with Qin Zhao yesterday? He thought sincerity was his trump card.
Shall this official make an appointment? You already have an appointment. Is there something wrong with how this official expresses himself?
Does Madame Gu have an issue with comprehension? As the saying goes, the lady understood this official's invitation and agreed to it. Then why is Geokeoyen acting so aloof? He couldn't help but sneeze, and suddenly remembered something. Right then, Lord Pei pulled a jade plaque shaped like a pair of scissors from his bosom.
This black jade, isn't it you?
After he handed over the jade plaque, the atmosphere in the carriage shifted once more. Lord Pei Lai gripped the black jade with one hand, his gaze never leaving the jade plaque.
Don't cry. How about I give you this one-of-a-kind treasure?
Oh, this jade is quite valuable, you know.
I'll call you Little Black, since it is black too.
Pei Lai, Geokeoyen. You don't even remember me. Surely you haven't forgotten this priceless treasure. So what exactly is this priceless treasure? Geokeoyen, your memory is terrible. And you're lying too.
Last night, with my maid's ultimate ploy, Lord Pei was acting so oddly.
Do only you think so? You think this madam didn't notice?
If she holds a grudge against Madam, that would be disastrous.
19. Tell me, under what circumstances would one be willing to die for another? Out of love.
Geokeoyen sat up straight with a grave expression.
Take this fiendish maid. For instance, she utterly adores Madam and Zhenyang too, and dotes on Madam as well. And young Master Qin, who is Madam's younger brother. We'd all brave fire and flood for Madam, and Lord Pei as well.
At these words, Geokeoyen turned back to 19.
Don't spout nonsense.
And what of Pei Lai? Geokeoyen furrowed his brow, wondering why Pei Lai treated him so kindly.
My lord has matters to attend to.
Zhao, let me come in and speak with you.
Tomorrow is my lord's joyous wedding day. You should return to your chamber and prepare yourself. Have you tried on the wedding attire? And has the steward clearly explained tomorrow's proceedings to my lord?
Master Zhao, what words from my lord have stirred your anger?
This union was one I sought for my lord myself. How could I possibly be angry?
I'm taking another woman as my wife, and you're truly not upset.
Even Geokeoyen couldn't help but smile at those words. Had Xiaojin said this before bringing Rowan Lan home, and asked him just once like that, he never would have seen Xiaojin as an utter scoundrel.
Since ancient times, men taking 3 wives and 4 concubines is commonplace. Father, think no more of it. Once Miss Rowan bears the eldest grandson, I shall not neglect her in the least.
Just as Xiaojin outside the door longed to speak again, the candlelight within flickered out. So it is when that person no longer lingers in one's heart. Not only his marriage to another, but even his death would leave one untouched. A mere quarter hour's less sleep, and the eastern sky begins to pale. The dawn's light is soft and subtle. At this moment, gongs and suna blare in festive clamor. Xiaojin, clad in his wedding robes, mounts a prancing steed, then rides forth to fetch his bride from Duke Zhu's manor. Xiao Zeling sensed Runlan's troubled heart and took her arm, soothing her.
Brother's marriage to Chu Yiyi was a dire necessity.
What she cherishes most is still you.
It was I who first met Brother Jin.
And yet, Run Lan bowed her head once more. Her hands gently caressed her still unshowing belly.
But why must it be Chu Yi who first weds into the general's household?
Isn't it all Gyo Keoyen's doing? If not for his scheme back then, why does that concubine have so much trouble on her mind? You've long called me your sister-in-law.
Approaching Xiaojin was the mission, but falling for Xiaojin came from my true heart. For me, Ruan Lan, either I feel no love at all, or it is the only one that matters. Be it Chu Yi or Giyu Chaoyan, sooner or later, I will make them all vanish from this world. Meanwhile, at the general's mansion, Gu Keoyan heads to the front yard to make a brief appearance, and is just about to return to his chambers, when unexpectedly 19 fails to appear, but instead he spots a note on the desk to save 19.
Head to the wasteland in the western suburbs.
No doubt about it, someone has kidnapped 19. He had thought ruining her clothes was malicious enough, but their malice runs far deeper than that. Xiaojin has already set out to fetch the bride, and by the auspicious hour, he'll be back in just half an hour. Someone doesn't want him showing up at the wedding hall, and is actually threatening him with 19's life.
Fine. Very fine. Indeed.
He accepts the threat. Whether he can stand in the main hall, or drink that cup of tea, from Chu Yi, none of it matters. But if anything happens to 19, then he swears it. This marriage, Xiaojin won't get to consummate it. In the alley behind the general's mansion, Lo Feng, what is the auspicious hour for the wedding ceremony?
Reporting to you, my lord, the 13th quarter of the Chen hour, less than an hour remains.
You just said 19 left. The general as mentioned half an hour ago.
I saw it with my own eyes. What was 19 clutching in her hand?
At that moment, I received the signal that today, any unusual activity in the general's mansion must be brought straight back to the Gongwei division. Not long after, our lord arrived in person.
Where is she?
The men I sent to tell him haven't returned yet.
The sparring partner dozes off lightly.
I'll go fetch them right away.
Remember, before Gyo Keochen returns, don't let Shu Yi set foot inside the general's mansion.
Master Pei, what a coincidence!
Let's go.
Gyo Keoyen knew Pei Lai couldn't be the man across from them.
Shall we go together?
Or die together.
Master Pei, watch out for Sis.
Sis, but I'm injured.
I'm fine. Hurry back to the city and get the Gongwei's men to come help. Tell them, Master Pei is in danger.
He couldn't abandon Pei Lai.
Sis, what are you planning to do?
I'll go help.
Hurry back and send word.
Sis, you're serious.
Go now.
The one charging at Pei Lai wasn't him.
Qin Zhao.
Qin Zhao, get back here!
Pei Lai can't die, and his moves can't falter either. He can go off and die on his own. But I can't stand by and watch Qin Zhao rush into the fight.
Qin Zhao!
Qin Miu's coming over.
Qin Zhao.
Pei Li and Qin Zhao joined forces against Di Jiang. Once the man leaves, Pei Lai and Qin Zhao swiftly retreated to Ji Yukoyen's side, shielding her.
Sis, let's head back to the capital first.
Qin Zhao stepped forward, taking Gu Keoyen's hand, and forcibly pulling her from Pei Lai's grasp.
You're injured.
Pei Lai stood there, glaring coldly at Gu Keoyen, while fussing over Qin Zhao's arm with endless concern.
As if only Qin Zhao was hurt. My arm's been slashed several times too, and blood seeping out. Are you blind, Gu Chaoyan?
Madam Gu, have you forgotten what day it is? Jiu Keoyen suddenly remembered something.
19 is still in that man's hands.
19 hasn't he left the city yet, and Luo Fen's already sent a man to tail him. But if Madam doesn't return soon, I'm afraid something's about to go wrong at the general's mansion wedding.
Sister, head back to the Imperial City first.
Qin Zhao suddenly turns back.
Could you please have Lord Pei bring the horse over?
His sister shouldn't be seen by too many people while in the carriage, to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Gyo Keoyen helps Qin Zhao into the carriage.
Be careful. Let me bandage you up first.
She turns back to look at Pei Lai.
Drive slowly, my lord.
Pei Lai is stunned.
I'm the one driving. I'm injured too. And my arm hurts like hell.
Young master, Ho.
What are your orders, my lord?
Pei Lai swallows hard.
As Su Wen.
Oh, sure.
Drive to Yinghua Street. Right now.
The Lord is injured.
When did you go blind?
That you only now notice the blood on the ground. That is not the Lord's.
Pei Lai thrust his left arm right in front of Luo Feng. I'm asking you, why you only now see all these gashes? Are you blind, couldn't see one?
Or even two? Even a blind dog couldn't miss that blaze and still gets chopped. Okay.
Luo Feng's eyes widen, and only now he notices the multiple knife wounds on Pei Lai's left arm.
You've been through a lot, my lord. It is blood, all right hidden by the collar of your clothes.
Pei Lai shoots him 2 sharp glares.
Go find the Imperial physician right away.
No, rush. Let's make a stop at the general's mansion. Luo Feng looks utterly bewildered.
My lord, think this over. Lord Zhuge was already furious just now.
Pei Lai stops in his tracks, his gaze sweeping over once more.
The carriage is right ahead.
Whether Lord Zhuge is angry or not, what does it matter if you go, my lord? It is his family elders getting mad that is truly terrifying. We've been toasting the general's mansion for a full hour. At last, the gongs, drums and so on resound.
The newlyweds enter!
The moment they step through the gate, Qingran's face falls as she stands beside Chu Yiyi.
Miss, Yu Chaoyan is here.
The second Lady Chu hails from a prominent family, so she should understand the rules of taking a concubine. A concubine, upon entering the household, must kneel before the principal wife.
With just one word from young Master Xiao during the tea ceremony.
Young Master Xiao shifted the blame onto Xiao Jin.
Qin Zhao, this is the general's mansion. Don't be so presumptuous.
Lord Pei, according to the Great Cheat Code, what crime is doting on a concubine and destroying the wife?
Pei Li raised his gaze to Qin Zhao, his eyes full of unspoken meaning.
Truly adept at borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha.
Young man,
you've pulled this trick on me twice already. If you can't handle it, don't stick your neck out. Leave the chance to someone who can mete out punishment.
Let this official ponder it. Doting on a concubine and destroying the wife. In our dynasty, it is a grave offense. The husband exiled as a commoner. The concubine flogged without mercy. These words hung in the air. The whole fell silent. Xiao Jin's face drained of color master Zhao.
Cold tea harms the body.
The unspoken intent, drink it while it is hot.
The husband's implication, swap it for hot tea in the wedding hall.
Chu Yi's hand gripping the teacup, knuckles whitening as Qing Zhao pressed on.
If word spreads today of indulging this concubine, Chu Yi disrespecting the principal wife, would that count as doting on a concubine and destroying the wife?
The guests in the courtyard began murmuring among themselves.
I've never heard of any family bringing in a concubine through the main gate. No idea whose brilliant idea that was. But that is doting on a concubine and destroying the wife right there.
Divorce the wife and remarry how? Straightforward. And now, they can't even be bothered to go through the motions of the tea ceremony. If she actually marries in, the principal wife won't survive the bullying.
Does it count?
It does.
Pei Lai answered his own question. Xiao Jin's face shifted from pallor to flush and back again.
Yes.
Chu Yi dropped heavily to her knees on the ground, holding the teacup in both hands and offering it to Jiu Kaoyan.
Madam.
As she offers the tea, Gu Chaoyan's fingertips brush the cup, and in an instant, the tea spills all over him. The entire hall erupts in shock. Chu Yi is stunned as well. He didn't tamper with it. Get up quickly. Jiu Kaoyan steps forward to support Chu Yi's shoulders.
Lowering his voice. Clothes, buttons. I won't blame you for those.
But you targeted the wrong person.
This is merely the overture. The real drama is only just beginning.
Even resignation from office is drawing near.
As Shu Yi is helped reluctantly to her feet,
the master of ceremonies calls out for the bride and groom to enter the bridal chamber.
At this moment, Xiao Zailing, who has been standing guard outside the hall, rushes in to confront Geiyu Kaoyan.
You're breaking your word. You promised the mother before that you wouldn't make Chu Yi kneel. Now look, the whole general's mansion is a laughingstock.
I've broken my word plenty of times. Earlier I even said I'd call in a midwife to examine us both. So why not honor that promise too?
Go on! Fetch her now. What nonsense are you spouting?
If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place.
Geiyu Kaoyan hooks the corner of his lip, his eyes curving with a sly smile. Just as he is about to speak, Qin Zhao approaches. I know an exceptionally skilled midwife. Xiao Zailing looks guilty as a thief, stomps his foot with a huff, and flees in panic.
So, when do you plan to deal with him?
You shouldn't have come today.
Let them bully sister without consequence.
How do you know? I don't have a counterplan.
Qin Zhao glances at Gil Chaoyan's tea-soaked robes.
Sister, you're staging a bitter flesh ploy. I want to expose Choyi's arrogance and overbearing attitude out in the open, and dispel any impression that I'm favoring a concubine over my wife, to lay the groundwork for the situation ahead.
It is all just set up, you get that, right?
Jin Kao's face turned grim.
Hurting yourself to get anything done is just plain stupid. I only did it this once, and don't you dare try it again. Jor felt her heart ache.
I swear I won't.
Xing Cheol could never resist Giyu Cheoyan's coquettish pleas, and helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth.
You promise? You mean it? You swear?
Not far away, Pei Lai watched a certain lady in the wedding hall chatting intimately with Qin Zhao, a spark of anger in his eyes.
Sister Tian, you're thinking backwards.
What else? Like you fidgeting restlessly. Your mind keeps replaying scenes of our husband entangled tenderly with Chu Yiyi, tossing and turning all night.
Gu Shaoyan, don't act all holier than thou here. If you truly didn't care about what happened in the bridal chamber, you wouldn't have deliberately humiliated Chu Yiyi.
Miss Ron, you are mistaken. I wasn't humiliating Chu Yiyi. I was trying to preserve the general's mansion's honor and our husband's life. What do you mean? You must have heard what Pei Lai, the guard from the Gongwei division, said.
That favoring a concubine and destroying the wife is a grave offense. How could I not believe that? Pei Lai took it seriously and went to the authorities with it.
You don't need to believe it.
Runlan aimed a kick at Gu Shouyan's lower abdomen, just as she was about to slam into it with force.
Using the dead fetus in your belly to make our husband swallow his anger towards me, will that truly benefit you? Think it through before you strike.
Runlan was stunned.
To stop our husband from consummating his marriage with Chu Yiyi and conveniently get rid of me, you've truly gone to great lengths.
Runlan hadn't expected Gu Shaoyan to see through her scheme.
Even a blind man could see the rift between me and Chu Yiyi. Clearly, I'm at a disadvantage. If you get rid of a weakling like me, leaving only Chu Yiyi, then I have to ask you, once I'm out of the picture, what will you use to fight Chu Yiyi?
Runlan's heart sank upon hearing this.
How about I point you in the right direction?
Gu Shaoyan glanced at her belly.
Leave this child for Chu Yiyi.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Then let me spell it out for you. The child in your belly is a stillborn.
It is not just that it is weak.
If it were merely weak, what are you standing there for? Or do you think bumping into the table corner will make him strong?
Lady Gu.
He is congenitally deficient. No matter how many tonics you take, this child can't be saved.
Runlan's expression faltered.
If today, because of the dead fetus in your belly, I become a cast-off wife and get driven out of the general's mansion, then what trick do you have to drive out Chu Yiyi next? Have you ever considered that she has Duke Zhuge behind her? What backing do you have?
Gu Shaoyan's words struck Runlan like a blow to the head.
What do you propose?
I can't ally with Chu Yiyi. And you have only two choices. Me or Chu Yiyi.
Seeing Runlan fall silent, Gu Shaoyan sneered.
Are you seriously considering abandoning me?
Why can't I choose her?
You don't deserve it.
Gu Shaoyan made no secret of it, her eyes full of contempt.
Do you think after this marriage was arranged, he didn't investigate you?
Runlan frowned.
He only had designs on me, and spared not a thought for you. Why do you think that is? He has no place for you in his eyes at all.
Gu Shaoyan glanced disdainfully at the table.
Let's discuss our alliance.
My son isn't dead yet.
But just now, you wanted to kill him yourself.
You're no saint either. And you wanted to leave him to Chu Yi.
I've been trying to save him.
Jiu Shaoyan not one to boast of her benevolence. Yet she had never intended to exploit the child.
But we both know, we can't save him.
Jiu Shaoyan glanced out the window.
萧子凌在外头.
Runlan's expression shifted.
Pretend to bump into the table corner, then smash the cup as the signal. He'll hear the noise and rush straight to the bridal chamber to fetch our husband. That way, we'll thoroughly spoil Chu Yi's plans.
Seeing Runlan offer no rebuttal, Jiu Shaoyan knew her guess was spot on. She gazed at the shattered teacup on the floor.
What are you doing?
Xiao Ziling should be able to hear that, right? Shall I smash another one?
Gu Shaoye, you said it yourself.
It is all about cooperation. So on this wedding night, we have to make Chu Yi frown at least a little. At this hour, our husband must be in her bed. Sir, you were injured yesterday. Why didn't you say anything?
Did you even ask me?
I didn't notice Qin Zhao's wound at the time.
So you did. Pei Lai appeared utterly impassive, but inwardly, the more he dwelled on it, the angrier he grew.
It is not that you didn't see. You simply never looked at me at all. Gu Shaoyan, there is not even a trace of me in your eyes.
He was wearing white clothes.
That is irrelevant. I don't care whether you saw me or not. Giyu Cheoyan had come to express her thanks.
About yesterday, thank you, sir.
What are you thanking me for?
If you hadn't suddenly appeared in the western suburbs to save me, if you hadn't stopped that bridal sedan on Lofeng Street, if you hadn't spoken up for me in the general's mansion, I'd have been in real trouble yesterday.
That is the honest truth. I didn't step in to help you for your sake. Don't read into it.
Then who did you do it for, sir?
You're a reliable partner. Pei Lai never blinks when he is being insincere.
If you truly believe that, sir, then I'll take your word for it.
Otherwise, what am I supposed to think? Pei Lai gazed at Gu Cheoyan. I saved you because I like you.
Please don't joke, sir.
I was only joking. Seeing Giyu Cheoyan's face pale with shock, he wondered if confessing his feelings would frighten her to death. But he knew he liked her from a very young age, since he was 7. Before Giyu Cheoyan's sister married into the imperial city, before she wed Xiao Jin, he was already desperate to take her as his wife. Seeing Giyu Cheoyan eager to leave, Pei Lai grew annoyed once more. About the moat construction.
I actually have nothing urgent.
Giyu Cheoyan promptly returned to the table.
Please continue, sir.
What is abacus calculation?
What did you promise this official back then, madam?
Forgot.
Pei Lei's emotions were secretly taut. Your skill at killing the donkey after unloading the mill truly impresses this official.
My lord, are you serious about learning abacus reckoning?
Pei Lai said nothing, and directly picked up the golden abacus from the corner of the table.
What would you like to calculate, my lord?
This page.
Whose ledger is this?
It looks like a loss-making deal at first glance. Mrs. Giyu, no need to pry.
My lord, go ahead and calculate. I'll watch from the side.
Without teaching you?
I want to see where your weaknesses lie, my lord, so I can offer some targeted guidance.
Pei Lai was picking a fight.
Click, clack. He manipulated the beads furiously and finally tallied all the additions and subtractions on the first page. What do you think, Mrs. Gu?
Shall I have you run through it again, my lord?
Once the clacking of the beads ceased, Madam, shall this official do it once more?
No need.
My lord, did you notice anything?
You've manipulated the abacus 3 times, yielding 3 different results.
So which one is correct? Giyu Cheoyan couldn't believe Pei Lai was this inept. Was he testing her?
If I say none of them are right,
would you believe me, my lord? It is possible.
After all, his self-assessment of his abacus skills is subjective and accurate. He is just no good at it. If none are correct, which one do you think is closest, madam? Giyu Cheoyan didn't want to explain.
Or perhaps I'll do it once, for you to see, my lord.
Actions speak louder than 10,000 words.
My lord, watch closely as I run through it.
Pei Lai stood by the table, looking down at Giyu Cheoyan as she deftly manipulated the beads.
My lord, you've seen it clearly now. This ledger shows a loss of 97 taels, 8 guan, and 3 chen in silver.
Are you certain your figures are correct?
Absolutely precise.
Then submit it.
How dare you bring up the matter of morning and evening, greetings and tea offerings? Back then, you promised me that I wouldn't have to perform the tea offering upon entering the household. But you pulled that stunt in the bridal hall. Gu Cheoyan, making me lose face in the bridal hall. What do you gain from that? I don't need to gain anything. As long as you're unhappy, I'm thrilled.
Chu Yiyi was taken aback for a moment. Even Jingren found it unbelievable.
How dare the madam speak to my lady like that?
You know full well that my lady is speaking to the second madam.
Shiju steps forward, confronting Jingren directly. This display made Giyu Chaos' brow twitch. Who hadn't expected this girl to bare her teeth at such a crucial moment? She was pleased, and she liked it.
As the principal wife of the general's household, she should know propriety and uphold virtue, with words matching deeds. Seeing her maid act this way, it was clear her mistress hadn't taught her well.
You know very well that my lady is the principal wife of the general's household.
Shiju lifted her chin, adopting an arrogant demeanor. At this point, Chu Yiyi held back Jingren and sneered.
Is this how you raised her?
Your maid knows nothing of decorum.
And you know so much about rules yourself. Then what procedure should a concubine follow? What sort of ceremony?
You can't claim ignorance.
Yet you deliberately trample on my boundaries time and again, testing whether I truly agree to your terms.
She knew Chu Yi's nature, outwardly dignified and elegant, but in truth, the best at stirring up trouble, at shifting with the wind, at putting on a show. and at deception.
Since you agreed, why go back on your word?
The second madam truly has the forgetfulness of the highborn. In the wedding hall, I've already explained why I went back on my word.
I didn't touch your clothes or the buttons, nor did I lay a hand on your maid.
I told you, the one you targeted was 19. You're protesting your innocence far too much. It is only making you look guiltier. You couldn't even keep that secret hidden yourself.
Second madam.
Chu Yi's face flushed crimson with rage. Just then, Xiao Lix's figure appeared at the arched gateway.
Madam, old madam.
19, leaning sideways with her sharp eyes, was just about to warn her mistress when she froze in stunned silence. Her mistress suddenly cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground.
Second madam, you've got it all wrong. I never intended to force you to kneel here in the wedding hall.
It was simply the guests seated in the hall who started questioning. If they catch even the slightest handle on us, both my husband and you would be hauled off to the guard division. What sort of infernal place is that? No one who enters ever comes out alive.
Giyu Keoyan threw herself down onto the stone path, tears flowing freely as if on command.
I know I'm the one who went back on her word, no matter what. It was I who shamed second madam in the wedding hall. I'll take the beatings and punishments without complaint. Please, second madam, don't let father disown me.
Standing right across from her, Chu Yi watched wide-eyed as Giyu Keoyan wept, then pinched her own right arm hard with her left hand. She was utterly shocked, framing someone so brazenly and in broad daylight. 19 caught on quick and lunged forward.
Not so fast.
This servant begs second madam to spare my mistress.
As the maid pleaded, Xiao Lishi at the arched gate took in the whole shocking scene and instantly grasped the situation. She seized a matron beside her and bolted away. Giyu Keoyan, prostrate on the ground, had foreseen exactly this reaction. Having lived 2 lifetimes, if he still hopes Xiao Lishi will speak up for him, he'd have died and lived in vain. As Xiao Lishi scurries away, Giyu Keoyan wiped away her tears and rose from the ground.
Giyu Keoyan, you really know how to put on a show.
No choice. If I'd hesitated even a moment, I'm afraid the second madam would have fallen first.
Chu Yi's face paled with fury.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing at all.
Giyu Keoyan extended her arm to Shiju.
Her lips are swollen.
Madam, are you alright?
Of course I am. The second madam was so fierce just now. I was nearly scared out of my wits.
Giyu Keoyan ignored the shocked and venomous glare from across the way, pulling Shiju past her. Chu Yi had never swallowed such a silent humiliation before.
How dare she stoop to such petty villainy?
Next time, with a long chat from the old madam, it won't be hard for the eldest miss to deal with Giyu Keoyan. Rather than seeking a momentary thrill from sharp words, or we wait a bit longer.
That is how people are. When you treat them the same way, they can't accept it.
I've come to discuss the moat construction with you.
My husband wants me to withdraw.
The plan can't just end here. He won't let anyone disrupt it.
But how confident are you?
If I succeed in this matter, the credit will all go to you, my husband. If I say it fails, you'll divorce me.
Xiao Jin is stunned. Gu Chaoyan grasps Xiao Jin's hand. Husband, hear me out.
If it fails, you'll distance yourself from me and bear no responsibility for the fallout, nor will it implicate the general's household.
Yan, what kind of man do you take me for?
Giyu Keoyan is at a loss for words.
I wouldn't dare think so little of you.
If not for all I've been through, he'd have me in tears by now. Giyu Keoyan feels a wave of self-loathing, her eyes brimming with feigned affection.
I know your love for me runs deep as the ocean, and mine for you is the same. As long as it is to your advantage, I'd brave fire and flood for you.
At these words, Xiao Jin is truly touched, reaching out to embrace her. But Giyu Keoyan can't bear it.
Husband, you should go now.
Xiao Jin looks puzzled, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes.
Why last night, after your wedding night with Yi, you fled to the bridal chamber in a misunderstanding, only to end up in Miss Ron's room? Tonight, if you linger here with me, what will Yi think? Have you considered, husband?
I just wanted to sit with you a moment longer.
Son, I wish you could stay longer too, but we've just taken Yi as a wife. We can't neglect her. Don't forget, husband, his father is the Duke of Zhu, the chief of the 13 marquises of Dingbei. With his backing, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. But I must see my husband off.
Gu Qiaoqian offered him a way out, and Xiao Jin naturally took it, stepping out once more.
We can't delay any longer, lest things take a turn for the worse.
The carriage rode onto Yinhua Street.
Lord Pei, did you steal concubine Shou's body?
This has nothing to do with you. Even though Gu Qiaoyan first confided this to Pei Lai, he never intended to drag him into this mire.
Of course, it concerns me. Is concubine Shou's body truly in the Empress and Crown Prince's hands?
Knowing too much brings you no benefit.
And what good does ignorance do me?
If only he'd known more in his past life, he might not have met such a tragic end.
Whether it is beneficial doesn't depend on how much you know, but on whether you know how to steer clear.
As Pei Lai hesitated, he pressed on.
Shao Jin knows nothing of this. Last night, he even urged me not to take on the moat project, likely fearing the Crown Prince might pull the Mirror Hall into his fold over concubine, Ru's affair, and together they'd turn against me.
Pei Lai looked up at him, falling silent with a low hum. Just then, 19 slipped in from outside, clutching a packet of herbs.
Madam, it is musk and saffron.
Pei Lai SK snapped the packet in 19's hand, the dusk deepening abruptly, his entire face turning icy in an instant.
Is something troubling you, my lord? The apothecary is right across the way.
Pei Li fixed his stare on Gu Qiaoyan and the packet in his grasp, his expression unchanging, utterly grim, even more overcast.
Or perhaps you have urgent matters to attend to. My lord, we can discuss concubine wrong another time.
He truly had no idea why Pei Lai's mood shifted faster than the turn of a page. Is it I who is anxious, or is it you, madam?
I'm not anxious.
The act of inducing an abortion is fraught with peril. So why would madam wish to forego it? Pei Lai felt a lump of cotton stuffed into his chest, clogging it tight, the stifling sensation nearly suffocating him. This is no task for you to undertake alone. I shall summon the imperial physician. Abortion is such a perilous matter. Why wouldn't madam wish to keep it?
My lord, have you misunderstood?
This cannot be done by you alone. I'll summon the imperial physician.
It is not me seeking an abortion.
Madam, there is no need to deceive me so.
What reason would I have to deceive you, my lord? It was Xiao Zailing's maid who visited the apothecary, so I sent 19 to purchase exactly the same medicines Mo Zhu had bought. I never imagined they would turn out to be these two.
Pei Lai regarded her words with half belief, half doubt.
Xiao Jin and I have yet to consummate our marriage, so even if I wished for an abortion, I lack the qualification for it.
Madam, mind your words. The term abortion should not be uttered lightly. Even though Pei Lai's expression remained unchanged, Gu Qiaoyan could still sense the carriage's atmosphere lighten in an instant. Xiao Ziling of the general's mansion has a paramour. Does madam know of this?
How did you learn of this, my lord?
His paramour is named Kou Mingxuan, whose ancestral home is in Hishu, the same village as Runlan. Gu Qiaoyan truly had no inkling of this.
That they hail from the same village as Runlan means they must know each other.
I know few details. But as for Runlan herself, madam, you should tread carefully. She may not be as docile as she seems. Gu Qiaoyan nodded thoughtfully. So Runlan must surely know Kou Mingxuan, and Xiao Ziling must have fallen under the sway of Kou Mingxuan's pillow talk, prompting him to stand resolutely by Runlan's side.
So that is how it is.
There is one more thing. Old Lai, the firewood keeper in the general's mansion kitchen, is my man. Should madam find herself in peril, you can have him send word to the Gongwei division.
The Gongwei division's informants have already infiltrated the general's mansion.
Madam, don't misunderstand. I have no designs against Xiao Ziling. He doesn't deserve such a fate yet.
Then who is it that you intend to target, my lord?
Before Pei Lai could respond, he continued.
When you instruct Lao Li to slip poison into the meals, could you give me a heads up?
Pei Lai knows full well that I scorn such underhanded tactics. Gu Qiaoyan pondered this seriously, and it did seem to ring true. Pei Lai always struck down his foes in person, without a shred of fear for offending anyone, unless the body isn't actually in the hands of the Empress or the Crown Prince, whose hands it is truly remains unclear. We must investigate this matter.
How could that be?
He had informed Pei Lai about this ages ago. This affair is far from over. It is best if you stay out of it, madam. Pei Li steered the conversation back. Madam, why the need to redeem so many silver notes, cashing out all that silver on the side? Are you in need of funds? Gu Qiaoyan thought Pei Lai shouldn't have asked so bluntly. For anyone else, wouldn't dare even broach the subject, lest they be roped into lending money. What kind of times are these, when loaned silver must be begged for on bended knee, with no guarantee of getting it back? And even if you do, you've made yourself another enemy.
I'm managing, not desperately short.
If you're short on silver, madam, you can always confide in me. I ought to be able to help. Though Lord Pei himself may lack funds, the Crown Prince's residence has plenty. He can advance some for now.
No shortage there.
For a moment, the two fell silent. Yet, Pei Lai lingered, making no move to leave. Gale Chaoyan's mind wandered to her concerns. First, Consort Rao. Second, Xiao Xiling. Across from her, Pei Lai's gaze drifted unwittingly to the curve of Geiju Chaoyan's profile.
Little Black, cover your ears.
I said, I lost it.
You didn't hear me.
Later, they were chased by wolves and nearly flew right off the ground. As Go Chaoyan stirred, Pei Lai suddenly averted his gaze and lowered it, a faint blush coloring his cheeks.
Has the Lord not departed yet?
Gale Chaoyan lost herself in thought, glancing toward the carriage, where one remained to bid farewell. Seeing off the sparring attendant, Go Chaoyan summoned 19, and hastened back to the general's mansion. She was determined to uncover if the medicine Xiao Xiling had purchased was truly for inducing an abortion, and for whom. Inexplicably, her thoughts turned to Ranlan.
My lord, you said tonight you must stay in the Mingshuan Pavilion.
The purpose is to keep the Duke company, since he has just married into the family. With her husband by her side, she deserves a night of bliss. But my lord, don't neglect Miss Rong either. After all, she is carrying your child in her womb.
Xiao Jin heard these words, and though moved, he felt a surge of guilt.
My lord, can't you spare a thought for yourself?
What do you mean by that, my lord?
One moment you're thinking of Chu Yi, the next of Ronglan. When will you ever think of yourself? Have you ever wondered what I truly feel in my heart? Where I wish to stay? Or whom I long to be with?
Watching Xiao Jin's thin lips part and close, his eyes brimming with deep affection, Gyu Chaoyan felt an urge to slap him.
As long as you're content, my lord, I can endure it. Chaoyan won't leave your side. Just don't keep he waiting too long.
After Xiao Jin departed, Gyu Chao lingered at the table for a moment longer, when suddenly she spotted a woman perched on the opposite rooftop, her red robes billowing ethereally, her tresses flowing like silk in the wind, her form as fleeting as a dream. She squeezed her eyes shut, willing the vision away, and when she opened them again, that ethereal silhouette lingered still. She dared not make a sound. Gale Chaoyan was terrified to tears. Yet even reborn as she was, she couldn't withstand the red-clad ghost's gaze, soft and tender as rippling water. As he drew in a sharp breath, squeezed her eyes shut once more, and upon opening them, the rooftop opposite stood empty. That night of shadows and chaos finally drew to a close. The western suburbs of the imperial city.
My lord, do you believe ghosts exist in this world?
Does a measly ghost count?
Does your lordship have any good methods to subdue ghosts and monsters?
Pei Lai rarely saw Gale Chaoyan looking this serious. Has madam encountered a ghost? What kind of ghost?
HMP. I had a nightmare about a red-clothed female ghost.
Gale Chaoyan nodded emphatically. Even speaking the truth, Pei Lai could hardly believe it.
Now I know where that jade on your lordship's waist came from.
Gale Chaoyan truly had no one else to turn to, so she set her sights on Pei Lai and his personal belongings. In her eyes, Pei Lai embodied baleful aura itself, that jade pendant having been tempered by his baleful aura for many years. So it should intimidate the female ghost. Madam has no idea. These words leaving Gale Chaoyan utterly dumbfounded.
Pray, enlighten me, my lord.
I have no desire to spell it out.
Pei Lai still couldn't comprehend. Gale Chaoyan, how could you forget so completely the gift you bestowed upon me all those years ago? Back then, when Gale Chaoyan gave him the jade token,
it was a treasure rare as a phoenix feather or unicorn horn in the world.
Better than a family heirloom. For you.
It was a family heirloom, treated by you like mere dirt.
Could your lordship sell it to me?
This is a peerless treasure.
Trying to swindle me. Are you? Mind if I take it off and have a look?
Pei Lai removed the jade token and handed it over. At that moment, Gale Chaoyan recognized this jade disc, knowing full well how important it was to Pei Lai.
But be that as it may.
Name your price, my lord.
A treasure rare in the world. How much do you think it is worth, madam?
Besides, such rarities aren't truly priceless. This sort of thing fetches no more than 2,000 taels of silver on the market.
To convince Pei Lai, Gyukeo Yan pleaded earnestly.
My lord, you may not know, but back when I was a child, I bought it from a peddler hawking wares on the streets. He spent just 1 tael of silver to buy about 50 of these jade plaques. Tried flipping them right away, but no one was interested, and they all ended up stuck on his hands. Later, he just started giving them away to anyone he met.
Pei Lai didn't want to hear any more.
Truth be told, this jade plaque looks awfully familiar to me.
It is the very thing you gave to the Lord.
It must be worth a fortune. So how about 100 taels of silver?
For the Lord to lend it, without hesitation.
100 taels of silver, just for 5 days to start.
He is not afraid of ghosts, but when it comes to facing them, he needs something reliable at hand. The jade plaque was yanked back by Pei Lai and hung at his waist. He wouldn't part with it even for a single day.
Lord Homingjian probably wouldn't rent it out to me anyway. Right.
In the very end, he passed on the long famous sword, and instead borrowed that ink jade hairpin from his sparring partner's head to ward off evil, and yet he is still sulking about it.
For a mere 2 chien of silver, he'd give it away to anyone he encounters. Gu Zhaoyan, thank you.
My lady, I have a secret to share with you.
My lord, you'd best think it over carefully. The secret you're about to reveal. Do I truly need to hear it?
In your presence, I harbor no secrets, for I shall confide everyone buried in my heart to you. These secrets I've never breathed to Ruanlan, and Chu Yi is wholly unworthy to know them.
Gyukeo felt another surge of nausea.
So I must be forever indebted with gratitude. Why do you place such unwavering trust in me, my lord?
For in all the generals mentioned, you and I alone are bound as one, united as husband and wife. Our way forward shall surely be lit with promise.
Well said, my lord.
Do you know what has reached the 5th prince's camp? That concubine Rose's body has been found.
Where?
In Lingyu Valley, behind the Baohua Temple.
Who discovered it? That body must never reach the 5th prince's grasp.
That young monk shadowed the coffin bearers deep into the valley. In the end, he beheld with his own eyes the interment of the coffin. The stele bears the inscription, 7 thoughts severed.
He truly held nothing back in his telling, sparing no detail.
It was the emperor who spirited away the body.
My lady, hold your tongue.
Xiaojin cast a tense glance out the window, then turned back, his voice a hushed whisper.
My lady, consider it more deeply.
Gyukeo gazed at Xiaojin, her mind whirling in frenzy, pausing only a moment before she spoke.
Zhao Jingtao.
That is precisely what I suspected, my dear.
But that part eludes me.
If it was Lord Zhao, why expose it in the Golden Luan Hall?
Suspecting Zhao Jingtang of this, it is the thief crying thief.
Gyukeo sensed something eerily contrived in the affair.
I sense the threads drawing ever closer in this web. You might as well have a word with him about this. The 5th prince means, if it is really Zhao Jingtang, he'll surely find a way to cover it up for him, turning a major issue into a minor one, and letting the minor issue fade away.
Gyukeo muses. How could my husband be so generous as to share such crucial secrets with him? So he wants me to act as his go-between.
My lord, you're absolutely right. We can't delay this. I'll go right away.
Gyukeo brushes him off with a few words, and after seeing Xiaojin off from Qingyuan Garden, orders the steward to prepare the carriage and heads straight for Baohua Temple, Gongwei Division. What business does your lady have at Baohua Temple?
The madam said she'd go on ahead, in case she finds concubine Ru's body before anyone else. You can claim the credit for it, sir.
Pei Lai draws in a sharp breath, suppressing his fury. As he mutters, what is the point of him taking the credit?
I'll go right now.
You'll take him along. Before Luo Feng can react, Pei Li strides out of the room. On the mountain path to Baohua Temple, a carriage races along. Inside the carriage, Gu Chaoyan sits tense. Hold on tight. As expected, she looks up, and in an instant, that red-clothed female ghost is crouched at the side window. Bullies always pick on the weak, sure enough, but Gu Chaoyan is no pushover. Just as she swings her fist and lunges forward, the face pressed against the window vanishes suddenly.
Lucky you got away quick.
Just as she is basking in her sudden surge of bravery and strength, she suddenly feels a hand on her shoulder.
19.
You weren't done talking when Gyu Kelyan knows something's amiss. The spot on his shoulder where the hand gripped felt bone-chillingly cold, instilling in him the very breath of death. His other hand stealthily clutched the ink jade hairpin. In that razor-edge moment between life and death, Gu Shouyan swung the ink jade hairpin with all his might. He didn't even catch sight of that hand striking. The ink jade hairpin simply snapped clean into, clattering to the ground right at his feet. I've never felt this urge to break down and cry before. It was meant to ward off evil spirits, yet here it is shattering so neatly on its own.
Madam!
If we're fated today to be scared to death by a ghost together, then that someone has to be my devoted husband, Lord Xiaojin.
Come in, husband! Come in! Niece, come die with me at once!
Madam is waiting for my husband.
But the next moment, he was utterly stunned. The carriage was completely empty. The female ghost had vanished. Seeing Gyu Kelyan glancing around,
what is Madam searching for?
Gyu Kelyan didn't know how to respond to that, so she simply stayed silent.
My husband can never catch up to them now. Pei Lai's men arrived ahead of Shen Yi.
Pele's pursuit vanguard covers 1,000 a light day. How could you possibly keep pace?
Even so, I can't just stand by while he steals my husband's merits.
Master Zhao, you've worked so hard.
Xiaojin finally realized that everything this woman did before him stemmed from her love for him.
Just now, I saw Madam speaking with Shen Yi.
As you commanded, my lord. I didn't explain why the corpse wasn't hurled away. All those promises are just schemes to get something for nothing.
The carriage rattled and swayed along the road, and finally ground to a halt. The monastic quarters at Baohua Temple are secluded courtyards, divided into men's and women's sections, with mixed quarters for married couples as well. But this time, Xiaojin yearned to share quarters with Gyu Kelyan.
Madam, it is straight ahead. The 6th one is the mixed quarters. Why don't we take that one?
Gu Kelyan found Xiaojin utterly shameless. When he loved him so deeply, missing him day and night, craving to stay by his side every waking moment. Back then, Xiaojin's heart was as pure as polished jade. Even a fleeting extra glance at him felt like it would taint his very eyes.
This isn't the general's manner. After all, leaving you here all alone, it worries me.
Before Gyu Kelyan could even respond, a man stepped out from the neighboring quarters, standing tall. Immediately after, Shen Yi steps out from the rear quarters and approaches General Xiao.
What a coincidence.
Xiaojin pulls Gyu Kelyan along.
What brings you two here?
Isn't General Xiao here as well?
His peach blossom eyes glance toward their clasped hands.
Your bond is truly the envy of all who see it.
Gyu Kelyan suddenly realizes that her own hand is gripped in Xiaojin's, and she tries to pull it free, but Xiaojin holds it even tighter.
My wife and I are heading to the mixed quarters up ahead, so naturally, we'll take this path.
In the twilight, Pei Lai oversees the grain transport, his gaze never wavering from that timeless clasp pair, hands held so closely.
Young General, do you hold no faith in the Buddha?
Seeing Xiaojin about to lead Gyu Kelyan away, Shen Yi steps forward to block them.
Hey, though the Buddha draws no lines between man and woman, this is still a sacred Buddhist haven. General Xiao, whenever you and your lady care to entwine, why choose here to show such irreverence to the Buddha?
Doesn't young Master Shen think he is overstepping?
Hey, not at all. Not at all. Has General Xiao forgotten what your lady and I are working on? Building that moat demands the Buddha's blessing. After all,
Gyu Kelyan smoothly slips her hand free.
Husband, young Master Shen has a point.
Xiaojin glances back, forced to swallow his rising ire.
Then I'll escort you back to rest for now.
Shen Yi watches their retreating figures, stepping back to Pei Lai's side with a playful grin.
Sir, how do you rate my little performance?
Pei Li says nothing, his face stern as he turns back to his quarters. Shen Yi lingers in place for a long while, as if he is just guessed something right.
Say that again.
Yingguang could never tell Madame Gu the truth. Even if he went searching for the body, he wouldn't find it anywhere.
Rest assured, my lord.
Go on and do what you must. Pei Lai's face darkened sharply. He strolled away. The Jaishan night had deepened. That familiar chill crept in again. Gyu Kelyan whipped around. Sure enough, there was the red-clothed ghost.
I don't have time for this right now.
Could you come scare me tomorrow instead?
The ghost offered Gil Kelyan no response. She simply hovered there.
Follow if you want. Can you speak?
The ghost said nothing.
Come to think of it, why do you keep following me? You're actually quite beautiful. Do you harbor some deep grievance?
It doesn't matter if you answer. What matters is that Gil Kelyan needs to ask.
I have a good idea why you've sought me out. And it is not that I won't help you. But first, you have to tell me what injustice you've suffered.
Far off, Di Jiang lurked in the shadows. He channeled a relentless stream of internal energy to control Rufei. The corpse drifted and swirled around Giyu Chewayan, bent on terrifying him into madness. Xuanming forbade harming him, but said nothing about scaring him witless. Suddenly, he felt something slick and cold against his lower back. He glanced back and recoiled in horror. A python as thick as a rice bowl reared toward him. Its gaping maw lunged, but Mu Han seized the snake's head in a vice-like grip with both hands.
There is one more thing I want to know.
How did you know I was Gil Cheoyan's favorite? Catching me totally off guard and getting pinned to the ground by a ghost.
Hey, what the hell?
Even if you feared no red-clothed ghost. I even suspected the red-clothed female ghost was on the verge of her grand manifestation. Not far off, two eerie glowing spots flickered in the distance. I'd run into wolves.
Listen to me. Can you pull yourself together first? It is your turn to step up.
As expected, the moment Gil Cheoyan's words trailed off, in an instant, the female ghost suddenly rose and floated once more, her speed too swift. As the severed limb tore a small scrap from her red garment, just as he felt a surge of elation, the female ghost drifted away. As he spun around, a ferocious, robust wild wolf lunged straight at him. Just when Gil Kelyan thought his life was forfeit, a fierce wind howled past his ears, and his body seemed to lift unsteadily into the air. Gil Kelyan slowly opened his eyes, only to find a strikingly handsome face godlike and elegant filling his vision. Gil Kelyan, you're safe now. Deep within his mind, buried images resurfaced like a torrent, flooding his memories anew, 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. He saw Pei Lai burst forth, shielding him with his own body. Bewildered, she couldn't comprehend the madness gripping this man, why he would charge out to die alongside her.
Why are you dying with me?
Gu Shaoyan's voice trembled. In that tangled brink of life and death, he could no longer discern illusion from reality. He had no family left. Every one of the over 100 souls in the Jiangning old mansion spared none. The Duke of Chu's mansion utterly ransacked and stripped bare. His 2 fathers, 2 mothers, and 4 guardians, all slaughtered gruesomely by Shao Jin to this day. He ought to atone with his death, never again to bear the burden of another soul's life.
Pei Lai, you're out of your mind!
Hao Xiaoying, are you alright?
Dare you sneak out again next time.
Master Pei, there is something you don't know. Only I can find it. Were it not for the body, you couldn't have Yingguang feed them those lies.
Only what you tell me is the truth.
Only what I'm telling you is a lie.
You don't believe me, do you, my lord?
I'll escort you to the camp. That tear-streaked little face of his was still sobbing.
He wanted to tumble down himself, and I couldn't hold him back. Make do with this for now, my lord.
What others don't know is, I slipped Yingguang a hefty sum of silver, and charged him not to breathe a word of truth to anyone. This is our secret. I'm only telling you, so keep it under your hat. Unless the body's not due east, but due west.
Due east.
It is truly not due east. Yingguang said so himself.
Lu Feng buried it with his own hands.
What was that about this being a trap?
My lord, Pei is scheming against the other side. The bait is being set, and the fish should all be hooked by now. He doesn't mind sharing the truth with Gil Cheoyan. He doesn't know whose hands hold the body, but he knows whose it isn't. Tonight, he'll find out.
Could you say that again, my lord?
Pei Lai agreed to go, but clearly that is not happening.
Why keep all this from me, my lord?
You don't trust me.
Pei Lai hadn't even opened his mouth when her anger flared.
From start to finish, I've always regarded you as my closest, most trusted confidant.
But what am I to you, my lord?
Your utmost trust to this day. Then, why haven't you ever told me why you made me oversee the moat's construction? Have I ever pressed Madame Gu for a single answer?
Even if you won't share the truth with me, why have Yingguang lied to my face?
At the thought of Yingguang, Gou Zhaoyan silently drew circles in her mind, cursing it as Luofeng's Rotten idea. He figures you enjoy the excitement, but he doesn't want you tangled up in this one.
My lord, why the sudden visit?
Pei Lai noticed his silence.
I'm here for you.
Or just passing through.
Where are you headed, my lord?
Gu Shaoyan, we seem to have lost our way. By now, Pei Lai had been led by Zhiyu Chaoyan to a spot far from Baohua Temple, but he held his tongue, hoping Gil Chaoyan would grasp how abysmal his sense of direction truly was.
Rest easy, Lord Pei. Straight ahead lies due east.
This official has no cause for worry.
Soon, the sun will rise from there.
Pei Lai was at a loss for words. Madam, if you're weary, we can pause for a rest. Has Madame Gu traversed mountain paths before?
Rest an hour, then press on.
Pei Lai looked up at her. Truly?
My lord, you wouldn't know, but as a child, I often journeyed between Tanzhou and Hanzhou, where the mountain trails were far more treacherous. Yet to me, this feels as flat as the palm of my hand. Doesn't? You might not even believe me if I told you, but I often came across naughty children lost on those mountain roads. 8 out of every 10, at least.
Would Pei Lai care to hear the tales? For instance,
take that time in the wild mountains outside Hancheng, when I found a homeless little boy. Had it not been for me, that boy would have been devoured by wolves.
If Madam had bolted at the first wolf's howl, such a fate could have been avoided. Back then, if Gil Chaoyan hadn't covered his ears, whispering it was all in his head, they wouldn't have been chased all over the mountains by the pack.
I didn't do that.
I know.
Though, I heard it too, but I plucked his ears all the same. What if he gets frightened and starts bawling his eyes out? We'll both be found out.
My thanks to you.
Mrs. Gu, do you recall what that little boy looked like? Pei Lai casually. Let's leave all those details.
I couldn't possibly keep up.
Come to think of it, he said it was the handsomest boy he'd ever laid eyes on, save for Qing Zhao.
Gu Zhouyan, you sly trickster.
Why are you so insistent on retrieving concubine Rose's body?
To pledge my allegiance, if I can find concubine Rose's body, and secretly deliver it to you. My lord, would that prove my loyalty to you?
If you wish to divorce Xiao Jin, after the divorce, fearing he might cause you trouble, then you should pledge your allegiance to the crown prince.
To say something you might not believe, my lord, this merit, I have no desire for the crown prince to even know about it. Because I trust you, my lord, when it comes to dealing with Xiao Jin, you alone suffice as my ally. In my previous life, Xiao Jin killed you. This life, I will help you kill him.
Are you truly set on divorcing Xiao Jin?
You don't believe me, my lord?
I believe that. When you first married into the general's household, it was surely out of love for Xiao Jin.
Back then, I married into the east wing of the general's mansion, full of joy and anticipation. On our wedding night, Xiao Jin could have stayed, yet he chose to march off to war. For an entire year, I held up the general's household and its vast estate, tending to everyone from top to bottom with utmost care. My heart set solely on his return. He did return. On the day of his return, he told me he wanted to take Ranlan as his equal concubine. I refused, and he called me vicious. If it were you, my lord, would you still love her as fiercely as in the beginning? Every heart twists and turns like entrails, growing colder day by day. And mine is no different.
Pei Lai fell silent.
Miss, you fool.
She suddenly felt how utterly ridiculous she was. In this world, where is there true empathy? All there is knowing one's own warmth and chill. Why had she poured her heart out to Pei Lai like this, seeking some reaction from him? Go on.
What?
Seeing Pei Li glance over,
he suddenly realized. My lord, rest assured.
This direction is due east.
Gyu Keoyan knew what Pei Lai meant, but he didn't want to say it. Pei Li fell silent after hearing this.
My lord, let's continue. By my calculations, we'll walk a little farther. It'll take about the time for one incense stick to burn to get back to Baohua Temple.
Pei Li finally stood up. Just as Guyan was about to leave, he gripped her shoulder and turned her in the opposite direction. Gyu Keoyan spotted a streak of red on the horizon.
There is a fire on the other side of the mountain.
Could it be the morning glow? Hearing Pei Lai's reminder, Gyu Keoyan felt a sudden buzz in her head.
Outside the monks' quarters, have you two seen my wife?
As soon as he said this, Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. His lord went out at high hour last night, and now my hour is nearly over. Yet we still haven't found Madame Gu. Diershen glanced back at the first monk's quarters, then casually eyed the place where Pei Lai was staying.
Come to think of it, we haven't seen Lord P either.
What do you mean by that?
Young Master Shen.
Nothing in particular. Luo Feng wondered what Shen could possibly mean.
What do you mean, young Master Shen? What does it have to do with me?
Xiaojin's face darkened across from them, and he turned on his heel and left.
Now Shen understood.
Luo Feng shot him 2 fierce glares.
No wonder Lord Pai hasn't shown up. Turns out he has something more pressing.
Seeing Shen Yi's gleeful expression, Luo Feng itched to throw a punch at him.
Luo Feng took his leave.
If not for the sun rising, Pei Lai was certain the woman asleep on his back right now could keep running straight through till nightfall. Pei Lai had no idea how long he'd been walking, but he wasn't tired. In fact, he wished the road would never end. As he neared Baohua Temple, he spotted a figure charging toward him in a frenzy.
Of course!
Shh! Luo Feng rushed right up, his eyes wild with terror.
Lady Ji, she is not dead, right?
Pei Lai frowned.
Withdraw. You were set to escort Lady Gu straight back to the capital. But just then, I spotted Xiaojin pressing for her whereabouts again.
So,
that is why I got pulled off the assignment.
And while Xiaojin was scouring the hills, wearing his legs to the bone in search of Guo Yan, you whisked her straight back to the capital.
Zhao Yan?
Where did you go last night, my lord? Last night at this time. I came looking for you, but you weren't in your chambers.
I went to the back mountains Lingyu Valley, while you went searching for concubine Zhou's body.
Why didn't you take me with you?
Turning the tables with a sharp retort was Xiaojin's go-to tactic in his past life, and now he wielded it effortlessly without a hint of hesitation.
It is because I'm so fragile and helpless. That is why you disdain me. My lord, it is not your fault, my lord. It is all because I'm so useless.
Jiyu Zhaoyan gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, her sobs heartbreaking in their sorrow.
It is not that I didn't want to take you. It is just that Lingyu Valley is far too perilous. What if you got hurt? It would break my heart.
You wouldn't let me get hurt, my lord.
Gazing at the pitiable Geo Chaoyan before him, all of Xiaojin's frustration melted away.
Did you find concubine Rose's body, my lord?
On this matter, he believed Geo Chaoyan could help him reach out to Shen Yi. So he laid it all out for her, recounting every detail of the previous night's events in Lingyu Valley.
By your account, my lord, there were 5 factions involved.
How could it be 5 waves instead of 4?
These words startled Gu Chaoyan, and the burial masters and patrol masters were all under Lu Feng. He thought Xiaojin had caught wind of your 4th uncle and me.
Along with Shen Yifeng and Luo Feng. And then there were those mysterious He Yi people who appeared out of nowhere. That man's martial arts were unparalleled. Even the 3 of us combined couldn't match him.
Plus the group trying to steal the corpse. What I mean is, in the grand scheme of this chessboard, there are 9 factions at play.
Indeed. How did it all get so intricate? My lady, do you think concubine Rose's body is truly that crucial? If the crown prince and the 5th prince see its value as leverage against Zhao Jingtang, Zhao Jingtang deems it vital due to his lingering affections unresolved. The origins of those from the 2 foreign powers are truly a mystery.
But even if it contains a pair of skeletal remains, how would one confirm it belongs to concubine Ro?
That is where the 5 swallow bone technique proves essential.
Xiaojin truly withholds nothing in his knowledge, and spares no detail in his words.
The 5th prince still hopes I can form an alliance with Shen Yi to locate concubine Rose's remains firstly, gaining vital support. Secondly, establishing early contact with Shen Yi, lest Pei Lai finds an opportunity to exploit.
Rest assured, my lord. Tomorrow, I'll seek out Shen Yi.
I'll surely secure his true allegiance for you. The 5th prince's instructions
cannot be treated lightly. Rest assured, my lord. My partnership with Shen Yi on the moat construction makes approaching him far simpler.
Gu Ko Chea suddenly recalls encountering Rowan Lan and Chu Yiyi upon returning to the estate.
My lord, I'll stay with you tonight.
Xiaojin had harbored such intentions all along. Even at Baohua Temple, he never relented.
Tonight, you must return to Mingshan Pavilion, my lord. Why did I run into Yiyi when I returned to the estate this afternoon? She'd gone back to her family home.
And what of it?
In truth, Xiaojin holds little regard for Chu Yiyi. Ever since she entered the household, his mother has spent many conventions for her sake.
My lord, don't you wish to know what she discussed with Duke Zhu upon her return?
I'll visit tomorrow night instead.
Tomorrow night, Yi may well lack the mood. As for a daughter raised in the Duke's mansion, though she possesses some sense and propriety, yet she has always been the moon adored by a host of stars. So the slightest displeasure leaves her feeling deeply wronged. My lord,
Take care not to let her resent you, or turn her grudge toward me.
Did she cause you any trouble?
Xiaojin wanted to say more. It is getting late when Gi Chaoyan rises.
Don't keep He Yi waiting. See Xiaojin off.
Yu Kaoshin felt utterly wide awake. She sat at the table, her thoughts drifting to the night before. To Pei Lai pulling her from the midst of the wolf pack, to him tending her wounds by the campfire, to him swinging her onto his back, urging her to cling tight and stay still, to that fateful moment from her past life.
Sister, get in the carriage.
The carriage is leaving without me. I'll catch up with you shortly.
Qin Zhao glanced across the street. Sister, did you arrange to meet Lord Pei?
It is me. I have something crucially important to discuss with him.
Then, sister, have you keep the Lord company until you're done discussing. I can wait right here.
Be good, and head back first.
In that case, I'll wait for you at Shushu Tower.
It'll take a while. Good girl.
Without waiting further, she took 19 with her and turned away without hesitation.
Qin Zhao's voice called from behind.
Shushui Tower. I'll meet up with sister there. Come what may.
Across the way, Pei Lai watched Gou Chaoyan running toward him, his face impassive, then dropped the carriage curtain and departed. Luo Feng thought he'd misheard.
My lord, Madame Gu is heading our way. Shall we wait? Do I need to repeat myself?
Luo Feng thought. Damn this stubborn pride of his back off already.
Wei 49 looked utterly baffled and edged closer.
Why did the carriage just leave? Just now, young Master Luo said Lord Pei had something vitally important for you.
He had no idea how pressing Pei Lai's matters were, but hers were just as critical.
Accompany the Lord and wait for him!
What orders does Lord Luo Feng have?
Pei Li ceased the sluggish pace, knowing even if Geo Kaoyan sprouted wings, she couldn't catch up.
Luo Feng, catching on, signaled to halt.
Who told you to stop?
The driver was all too obedient.
Luo Feng
figured Pei Lai was genuinely furious now.
Claiming, the Lord feels unwell. Slow it down.
And at last the carriage eased to a crawl.
My lord, stop the carriage. Stop it quick. I've got a shortcut.
This official has urgent business.
Madame Gu is catching up.
Gu Kaoyan twisted around to glare at Luo Feng. Luo Feng lowered his out in silence, but doubt swirled in his mind.
Let me dash to the other side.
Then, my lord, you go ahead with the urgent matters.
Luo Feng suddenly sealed the coachman's acupoint.
But the carriage broke down.
Inside the carriage, Pei Lai gripped Gu Chaoyan's hand tightly, then suddenly released it, secretly steadying his breath. Please, Madame Gu, come aboard.
What is wrong with the carriage?
Our Lord has a moment for now.
Please hurry and get in.
Gu Kaoyan beamed with joy.
Don't worry, I won't keep you long.
Madame Gu, no need to rush. The carriage will take ages to fix.
Seeing Gu Kaoyan clamber into the carriage, Luo Feng exhaled a heavy sigh of relief.
At this moment, has the Lord inside ever pondered? These days, concubine Ru's corpse is nothing but bones. Even if you track it down, how do you even verify it?
Pei Lai said nothing.
The fifth princess scheme is the blood-dripping kinship test. But a ritual like that can so easily be tampered with.
Who told Madam that concubine Wrong's body is mere bones?
5 years isn't enough to reduce a beauty to dust.
Concubine Ru's body vanished 5 years ago. The intel is solid. It comes straight from the Guangwei division. Indeed, concubine Rose was likely stolen just half a month after burial. The corpse pilfered away.
Concubine Wrong died 5 years back.
Even Midwinter's chill for half a month wouldn't bring decay, let alone a full one.
Not so certain.
Vanished with concubine Rose's body was a pair of hibiscus earrings.
Embedded with a rare stone that,
as long as those earrings stay close, within a foot of concubine Rose remains, they'll keep her body undecayed for half a year.
So, the one who gave concubine Ro those earrings was one of the Taoists' men. And when he presented them to concubine Ro, concubine Rong was still alive, but his real aim was to claim concubine Ro's body.
Pei Lai nodded in agreement.
What a twisted freak!
Last night, Xiao Jinghui told Shang once more. Did Xiao Jing explain it to you in detail?
Yes.
Where did he go into such detail with you?
The room ensures no outsiders can overhear.
Whose room?
My.
Pei Lai turned to gaze out the side window, as if he no longer wished to speak.
Come on! I'm waiting!
What are those 8 watching?
Pei Lai remained silent.
Shoujin said, last night besides you and Shen Yi, another group stole the body as well. Who do you suppose that other group was? My lord.
Pei Lai suddenly whipped his head around. What did Xiao Jin do after speaking with you?
Nothing much. He headed back to Mingshuan Pavilion to find Chu Yi.
Pei Lai spoke hastily, as if fearing he'd catch on. The thief could not possibly be Zhao Jingtang. He wouldn't dispatch others to retrieve the corpse now.
Why?
Jiu Chaoyan indeed ceased his deliberations on that abrupt and ill-timed query. The bond between Zhao Jingtang and concubine Ralph has ever arisen from genuine affection, yet halted at the bounds of propriety, kept deep within the heart.
Far from the sordid tales whispered in the streets.
You're certain, my lord? This official may doubt, but the emperor knows full well. He had overlooked the most vital figure, the imperial authority, unyielding and absolute.
If Zhao Jingtang and concubine Rou truly coveted the seat of Minister of Works,
it would have been stripped from him long ago. With concubine Ru laid to rest, he would never permit her eternal peace to be shattered.
Thus, he is no grave robber. Quite right, my lord.
So concubine Ru's remains are preserved just as they were.
Even in decay, it would be utterly so. That's sad.
Do you even know what concubine Ru looked like, my lord?
If there is something to say to you, my lord.
Gil Kaoyan slowly unrolled the scroll. A stunningly ethereal face seized Jiu Kaoyan's gaze. Goosebumps prickled across his skin first. Pei Lai waited a long while, receiving no word from him, and furrowed his brow. Gil Kaoyan, are you alright? It was the first time Pei Lai had ever seen Gil Chaoyan like this,
as if he'd beheld a ghost.
Jiu Chaoyan. Jiu Kaoyan trembled as he raised his arm.
Oh,
have I seen this before?
Gil Kaoyan stared at the scroll laid out on the table. It was unmistakably the female ghost who'd been haunting him these past few days.
So she was concubine Ru. Why would concubine Ru seek me out?
Jiu Kaoyan roughly recounted his escalating encounters with the ghost over the past few days.
It was concubine Zhou.
Pei Lai watched Jiu Chaoyan muttering to himself, without once interrupting.
My lord, believe me.
You claim concubine Ru's corpse turned into a ghost and is haunting you. I've heard stranger tales. Jiu Kaoyan jabbed at the scroll on the table, swearing solemnly.
My lord, didn't you see it the night before last? She trailed me the whole way for a good long stretch, and she was still there when the wolves appeared.
Gu Zhaoyan, are you all right? Gu Kaoyan fell suddenly silent. If something's amiss, you can tell me.
I remember now.
Gil Kaoyan suddenly grasped Pei Lai's hand, startling Pei Lai, who nearly bolted from the bench. Gradually, the long-buried admiration and affection welled up from the depths of his heart, like a flood bursting its gates, fiercely unleashed. Pei Lai felt his cheeks flush with heat. His throat parched. He swallowed hard. Madame Guy.
The night before last, concubine Shu whatever possessed her. After drifting about, she suddenly draped herself over me. As he rose, a small scrap of fabric tore from his robe. Let's head out now.
We might find it there, seeing Pei Lian fall silent. Gil Kaoyan gripped that hand even tighter, utterly unaware that he had unwittingly pushed their charged tension to the brink.
Pei Lian, you trust me?
I do.
Then, let's hurry straight to Lofeng, right now.
Then on to Baohua Temple.
What are you going to do, my lord?
Change your dressing for you.
Thank you for your kind intentions, my lord. My foot is fine.
Recalling that night by the bonfire, the scene of accompanying Lai as he entrusted his jade token, Gou Kaoyan's cheeks suddenly burned with heat. Madam, no need to overthink it. I'm merely changing your dressing. I have no intention of taking advantage of you.
I can change it myself.
How could Pei Lai let her have her way? He directly grasped her left foot, and sure enough, blood was seeping from between her toes, just as Pei Lai had suspected.
This medicine scent seems a bit off.
Can Pei's golden wound salve? Madam, you can use it without worry. Upon hearing the name, Gu Kaoyan's body shuddered. This court medicine is exceedingly precious. Hand-blended by the director of the Imperial Medical Bureau himself, with only 3 bottles produced each year. Yet, Pei Lai treated it not as a treasure at all, as if eager to pour out the entire bottle.
My lord, you're not going to ask me for money, are you?
Pei Lai also carefully tied the white gauze, his movements gentle and unhurried, as he slipped the stocking back over her foot. Of course not. Jiu Kaoyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
I'll do it myself.
If Madam wishes to repay the favor, then devote more effort to your abacus skills. At the mention of the abacus, Jiu Kaoyan's gaze instantly turned resolute.
How much does this bottle cost?
1,000 tiles. I'll give you 2,000 tiles, my lord.
Anything but that, don't mention the abacus. It seems I've only bested you once in your presence. So be it. Jiu Kaoyan nodded. An unforgettable defeat for life. Do you think my abacus skills are that poor?
I'm not bad. I couldn't tell at all. You simply can't do it.
Pele lowered his head and fell silent. A faint sorrow lingers in the air, yet it stirs a pang of heartache in him.
Never mind. My lord, it doesn't matter if you're not skilled at abacus calculations. I'm proficient with the abacus, and I put in the effort.
Don't deceive me, madam.
When I have no intention of deceiving, I usually don't.
This was the most sincere thing Giyu Chaoyan had ever said. Gu Chaoyan glanced toward the door.
Why hasn't there been any news yet?
To confirm if that piece of fabric is from the palace. If it came from concubine Rao's chambers. It takes some time. Before seeing that piece of fabric, Pele hadn't believed Giyu Chaoyan's words. He had only accompanied her because he wanted to stay by her side.
Just then,
was flung open by Lu Feng.
What is the result?
Yun Qixi confirmed the fabric belongs to concubine Rao. Indeed, it is not just any item of hers, but the very garment she wore to her burial.
Pele listened intently, then turned to Giyu Chaoyan.
Come with me to catch the ghost.
Twilight had fallen. In the Shushui pavilion, Qin Chao, clad in white, sat by the window, waiting from dawn till noon, then from noon till sunset.
The eldest sister probably won't come. Young master, shall we head back to rest?
I promise my elder sister we'll meet no matter what.
His voice carried an unyielding obsession.
The eldest sister must have been held up by something important. Otherwise, she'd never forget our appointment.
Wenbo, do remember that year when Ajie got lost?
The eldest sister got lost in the Hangsha Mountains and didn't return for 2 full days and nights.
3 days and 3 nights. Before leaving, elder sister told me to wait for her in front of the candied hawthorn stall. She promised to wait to meet again.
Wenbai recalled that incident, a trace of heartache flickering across his face.
Back then, the young master waited right in front of the shop for 3 days and 3 nights, no matter how the master tried to dissuade him. Later, when the eldest lady returned, you wouldn't let a soul tell him.
That is when I realized, as long as I kept waiting there, I could surely bring Ajie back. As long as she remembered, she wouldn't lose her way again.
Young master, the eldest lady has grown up.
Qin Shao finally withdrew his gaze.
Yeah, she has grown up, got married, and she won't lose her way on paths she knows anymore.
Qin Kao finally rose to his feet.
Wenbai, let's go.
Wenbai could sense a faint aura emanating from his young master. Disappointment mingled with an inexpressible desolation. He knew his young master harbored feelings for the eldest lady, but it was a hopeless fancy.
Open the door.
My lord has matters to discuss.
I've just returned from the 5th prince, and I've learned some crucial news. It turns out concubine Rao's body was stolen away 5 years ago.
Gu Chaoyan lowered her head, her eyes veiled beneath her lashes, as she stole a glance at Pele on the bed. There, on his bed,
Pele had said he came in secret.
Chaoyan, my dear wife, as you mentioned, the 5th prince is still of the same mind. If it is Zhao Zhengtang, he'd be willing to step in and resolve this matter. But someone has to carry the message to him. That is my thought.
Tomorrow, I'll trouble Mrs. Chen Yi to pass it along. All for your sake, my lord. It is no trouble at all.
That offhand, dismissive remark struck a chord deep in Xiao Jin's restless heart.
Tonight, you can't send me away again, madam.
Xiao Jin hurried closer, his palm gently patting her back. Gu Chaoyan felt a surge of revulsion.
It is getting late.
And you know it, madam. If I don't go, everyone else will have retired. And if you chase me out again, I'll have no choice but to sleep in the study.
Xiao Jin's desire ignited as he rose and advanced toward her with insistent pressure. Too close now.
My lord, do you remember when we first met?
His hot breath fanned across her face, leaving Gu Chaoyan nauseated. Xiao Jin could no longer contain the desire surging within him. As his head dipped low, Gu Chaoyan's eyes flashed with alarm. Peering past Xiao Jin's form, she saw Pele suddenly parting the bed curtains, his hand clenched on the sword hilt, gaze frozen in icy resolve, murderous intent rising like steam. In that electric instant, a loose roof tile came crashing down. It was about to smash right onto Xiao Jin's head. Gu Chaoyan almost simultaneously struck out, kicking it away. The blow from above missed its mark, but what truly made stars burst before his eyes was Gu Chaoyan's kick. It hurt terribly.
Ouch! Husband, are you alright? I was trying to kick that brick away.
I'm fine.
Xiao Jin clutched his vital spot with one hand, his other hand flailing wildly to stop Gyu Chaoyan from approaching.
Otherwise, I'll help you to the bed for some rest.
No need. Xiaojin turned around with great difficulty.
Xiaojin remembered there was another urgent military matter to handle immediately.
You should rest early.
I'll see you off, husband.
You stay! I'll go! Stand there and don't move!
That kick wasn't gentle. As the young lady departed, she walked with a slight hunch. In the room, Gyu Chaoyan let out a heavy sigh of relief.
Sir, do you know how dangerous that was just now?
Gyu Chaoyan had no intention of complaining. But if Yao Jin had glanced back then, it would have been quite the spectacle. At this moment, Pei Lai was already sitting cross-legged at the foot of the bed. He had no desire to speak. Seeing that certain lord remained utterly unmoved, Gyu Chaoyan, with her face of 28 blooming beauties, revealed the temperament of an 82-year-old sage.
Sigh. Sir, you rest first. I'll keep watch at the window.
At that time, after Gong Weizi's Qing Yun chess pieces confirmed the scrap of cloth belonged to concubine rope, the two reached a consensus to catch the ghost. Since that ghost has a target, Pei Lai wanted to catch the ghost, so he naturally had to stay by Gu Chaoyan's side every moment. He had originally planned to guard the rooftop, but Gu Chaoyan feared the ghost would flee in fear upon seeing him, thus leading to this very scene.
Sister Xiao comes every night.
She shows up for just about any reason.
Every night, just like moments ago.
He shows up every night to harass me. Those jokes you had someone relay to him.
This is the General's mansion. We haven't gone through the divorce proceedings yet. What business does he have coming to me? Isn't it all just par for the course?
Pei Lai fell silent. His fingers clenched behind his back, knuckles cracking. Gyu Chaoyan's words were born of anger. But Pei Lai felt a suffocating injustice too.
There's no way he'd ever lay a hand on me. This purity of mine, I have to guard it myself. He is neither worthy nor deserving. But even without that brick just now, I'd have kicked him all the same.
Pei Lai lowered his gaze upon hearing this. My lord, don't forget.
I hurt others to benefit myself, seeking gain while shunning harm. This transaction of ours, its bottom is plain as day. I've already lost a year of my life, squandered a fortune, and come hell or high water, I won't lose myself too. So, my lord, there is no need to question my resolve for the divorce.
He didn't doubt her resolve. He simply despised Xiaojin. Not even the slightest touch.
Are you afraid of ghosts?
My lord, have you ever heard the saying that if you've got a ghost in your heart, you're not afraid of seeing one? And if you've got no conscience, it won't ever prick you.
In this life, even he once dreamed of becoming someone like Xiaojin, living selfishly for his own gain.
Aren't you afraid of ghosts, my lord?
Familiarity breeds contempt for the strange. The truly bizarre undoes itself.
So, my lord, what do you think the worst kind of person looks like?
More terrifying than any ghost.
Have you heard of the child-stealing matchmaker? Madame Yapo.
Where do you think those stolen children end up?
Sold to wealthy families as servants. And if it is a girl, they might be sold off to some remote backwater to serve as child brides.
Echoes fade, songs shatter.
Can such horrors truly exist?
You've seen so little of the world's true evils, madam.
And even Pei Lai fell silent. Without Gyu Chaoyan, he wonders if he might have been snatched away like that boy. If he'd even be alive today.
Gyu Chaoyan, did you save my life?
Gyu Chaoyan recalled her past life, and this question suddenly arose in her mind.
Do you despise every corrupt official?
If I told you that honest officials in this court are few and far between, would you believe it? That is exactly what you thought in your last life, madam.
Do you think the Gongwei department should round up every corrupt official and execute them all?
So the Lord acts with purpose, cutting down those who harm others for their own gain.
Whether you believe it or not, madam, the Gongwei department doesn't discriminate in its cases. It doesn't care where their ill-gotten silver comes from.
Among the officials Pei Lai executed in her past life, she knew a few whose methods were truly vile. But back then, she only trusted the talk of pruning the corrupt, overlooking the rest. Only later did she realize those slain by Pei Lai were all paragons of public righteousness. The Public Benevolence Division handles only court-related cases, and this official's killings of those corrupt ones are acts of restraint, slaying the man-eating demons, lurking in the shadows. Gu Chaoxiang remembered now. In her past life, every corrupt official felled by Pei Lai's hand was always tied to major merchants around him. That is how they met their end. Back then, she thought Pei Lai was targeting her specifically. But now, reflecting on it, it seems Pei Lai was actually trying to save her. Gu Keolang. I suddenly want to ask, have I ever saved your life? If in the past life that is how you were protecting me, what was the reason? I saved your life, didn't I? No better reason than that. In the end, Gyu Keoyan didn't voice the question, because it was impossible. They'd never crossed paths before then.
I guess you're a good man.
I've got, I'm a good person written all over my face, and you still have to guess. Gu Keoyan, blind with eyes wide open.
My lord!
I'm here. That ghost hasn't shown up.
That can't be right.
You said that? Ghost has appeared trailing you 3 times in broad daylight.
Once in that alley, once at Xushui Pavilion, and once more on the road to Baohua Temple. It was just sitting there in the carriage compartment.
Pei Lai lowers his head, brow furrowing. Why didn't you call for me then, madam?
I had no idea it was concubine rule back then.
The madam was utterly terrified at the time.
Scared half to death.
Then, why not summon this official?
What Pei Lai truly cares about isn't concubine robbery. It is that when Madame Gu found herself in peril, she never once thought of him.
I didn't realize it was concubine Ru Gu Chaoyan.
Tracking down concubine Ru Gu Chaoyan. You're a fool.
Locating concubine Ra's body, this demands immediate action. Every site where concubine Ru manifested, he insists on dragging Pei Lai to revisit them all. He never imagined that he and Pei Lai had scarcely settled into the carriage.
When the madam's old flame, young Master Qin, comes calling.
Inside the carriage, Gyu Keoyan overhears Servant 19's report, her expression turning to panic.
My lord, shall we hide for a moment?
Madam, where on earth do you suppose this official could hide?
Tell young Master Qin I have urgent business, but you sent me to fetch him.
Servant 19 looks a touch troubled.
Young Master Qin says it is a matter of grave importance.
Gyu Keoyan hesitates, then moves to stand.
Madam stepping out now wouldn't be wise. Why? Just lift the carriage curtain first.
What if someone spots us?
Rest easy, my lord. I'll be exceedingly cautious.
I don't trust you one bit. Before Gyu Keoyan can even reassure him, Pei Lai warns, if you step out, then I'll step out right after you. Gyu Keoyan, though not entirely convinced, suspects Pei Lai is simply throwing a jealous tantrum. What tantrum are you throwing?
19. Tell him to wait for me at Xushui Tower. I'll go find him shortly.
19 receives the order and hurries off to deliver the message. Not long after, the carriage pulls away. Gyu Keoyan is utterly baffled by the call.
Who was it just now who feared being discovered?
Why are you coughing?
Sensing that scorching gaze,
Pei Lai eyes him suspiciously. Official, is there something on your face?
He forces himself to believe it. Pei Lai simply couldn't help coughing once. Absolutely not intending to alert Qin Zhao that he was right there in his own carriage.
That is exactly it.
The carriage at the crossroads hasn't been gone long, when Qin Zhao, seated inside, finally speaks up.
Did you hear that?
Wen Bai lowers his head.
It seems big sis does indeed have something very important.
Young master, where shall we go now?
To Xushui Tower, in the carriage.
Gyu Keolan relies on her memory, directing the coachman to bypass the alley where she once glimpsed concubine Raola, recalling the time she wished to visit Xushui Tower, only to be halted by Pei Lai. As an official, I don't believe in ghosts. I wonder if Madam has ever heard of a certain spell. Whether ghosts truly exist can be set aside for now. She had promised Qin Zhao to meet at Xushui Tower, but now she couldn't go, and she was starting to feel anxious. If Madam finds my words unsatisfactory, Gyu Keoyan dares not voice her discontent.
Sir, you haven't dined yet. Allow me to treat you to a fine meal at Xushui Tower.
Then let's head back to Xushui Tower together.
Inside the carriage, Gyu Keoyan glances over in surprise.
The spell I just mentioned requires summoning Yun Qizi to explain it to you in detail, madam. Madam must be famished. Or perhaps the Gongwei Division's fare doesn't appeal to you. The moment of decision has arrived.
Gyu Keoyan pondered for a moment.
19, go to Xushui Tower and tell Qin Zhao that I'll meet him tomorrow.
Hearing this, Pei Lai's hand resting on the table loosened slightly, the corners of his lips curving up imperceptibly.
What were you just saying?
Puppetry. Do you still remember that puppet?
You suspect Consort Ru's body is in that person's hands?
Pei Lai nodded.
That person is the puppeteer. So it wasn't Consort Ru coming for me. It was that person trying to scare me to death with Consort Ru's body.
Pei Li suspected the same. Jiyu Kaoyan had no doubts.
Wasn't that person sent by Chu Yiyi to kill me?
That day in the Imperial Palace's Imperial Garden, Chu Yiyi had pulled something like that. It is not Chu Yiyi.
That puppeteer is definitely coming for me. Do you remember last time in the western suburbs? The way he looked at me, it was as if I desecrated his family's ancestral grave.
He treasures his puppets so much, but you slashed that puppet's face again and again. Giyu Kaoyan wanted to cry but had no tears.
I mean, it wasn't on purpose. Do you believe me, my lord?
This official believes you.
He truly thought Giyu Kaoyan wasn't capable of doing it deliberately.
How could he believe that?
If only he believed it, even a little, he wouldn't be using Consort Ru's body to frighten you. Jiyu Kaoyan fell silent, holding her breath, her eyes lighting up.
I'm willing to lure him out. Subtly.
Dangerous.
Not catching this person. That is the real danger for me. Not recovering Consort Ru's body. I'll never be at peace. Do you have a plan, my lord?
This official does have a plan.
Have Madame feign illness.
Feign illness?
After being haunted by that ghost for days, it is only natural to show some effects.
That way, the puppeteer will think his efforts these past few days weren't in vain.
He might even manipulate Consort Ru's body again, swing it right in front of Madame. Giyu Kaoyan gazed intently, deep in thought.
But if Madame feels it is too dangerous, this official will find another way.
It is not dangerous. I'm just afraid that if we fail to capture Consort Ru's corpse, we'll alert the enemy, and it'll be hard to track it down again.
Though this official cannot guarantee success, for now, it appears to be the only option. Sometimes after Jiyu Kaoyan leaves the Gongwei division, she takes Nighting out of the city to the pavilion beyond the walls. There is one matter she must resolve before feigning illness.
My wife fell silent upon hearing those words.
Pei Lai rose with sword in hand, leading his men through the city toward Ziyuzhai. The Gongwei division guards, led by Pei Lai, clashed with the Nanchong army under Xiao Jin's command.
Pei Li, you dare obstruct the Gongwei division in handling this case.
You're known for striking first and reporting later. In the dim twilight, Pei Lai's gaze turned icy, fixing on the opposite side, his mind racing through possible reasons for Jiyu Zhaoyan's disappearance, one of which was that Xiao Jin had uncovered her disloyalty and detained her in secret, or something even darker he dared not contemplate. Xiao Jin meanwhile suspected that Pei Lai had learned of Zhaoyan's secret message to the fifth prince and bound her in private.
I wonder what case Lord Pei is investigating. That requires searching my wife's shop.
Shen Yi reported the case. Gu Zhaoyan, his partner in overseeing the moat construction project, has fled in collusion. As the supervisor of this project, I must naturally apprehend and bring Zhaoyan to justice. Whoosh! Hearing this response, Xiao Jin grew even more convinced of his suspicions.
Lord Pei, what a fine performance.
Seeing Xiao Jin's veins bulging in fury, Pei Lai couldn't tell for a moment whether Jiyu Zhaoyan had been confined by him or ensnared by that puppet in the damp furnace.
What was Lu Feng waiting for?
Whichever it was enough to seal his fate.
Pei Lai has gone too far.
In the tense standoff between the two groups, a blade flashed into motion. Pei Lai's face remained impassive, yet a torrent of killing intent surged within him. The news reached the general's mansion.
What is happening?
To the eldest miss.
It seems Gao Yang has truly gone missing. No one would lose him otherwise.
I have a feeling something's off here.
Go and investigate.
This servant will go right away. And report back. Any issues on Roland's end. Rest assured, miss. As long as it is foolproof, all is well. Guo Zhaoyan would be best off dead out there.
If he dares return alive, I'll flay him myself.
Chu Yiyi secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
That's, deep down, I do hope he returns safely. Rest assured, miss, this time, Jiyu Zhaoyan won't escape his doom. It shall be done.
Zhouye, it must be you who killed the child in Ranglan's womb.
Gu Keoyan stared at Xiao Ziling, remaining utterly silent.
Are you that agitated? Ranglan carries my brother's own flesh and blood, afraid she'll bear the child and usurp your position as principal wife. You actually struck at an unborn babe. Are you even human?
Gu Keoyan's gaze held a chilling, ruthless coldness. Back in that previous life, when you laid hands on my child, did you ever stop to think if you were human.
Mother! Betrayal still refuses to confess. When it is plainly his scheme, he must be the one who slipped in the mask.
Xiaoli shot a glare at Goyen.
Madam Zhao, summon the physician inside.
At that very moment, Dowager Madame Ruan Lan stepped into the main hall and dropped to her knees with a thud.
Dowager Madam, please! Dowager Madam, grant me justice and avenge our little eldest grandson!
Little Lan, rest assured, whoever's guilty shall pay with their life.
Not a single one will escape.
As Xiao Xiaoling uttered these words, her eyes turned to glare at Gu Chaoyan once more.
Madam Zhou went to help her to her feet.
Though she holds no fondness for her, Ruan Lan truly cherished the child.
Mother, now the child in Ruan Lan's womb has been murdered, and the physician has confirmed that the miscarriage stemmed from an abortifacient tonic she was given. I believe we should search the servants.
Then search them.
Oda! Lan!
Gu Chaoyan raised his head.
No search is allowed. Gu Chaoyan,
you're acting like a guilty thief.
Xiao Xiaoling frowned upon hearing this.
Why shouldn't we search the young master?
Ruan Lan's miscarriage is no trifling matter. This was the Xiao family's precious eldest grandson, especially since the physician has stated the miscarriage was caused by ingesting a decoction with potent abortifacient properties, which proves beyond doubt that this was no mere accident. Even though the child was yet unborn, a life must still be paid for a life taken. No matter whose hand delivered the fatal dose, the debt demands one life for another.
Gu Zhaoyan's gaze flicked toward her, taking in Ruan Lan with her air of pitiable sorrow. Her eyes lowered, a single tear glistening upon her lashes, veiling the thrill and unbridled glee lurking in the depths of her gaze. Today he would make Goyen and Chu Yi see clearly that he was no lamb to be led meekly to the slaughter.
Then, in your esteemed opinion, what course should we take?
Where did you go? Do you know Ru urgently needs your blood-beat medicine today?
Your Highness.
I'm fine now. Come with me to let blood first. Until Ruer's illness is cured, don't run around causing delays again.
Without another word, he dragged her toward Su Yunrou's courtyard.
Your Highness, my body isn't feeling well today. Could we?
Before she could finish, Yunxi suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest in weak, dry heaves.
You're faking it again.
My body truly feels unwell. Can we skip it?
Refusing the phlebotomy, she clutched her chest and looked up at him, tears streaming down her face.
The prince saw her faint. The physician insisted they must continue drawing the wine-based blood.
Hua Lingye's brows instantly furrowed in cold fury, forcibly yanking her to her feet.
It was you who promised to marry me back then. You will save Ruer with your blood. And now you're wandering around early in the morning. Now you want to play tricks. Come with me.
Ultimately, she was dragged into Su Yunrou's courtyard. Yunxi underwent her 9th wrist, slashing bloodletting this month.
Take the Wangfei back. As usual, give her the Millennium Ginseng and nurse her well.
The servants carried the unconscious Yunxi back to her room and tossed her inside. At that moment, Nanny Li entered with snow clam soup, simmered from Millennium Ginseng, even though the others had left.
You, a mere commoner from West Zhou with no status, have climbed to the position of Wangfei to His Highness, the true king of our great Zhou. You should be overjoyed in secret, and yet you dream of ginseng. What a pipe dream!
Glancing at Yunxi on the floor, Nanny Li downed the Millennium Ginseng soup in one gulp, kicked at Yunxi on the ground.
Hey, get up! Get yourself to the bed and lie down, and don't cause us any trouble.
Yunxi lay motionless on the ground.
Playing dead? Are we such a worthless wretch? What are you pretending for?
Mama Li muttered curses under her breath. Gazing at Yunxi's pallid, bloodless lips, she instinctively reached under her nose.
Ah! No breath!
A chill ran through Mama Li's body. Her face contorted in terror as she bolted out the door in panic.
This is bad!
She's done for!
After an unknown stretch of time in the room, Yunxi, sprawled on the ground, suddenly twitched her fingers, then slipped into a deep, lingering dream. In the dream, she was Western Zhou's pinnacle of nobility, the daughter of the Yun clan's richest man, whose wealth rivaled nations. On New Year's Eve, she was dragged and abducted by scheming villains. That fateful night she would never forget until her dying breath. Nor the half-jade pendant the man thrust into her hand as he departed, of the great Zhou royal clan.
Oh, wait for me here.
I vow this life to you alone.
After enduring such a violation, how could she dare to wait? It wasn't until half a month later, at a banquet's edge, that she secretly spotted King of Chuhuo Lingye on his inaugural mission to Western Zhou, with one dangling from his waist, a waist token identical to the one left in her hand.
That was Wu, the man from the temple. It was him.
She made frantic inquiries, learning that the sole royal envoy was the King of Chu, thus sealing her conviction, Huo Lingye. Unbeknownst to her, such tokens of identity were unique to each bearer, with no duplicates to spare. The mouths of the only men in their lives proved utterly unreliable. Fortunately, the original host kept quiet about the ruined temple, and never revealed her true identity, or that scumbag would have schemed against her for sure. No way. I need to file for divorce right now. Or this frail little body of hers won't survive the bloodletting tomorrow. Even the side consort, Hidosong, lying there so lifeless now, makes it clear how severely this body has been drained of blood.
Fine. Time travel it is. But couldn't they at least give me a healthy body to work with?
A top surgeon from the 21st century, dead on the operating table. And this is the karmic reward I get. At that very moment, the door was kicked open with a bang, as he stared at Yunsai standing alive and well before the bed. A wave of icy rage surging through him in an instant. She is not dead. This woman's deceiving me again. He strode forward, seizing Yunsai's neck in a vicious grip.
装死很死 much fun to toy with.
The piercing killing intent left Yunsai frozen in shock, unable to react for what felt like ages.
Since you enjoyed playing with Zhuangzai so much, this king will show you what real death feels like.
Huo Lingye's shameless grip tightened once more, her breath stolen away in a heartbeat.
Another dirty trick. Kill me, you fool, and you'll die right along with me.
From the original host's memories, Yunxi could confirm the intruder's identity. How dare she, the docile, obedient woman who is always yielded to him, now speak to him like this? The fury in Huo Lingye's eyes intensified, his icy gaze igniting with roaring flames.
Yi, stop if she dies for real! Yulu will lose her life too!
Let go quick, Shen Changqing. The divine physician treating Su Yunrong is a close friend of Huo Lingye. Yunxi collapsed to the ground at once.
Yunsi, you pretend to be weak, playing coy and acting pitiful. This king can turn a blind eye. If you dare feign death again, this king will grant your wish.
Huo Lingye turned away coldly.
Guards, lock the door and remove every sharp object from the room. The Wangfei is forbidden from stepping outside.
As the man's robe flicked away, the carved door slammed shut. Yunxi steadied her mind.
Snap. Escape first. We'll figure it out later.
This is a realm where imperial power reigns supreme, and the laws bind only the common folk. If I don't leave now, it is utter folly. I'll surely meet my end. Right. The original host's parents sent aids for her in Great Zhou.
Claiming this maid has perished too. Where is Xiahao now?
Yunsai gasped weakly, gazing around in bewilderment. It is all swollen and red now.
This is your meal. Eat up quick. Get your strength back. As the auntie spoke, tomorrow you'll have to cut flesh and draw blood for side consort Rao.
A chill settled in Yunsei's eyes. Tomorrow, the flesh cutting and bloodletting awaits.
Oh, your servant said you barely touched your food. Now I'll watch you eat it.
Lindsay's eyes glinted with a hint of sarcasm.
No, I'm not hungry.
Haven't you had enough of faking death today? Come here. Stop throwing tantrums. This prince has no patience for your sulking.
So that is it. He is forcing the principal wife to bleed out for his mistress's sake. As if it is unnatural for the principal wife to even show some spine. As she sat before the 80 mortals table heaped with delicacies from land and sea, Yunxi finally understood what food fit for humans truly was. Huo Lingye sat down beside her, eat slowly.
Everything those maids served is medicinal cuisine to nourish your body. And there is 1,000-year-old ginseng. You have to eat that too. Don't make a fuss. Let this prince keep you company.
Yunxi nearly choked to death, her anger surging straight to the crown of her head.
Do you even know what those wretched old servants fed me? It was all slop that should have been dumped into the swill bucket.
No. Ever since your maid died, you've said this every single time. Aren't you tired of it? You faked death today. This prince will let it slide for now. Now, behave and finish your meal.
No leftovers allowed.
Yunxi gazed at Huo Lingye in astonishment, suddenly realizing that the original host had uttered the exact same words before. But Huo Lingye had never believed her. Yunxi was too lazy to argue further.
Rest well today. No more wandering off.
Tomorrow you'll have to cut your wrist for blood once more. Your hair is almost recovered. Then you won't need to bleed anymore.
Huo Lingye had said this very thing half a year ago.
I want to divorce you!
What did you say? For the first time today, Huo Lingye sensed something was off with Yunxi. Daring to call me by my name is one thing, but you even dare to bring up divorce.
You need my brother's blood to save him, so divorce me. Otherwise, he'll die!
Enough of this nonsense. You schemed every which way to marry this king back then. And now you want to divorce this king. Do you think after the divorce, an orphaned, destitute woman like you can survive on her own?
Huo Lingye's patience with Yunxi had clearly reached its breaking point today. As Yunxi fought the urge to roll her eyes, yet held back from revealing her true identity, fearing the scoundrel might cling to the Yun family's power, and refused to let her go.
If you won't divorce me, then let Su-Yoren die. Anyway, come tomorrow. I'll refuse to sign no matter what you say.
Seeing that civil negotiation was going nowhere, Yunxi fell back on her original plan.
Repudiating a wife is a man's prerogative. An amicable divorce is a favor men bestow upon women. Do you even have the right to bring it up? Don't let this prince hear such talk again. As for drawing blood or not, that is hardly your call.
Yunxi steadied her mind, watching the man flick his robe aside. As the carved door slammed shut behind him, Yunxi rested for quite a while, feeling much better than before. And just as she rose to her feet, half a jade pendant slipped from her waist, its surface blurry with half a tiny character etched on it, which faintly resembled the word for hurt.
This must be the one Huo Lingye used to save the original host all those years ago. It had fallen right beside the original host.
And because of it, she felt deeply for him. But Huo Lingye's half-jade pendant, how much could it even be worth? And he is nothing but a scumbag. He'd just tossed it carelessly into the vanity drawer before changing into a clean, crisp dress. Yunxi gathered the gold, silver, and jewels the original host hadn't yet pawned off to subsidize the prince's mansion, along with the banknotes, and tucked anesthetic needles away for protection. She was all set to make her escape. Just as she turned to go, the door suddenly creaked open. She hurriedly snatched up the quilt to cover the bundle. She whipped her head around to look.
Xu Yunrou, what are you doing here?
Little sister, I've come to see how you're doing. Big sister,
your health is so fragile. If you're here to see me, you'd better leave quickly. I'm afraid you'll drop dead right here. And then I'll be the one in hot water. Please, just go back.
Yunxi, I'm in the middle of plotting my escape here. No time to entertain the likes of you, let alone settle scores.
You've given so much of your blood for me, big sister, all to nourish this frail body of mine. And look at me. I'm feeling so much better now.
Su Yunrou's complexion glowed with vitality. You don't look the least bit ill.
You faked an illness just to trick me into letting you drain my blood.
Su Yunrou frowned helplessly.
Sister, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm here today to ask you, sister. Butler Huang said the palace's silver doesn't match up with Mother Zhao's records. She is short on funds, while the palace's reserves are depleted. So where did you stash the palace's silver?
Don't you have any idea? For your illness, it is Tianshan Snow Lotus every day, millennia-old ginseng. So where do you think all the palace's silver went?
The entire palace's expenses from a few months ago right up to now have all been propped up by the original owner's endless subsidies. We've barely kept things afloat. But now the money's run dry, and yet here you are, bold as brass, interrogating your own sister.
No surprise. You're just a cheap wretch from some backwater village, too narrow-minded to see straight, scheming and stirring up scandals for a divorce, threatening the prince to stop me from giving you my blood for your cures, and now hiding the palace's silver too. Also, the prince will come running to you, craving just one more glance from a man.
Utterly shameless.
I'll ask you one last time. Where exactly is the key to the silver vault?
Huo Lingye is out tonight. A rare chance to slip away. She had no intention of wasting words on this scheming White Lotus.
I'm not in the mood for your nonsense today, if you won't leave.
Su Yunrou. So, I've been watching you for a long time, feigning illness and drinking human blood to nourish your body. How can you be so precious?
You love drinking human blood so much, don't you?
Today, I'll let you drink your fill.
Yunse gripped a scalpel and yanked Xiang Yun's arm. Then, without mercy, she slashed at her wrist and stuffed it into Su Yunrou's mouth.
Huh! Drink your fill!
Su Yunrou's eyes blazed red with fury, her numb body still unable to move.
How dare this wretch treat me like this? Is she tired of living?
Yunner still seized with unresolved rage, seized Su Yunrou's wrist and slashed it open, then forced Su Yunrou's wrist into Xiang Yun's mouth. Gazing into Su Yunru's eyes, she knew exactly what she was thinking.
As Auntie once said, occasional bloodletting invigorates the body. You bleed while drinking your maidservant's blood, nourishing your own frame, and scorning her wretched form.
With that, she trampled over Su Yunru and dashed to the bed for her bundle, stomped viciously on Su Yunru's face, then stormed out.
You vile wretch. This harlot has actually made off with the Princess Manor silver!
Staring up at the towering wall, Yuner felt no fear and leaped straight over it. Out at last, finally free. In the downpour, Yuner lost all sense of direction. Desperate only to find shelter from the storm, she dashed the water from her face with fierce resolve, her eyes burning with unyielding will to survive. Yuner clutched the stolen silver clothes, utterly spent. She finally reached the nearest refuge. Just then, Prince Huolingye returned from abroad, gazing at the torrent of rain. Somehow, I ended up in Yunxi's green bamboo garden.
Yunxi, hurried over.
Seeing the person lying on the ground, she flew into a panic of rage in an instant.
Guards! Guard!
Su Yunru awoke, having lost too much blood, her face deathly pale as she propped herself up.
Brother Ye, Rua, thought she'd never see you again.
What on earth happened?
The steward said that my sister had secretly hidden the palace's silver and the keys to the storeroom. I couldn't believe my sister would do such a thing, so I told him not to report it to you just yet, and that I'd go ask her first. But who would have thought that as soon as I brought it up, she flew into a shameful rage. And I don't know what she did to me. Xiang Yun and I couldn't move a muscle when she slashed my wrist and beat me while hurling insults at you, my lord, and me. Before she left, I even saw her bundle up all the palace's silver and make off with it, vowing to bring unrest to the entire palace, and that I must die a horrible death.
Huo Lingyu's face darkened like a storm cloud in an instant.
That venomous wretch, knowing full well of your illness and the great expense it entails, dared to make off with all the silver, and even harm you, my sister, in such a way.
She made off with every last bit of silver. No wonder she had to pretend to be reasonable with the prince. The prince treated her so well. How could my sister do this?
Shen Changqing remarked.
Had you not discovered it in time, the side consort surely would have bled to death. That woman is utterly vicious.
And this prince never saw it, that she could be so ruthlessly cruel. Guards, relay this prince's command. At any cost, bring Yunxi back to me. Yunxi, get up for this king, right now!
Yunxi, lying on the ground, remained utterly still.
You're still pretending.
Even the Wang Ye has fainted.
A flash of anger darkened Huo Lingye's eyes, and sure enough, she had truly fainted.
Drag this poisonous woman away for this king.
Yunxi sat on the bed, gazing at the afterglow outside the window, and let out a speechless sigh.
What a frail body this is. Yunxi fainted, just like that.
And now the escape plan has failed miserably. As Yunxi let out a deep sigh, the door was suddenly kicked open with a violent bang. Huo Lingye's face darkened with anger. He reached out and gripped Yunxi's neck viciously.
Speak! Where have you hidden the Wangfu's silver?
Go ahead, strangle me then. Strangle me. Su Yunru could barely hold back any longer.
Wang Ye, you've endangered Ruer's life, and yet you dare to curse her!
Sister, it is fine if you hate me, but for the sake of the Wang Yi and your status as Wang Fei, and the year the Wangfu has sheltered you, confess, and I can still plead for mercy on your behalf.
Yunxi seethed with hatred, itching to slap both this dog of a man and his bitch. Her hand slipped down, clutching a scalpel tightly, and without hesitation, she launched it straight at Huo Lingye.
You poisonous wretch!
Huo Lingye released his grip in an instant, his surging rage nearly incinerating his last shreds of reason.
This king has truly underestimated you, drawing a blade on this king, harming Ru, embezzling the Wangfu's wealth, faking death to flee. What else wouldn't you dare?
Yunxi clenched her fists, gathering all her strength, and delivered a resounding slap across Huo Lingye's face.
Stupid man! Your eyes are practically hearts for her!
The original host's soul has long ascended to the heavens, and he still has the audacity to spout this nonsense. All that silver was the original host's own, not a single tael from the estate. Huo Lingye's face whipped to the side. He never dreamed Yunxi would dare fight back.
Sister, you'd better just come clean, or even I won't be able to hold him back.
Speak! Where have you stashed the state's silver?
Yunxi couldn't help but let out a laugh.
Silver? Huolinye, do you not use that brain of yours at all?
She abruptly jabbed her finger at Su Yunrou.
Over this past year, Tianshan Snow Lotus, Fire Spirit Fruit, Millennium Ginseng, Premium Cordyceps. You've burned through mountains of silver on them. Where did that money come from?
Tell me, where exactly did you get that money? Do you think this paltry Prince Chu's estate is the national treasury?
Each blistering question, like a resounding slap across Huo Lingye's face.
The princess is lying!
Butler Huang burst in right then, thrusting forward the glaring ledger.
This ledger plainly records over 1 million taels of silver remaining. How could it possibly be gone? And every time this old servant has seen the princess handing out silver to the staff below, she is never held back. This silver the princess didn't pocket herself. She must have deliberately framed it on Lady Ru, the side consort.
That original host, such a hopeless romantic fool, so reluctant to let Huo Lingyi fret over finances, she secretly dipped into her own family's silver to cover it. That wasn't enough. She even cooked the books with inflated figures. I don't even know what to say about it. The original host was a woman of such deep devotion. What crime could she possibly have? Huo Lingyi watched her, hand to his forehead in a weary sigh, his fury twisting into a hollow laugh.
At this point, do you still want to keep making excuses?
Yunxi let out a speechless sneer.
The silver I gave to those servants was drawn from the funds I personally subsidized in the accounts. It was because I was such a fool back then, so you wouldn't have to foot the bill yourself and feel the pinch. If you don't believe me, then have someone audit the books.
Then so be it, as you wish. But let this king put the ugly words up front. If after the audit, it turns out you truly stole from the Wangfu, and you seek revenge on ruler, on this king will show you no mercy. Just speak the plain truth, so those stubborn fools can swallow their pride and accept defeat.
Reporting to your highness, over this past year, the estate's expenditures total 90 million taels of silver, including revenues from your highness's various shops and your official stipend, plus the estate's previous silver reserves. The grand total barely reaches 50 million taels.
Leaving a shortfall of 40 million taels.
How could that be? Sister Wang Fei, you're but a commoner. How could you possibly scrape together 40 million taels to bail out the prince's estate?
Yunxi watched them as if they were utter clowns. Oh, original host, look at them. This is the fruit of your blind devotion. Nothing but a pathetic delusion.
Even we servants found it utterly unbelievable. We had to run the numbers several times to confirm it.
Huo Lingyan glanced at the ledger. His hand clenched tight. His gaze shifted to Yunxi.
Speak. I've spent a year in your estate with you, not only managing your estate with flawless efficiency, but dipping into my own pockets to subsidize it.
Where did you get the silver?
Am I unworthy of possessing silver? Couldn't it simply be the dowry my parents left me before they passed? Besides, it is not the estate's silver. What does it have to do with you, your highness?
Yunxi rose to her feet. Her gaze turned icy cold.
I've bled for you and your little concubine time and again, and am now subsidizing him to boot. Whether he repays the silver or not is irrelevant. Let's seek a divorce.
Huo Lingye stared at the woman who had once been so gentle and compliant, daring now to meet his eyes with such defiance, daring to address him in such a tone. The fury in his eyes, only just quelled, flared up once more. He seized Yunxi's hand and slammed it down on the cabinet.
You, a mere maiden! What right do you have to instruct this prince? Do you think the position of this prince's consort is yours for the taking? Or that you can simply cast it aside at will?
Then return my silver to me. Why should I use the dowry money my parents gave me?
To line your mother's concubine's pockets, Yunxi's voice suddenly sharpened, glaring furiously at Huo Lingye. Seeing the two standing so close, Su Yunrou steeled her resolve and collapsed straight to the ground.
Oh no! Lady Ru has fainted!
Huo Lingye pitifully flung Yunxi aside anxiously, turning to attend to her. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the room had vanished.
Are they trying to welch on my silver?
She chased after them 2 steps, but halted.
Can't leave now, and no way to call for help just yet. I can't stay this passive. Su Yunru's definitely scheming to draw my blood again this time.
I must expose that white lotus Su's true colors right away.
Ouch! My stomach hurts so badly.
Binxi wailed piteously as she rushed to the door.
Mama Li, my stomach's aching. Fetch divine physician Shen for me. Have him check me out. What is wrong with me?
Where does it hurt?
Physician Shen, I've lived all these years and never once heard of human blood being used as medicine, let alone that it has to be mine specifically.
Are you sure you even know how to practice medicine? Shen Chengqing turned his face away, oblivious to the stool clutched in Yunxi's hand.
What do you know? What is your problem exactly? Don't waste time. I still need to attend to the side consort.
I just have one question. Could your blood be fed to Su Yunrou instead?
What do you mean by that?
Yunxi abruptly raised the stool leg, catching Shen Changqing off guard. It smashed straight at his forehead.
What do you mean by saying that about me?
Yunsi! This prince spared you because you used your own dowry to support the prince's mansion, and didn't hold you accountable for harming Ru'er. But you shouldn't have refused to provide the catalyst, and beaten Ru'er's personal maid Yuxiang, and broken her finger. How did you become like this?
Yunxi raised her hand to slap Huo Lingye.
You've got quite the nerve.
The slap hadn't even landed on the man's face when her wrist was seized.
You already slapped this prince once before, and now you dare try it again. I've given you far too much leeway. Who do you think you are?
With a forceful shove, Huo Lingye hurled Yunxi onto the bed.
Damn it. I gave it to that maid, but whether she delivered it, I wouldn't know. As for striking her, it was because she showed me such disrespect. I broke her finger because she pointed at me and cursed. If you truly allow a Wang Fei like me to be berated by a mere maid, then consider everything I've just said utter nonsense.
Wang Fei, how can you speak of me that way? This servant didn't curse you and wouldn't dare point at you.
Yu Xiang trailed after him as her mistress whimpered pitifully, feigning vulnerability. Impatience flickered in Huo Lingye's eyes.
You've deceived this prince time and again. Why would I believe you now?
Believe me if you want.
Yunxi dusted off her rear and stood up.
A pack of shameless beasts.
What did you say?
Shen Changcheng said it himself. Human blood is best used fresh, drawn as needed. Touch me once more, and I'll bleed myself dry. Don't even dream of Su Yunrou getting a single drop from me.
Huo Lingye reached once more to choke her.
But she's back. Go ahead. Your Highness tried.
You wouldn't dare.
Pinch me again. Go ahead, see. If I dare.
Yunxi was tough as nails, arching her brow with a cold sneer. Just an orphan, she carried a desperate recklessness, now on vivid display.
What will it take for you to give blood to Ru'er?
This left Huo Lingye utterly at a loss.
Don't you forget, it was you who promised after marrying me you'd supply blood for Ru'er until her illness is fully cured.
Huo Lingye, recalling Yunxi's past sacrifices, refrained from striking her.
Want my blood? Fine, but you'll fetch it yourself each time, standing outside while I draw it and hand it over. Don't let me see those wretched maids or the servants in my courtyard. Replace them all with fresh ones. I want nothing more to do with these backstabbing wretches.
Seeing her abrupt shift, Huo Lingye's suspicions suddenly flared. He shot a sharp glance at Yuxiang. As Yuxiang guiltily lowered her head, Huo Lingye seemed to grasp the truth.
Perfect. Just remember, don't bring suffering on yourself again.
Once Huo Lingye had departed, Yunxi approached the large chest behind the bed, where Mama Li and Shen Chengqing were locked inside. Yunxi let out a mocking scoff, seized Shen Chengqing's wrist, and slashed it to draw his blood.
What are you gawking at?
The instant Shen Chengqing glimpsed the light, he tried to cry out, but whatever drug they dosed him with left his entire body numb and paralyzed. He could only watch as she rose and delivered a vicious kick to his face. The original owner's death, even vivisecting them, wouldn't quench her rage.
Rest assured, Su Yunrou will use your blood, and she'll recover all the sooner. That way, you'll be out of here before you know it. Besides, I won't let you go hungry. What I used to eat, you'll eat just the same.
Bully him if you think your life is too long. A quack like this dares to call himself a divine physician. Better off dead than alive to harm others.
Follow me. I want to tell the prince. I want to go out for a stroll.
Going out just means trying to escape again. Is that so?
Yunxi fell silent, utterly speechless.
What on earth are you talking about, Your Highness? All my silver has gone toward buying herbs for your side consort, right here in the manor, and I have no clue where the last scraps have vanished to. How could I possibly have the means to flee?
Huo Lingye narrowed his eyes, gazing at Yunxi.
I just want you to lift my confinement, Your Highness, in light of how diligently I've been offering my palace blood for your side consort. So let me step out for a bit of fresh air.
Very well. This king agrees. But heed this warning first. Don't even dream of pulling any more schemes. Or if this king catches you trying to run, You'll never set foot outside this manor again.
Yunsi smiled with cool indifference.
In the days ahead, I'll voluntarily draw a bowl of my blood each day for Lady Ro. And your highness need only send someone to collect it.
Sister, thank you for shedding your blood for me, saving my life.
Yunsi forced a thin smile as she regarded Su Yunrou.
How are you faring, my lady? After drinking my blood today, how do you feel?
Su Yunrou couldn't detect the undercurrent, assuming Yunsi was simply seething with rage, and lashing out with that biting sarcasm.
My dear sister, I'm feeling so much better, but I'll need to keep it up for a few more days. Without your blood, I'd never pull through.
I haven't laid eyes on Shen Changqing all day.
Oh, right. Where is Changqing?
Su Yunrou shook her head. Huo Lingye fixed Yu Xiang with an icy stare.
As Dr. Shen had mentioned earlier, he was off to fetch some medicine, so he must have stepped out.
Who'd fret over a grown man like him? So no one could have imagined that Shen Changqing was at Yunxi's quarters, substituting for Yunxi in providing her blood to Su Yunrou.
Upon seeing Changqing, he instructed him to stay put for the time being. As this prince's 9th imperial uncle is about to arrive in the capital, have him prepared to treat the imperial uncle's leg ailment.
After Su Yunrou swallowed the medicine, she nestled in Huo Lingye's embrace, cooing delicately.
Brother Yi, I've taken the medicine, and I feel so much better.
Changqing says a few more doses will have you fully recovered.
Su Yunrou continued to lie delicately in Huo Lingye's arms, hoping to seize this moment to draw closer to Huo Lingye. After all, they still hadn't consummated their marriage since the wedding. Who would have thought Huo Lingye would rebuff her, claiming her health was too frail? As she watched Huo Lingye depart, Su Yunrou's gaze slowly turned venomous.
How is that wretch, Yu Xiang, still breathing? That lowborn Yunxi, so stubborn and vile.
After we've drained so much blood from her, and yet she refuses to die. Today, when she struck the maid, she had vigor to spare.
Then we'll handle her quietly, in the shadows.
Where now was the pitiful fragility on Su Yunrou's face? Huo Lingye remained utterly unaware. Meanwhile,
right now I'm penniless. The most pressing matter is finding a way to make some money. Then I can think about contacting the people from the West compound.
Once I've got silver in hand,
with the lessons from last time, it'll make escaping all the easier.
Even out there earning coin, I can't just wander the streets, grab a passerby and ask, "Are you ill? Let me treat you, pay me for it, or I'll end up beaten half to death."
First, I need to get out of here.
My lord, what on earth are we to do? That child, named Yor, is said to be the orphan child of the 9th prince's former retainer. And in truth, everyone whispers that she is the 9th prince's illegitimate daughter. If the princess consort dies, trying to play the hero like this, then the rift between you, my lord, and the 9th prince.
Even Butler Huang doesn't dare imagine the dire consequences. Huo Lingye's icy gaze glinted with shards of frost, his aura growing ever more frigid.
Send a man to seize that venomous woman at once. She dared harm an innocent child. Yunsi, you have disappointed this king beyond measure.
How dare you strike me?
And you show no remorse. Selfish and cruel, harming the innocent, dragging the Prince of Chou's household into peril, and igniting strife between our two great houses. Yet you still have the gall to talk back.
Just as Yunsi opened her mouth to speak, her peripheral vision caught Su Yunru's barely concealed sneer. It was Su Yunrou who had dared to sow discord before I even arrived.
I didn't harm anyone. It was all a misunderstanding. Let me see the child first, and I swear I can save him.
You've always been utterly useless and unlearned. You could barely even write your own name. And now you claim you can heal him. You know medicine. Do you take this king for a fool? Or fancy yourself so clever?
Desperate words from the jaws of death.
Guards,
press Yunxi down onto the weeping bench, held fast by several stern matrons, as bloody welts erupted across her back.
Lingye, just you wait. He is completely baffled right now.
How on earth is this Su Yunrou so formidable? With a single word from her lips, she can seal a person's fate. And at Huo Lingye,
Lingye, what you gave me today,
one day in the future, I will repay you 10-fold, 100-fold.
Huo Lingye's brow suddenly furrowed tightly, seeing that he showed no sign of remorse. The words he had meant to say to call a halt stuck in his throat.
Beat him hard.
The princess consort has been grievously offended.
In an instant, Yunsai's entire body went numb. as if she could no longer feel even the pain.
Your Highness, the princess consort has fainted.
Your Highness, please. That is enough. Surely sister didn't mean to do it.
Huo Lingye, however, had no patience to coax her now, and simply said,
Guards, escort to the side. Consort back first.
Su Yunrou didn't want to leave.
Your Highness!
Huo Lingye cast a downward glance at Yunxi, his eyes utterly calm and emotionless.
Confine her to Qingzhu Garden, and without my express permission, do not allow her out.
Su Yunrou watched Yunsi, the retreating figure, as she was led away, seething with barely contained fury. What is this? Protection in disguise. After Yunsi committed such a vicious act, if His Majesty were to learn of it, he would surely order her execution. Yet Huo Lingye had only struck her with a ruler and ordered her confined. Or did he harbor some unspoken feelings for her that made him loath to punish her properly?
Side consort, don't be angry. Perhaps His Highness is simply afraid that lowly wretch might die, leaving you without a foil to make you shine. In the end, His Highness is doing this for your sake, sparing that wretch's life only for you.
His illness was cured long ago, but that wretch Yunxi exploited the loophole.
As long as that wretch dies, my own illness will be cured at once.
My one life, it is because Su Yunru hasn't recovered yet. Right.
From today onward, behave yourself and stay put here. Don't push this king's limits any further.
You won't believe a word I say. Just leave. Spare me your fake sympathy.
Yunsi, this is the final chance I'm giving you. Whether you live or die, it's up to your own devices.
Yunxi was eager to see just how ruthless the man truly was. The lover for whom the original host had staked her life. With no time to hesitate, Yunxi quickly administered a pain-relieving injection to herself. Just as Yunxi was about to put away the medical kit, she heard voices from outside.
Sister,
you still dare to show up.
The prince spared your wretched life only to safeguard my innocence.
He has been agonizing over not being able to slip out and see that child. And here you are, delivering the perfect opportunity right to his door.
If I were you, I'd just end it all. How could I possibly have the gall to keep breathing?
If I were you, I wouldn't come slinking back like this again.
She tilted Su Yunrou's chin up and forced the poison down her throat.
What have you made me swallow?
Keep your voice down, or if you alert anyone, we're both finished, perished together.
What do you mean by that?
What I gave you is deadly poison. As long as you obey me, nothing will happen to you. But if you disobey, dying together won't faze me one bit.
You vile wretch! How dare you poison and threaten me like this?
I've got nothing left to lose anyway. The barefoot fear no shod. A lowly village girl dragging you under with her. A noble side consort buried alongside.
Now you know exactly what I'm after.
Either lead me to see that child, or the three of us perish together. Your call.
Su Yunrou grated her teeth.
I'll take you there. Then you'll give me the antidote.
Get this straight. You're the one begging me now. So now you're haggling with me. I haven't even settled the score with you yet.
This never had to escalate this far. It was all Su Yunrou stirring up trouble.
Fine, I agree. But let me say this up front. If the prince finds out you threatened me, I'm afraid you'll meet a gruesome end.
How desperate for a man are you, that even now you can't stop bragging about being special to that scumbag?
Yunsi, you are utterly shameless.
Let me beat him up!
Molesting a child of just a few years old. That is your idea of saving him.
Yunsi, where does that leave this king?
Huo Lingye had never been this furious before. He could tolerate her tantrums and lies, but to flirt with a young boy, unforgivable.
I didn't. I was saving him. Do you have a brain at all?
Imperial physician Lai couldn't hold back a cold retort.
That is hilarious. What the princess says. A person who has already stopped breathing. You think rushing up for a couple of kisses will bring him back to life. That is a kind of barbaric method those country yokos use to save people.
And you, a physician, can't even distinguish between true death and suspended animation. Yet you have the audacity to spout such nonsense here.
Imperial physician Lai was left utterly speechless.
If Princess Chu truly understood, she wouldn't have harmed a child like this.
Enough! Do you all take this king for dead? All irrelevant personnel, get out!
He reached out and grabbed Yunxi by the collar and turned to settle the score with her. Yunxi couldn't help glancing back at the child. She vaguely saw his chest rise and fall ever so slightly.
He is alive.
Yunxi could hardly believe it, fearing it was just her imagination.
Wait a little longer. 火灵爷，就是为了我们longer.
No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. Outside the eastern courtyard, Hua Lingye lifted his foot and kicked hard behind Yunxi's knee, sending Yunxi crashing to her knees.
You are incredibly bold. This king ordered you to stay in your own courtyard, yet you wouldn't listen, insisting on coming out and making a fool of yourself, molesting a child who died of illness.
I was giving that child artificial respiration, not what you think you saw.
You still dare to argue, as if this king didn't see it. Didn't the others see it too?
Yunxi had no choice but to admit that in this backward era, so rigid in demanding women's 3 obediences and 4 virtues, doing artificial respiration on that child was a crime.
Yunsi, behave yourself if you don't want to die right here.
She closed her eyes, hoping only that the child would wake up soon, but she didn't know the child had already woken up. Yet the credit was being snatched by the greedy, and title only imperial physician like. Go.
This prince has never laid a hand on you,
leaving you so desperate with loneliness that you won't even spare a child of a few years.
Then let's divorce. Or else, divorce me.
When words like divorce slipped from her lips, the hand gripping her jaw tightened even more fiercely.
My lord, you can't bear to let me go now. You no longer wish to divorce me.
I didn't make it clear enough to you before, or is your memory just that poor? Makes sense? If you've got the guts, say it again.
Fine, I'll say it. I'm divorcing you.
Now Yunxi is set on divorcing her husband.
Do you truly believe this prince can't bear to kill you?
His towering frame bore down on her with overwhelming force. Yunxi sensed what he intended to do to her. She jerked her head away fiercely. Hua Lingyu's kiss barely grazed her earlobe. Even Yunxi hadn't anticipated that she would suddenly retch and vomit.
Yunxi, you've got some nerve. This must be your true nature. All that before was just an act, wasn't it?
His eyes narrowed, his voice strained with tension.
This prince is your husband, and just one touch from me makes you this nauseous.
Yunxi retched weakly, drained of strength.
Because you disgust me.
She didn't even bother explaining. It was from the frequent blood offerings before, and the intense exertion today. That is why she is feeling so queasy.
Have you forgotten? Just moments ago, you were draped over that man, offering him a kiss of your own accord. Now you're feigning the chaste and virtuous wife. Hua Lingyu's suppressed rage boiled over.
His restraint shattered completely, provoked by Yunxi.
I know. How utterly shameful. What about you? A man who sacrifices his own marriage for the sake of his little concubine. After marrying her and bringing her home, you force your lawful wife to drink slop to nourish her body, blindly believing that human blood can cure any illness.
What right do you have to utter even a single word to me? You dare invite this king to seek a divorce with you.
Even if Ruer's illness is cured, you'll never get what you want. Yunxi will kneel right here until your mind finally clears.
My lord.
At this moment, Steward Huang approaches, his forehead beaded with sweat.
If that Yujir is dead, just toss him out.
Hua Lingye coldly utters these words, then strides out of the courtyard.
Oh, dear. How is the child?
Has he come back to life? You must be terribly disappointed.
I'll go check on him.
My lord commanded you to kneel properly, and here you are, sitting and kneeling obediently. So don't go making a spectacle of yourself.
How could Yunxi possibly be someone who resigns herself to fate? She refuses to kneel. Hiking up her skirt, she heads into the courtyard.
All right. Has he really pulled through?
Imperial physician, Lai saved Liu Ji with his miraculous skill, and you ought to thank him for it, lest a calamity befall you once more.
Sister.
Su Yunrou's voice emerges, soft and harmonious at this moment, with a hint of hesitation.
When you bind her later, go easy on her. I don't want the princess getting hurt.
Sister.
Su Yunrou, what exactly are you planning?
Sister, for you to commit such a shameless act against an innocent child,
disobeying my lord's orders no less,
refusing to kneel as commanded, and wandering over here instead, I'll have no choice but to tie you up first.
Just like that, she is dragged away in restraint, barely making it out of the dungeon. Su Yunrou's face darkens.
This wretch endured so much blood being drawn from him, and still he wouldn't die. But now, of all things, that little bastard from who knows where actually survived. Isn't heaven aiding that wretched woman?
Yuxiang whispered lowly.
Whether heaven helps him or not, it is the side consort who has the final say. Why don't we do a good deed and send this child off to reincarnate sooner, so he can have a healthy body in his next life?
Then what are you waiting for? Go handle it! Where is the antidote from the ring?
Do you have to be this dim, As dull as a clod, Yunxi has achieved her goal now. Too lazy to keep up the act. It is just mud from the soles of my feet that I fed you, and you actually believed it. Su Yunrou's delicate face twisted into something unrecognizable in an instant.
You wretched maid! How dare you toy with me!
It might even be dog dung.
She pointed at Yunxi, a venomous glint flashing in her eyes.
Just you wait.
Yunxi had no idea what mad scheme Su Yunrou was plotting next. For a mere man, is it worth it? It was only then that Huo Liangye returned, as butler Huang hurriedly reported.
My lord, to appease the fury of the 9th Prince Uncle's household, the side consort was to put on a show first, escorting the princess to the dungeon. Who would have thought the side consort would end up injured by the princess herself? She is in Fanhua courtyard now.
Utterly outrageous. Take that venomous Shu to Fanhua courtyard. This prince will punish her properly.
Originally, he meant for her to kneel in the eastern hall, so the 9th Prince Uncle's household could witness it. A show of sincerity without taking her life, who knew she'd prove so incorrigible. This time, without teaching her a harsh lesson, she'll never know when to stop. Huo Lingye stepped through the door when he caught sight of Su Yunrou, sobbing softly, half undressed and sprawled across the imperial concubine's couch, in tears.
Side consort, that woman's far too barbaric to have beaten you like this. Even this servant aches for you just looking at it. We should tell the prince right away, so he can punish her.
Su Yunrou wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Don't say a word.
She turned and gasped in surprise. Huo Lingye wiped his clothes, covering his chest, yet her fair legs remained exposed. This half-concealed, half-revealed allure was masterfully seductive.
My lord, why are you here?
If I hadn't come, I never would have known that you're wounded like this and still refuse to explain.
Su Yunrou tearfully embraced Huo Lingye.
My lord, please don't ask anymore. Ruer doesn't want to put you in a difficult spot. As long as you show Ruer a bit more affection, my wounds won't hurt anymore.
Her feverish body pressed against his, her hands slowly sliding down to his waist. Ever since she married into the household, Huo Lingye had never touched her. If she missed this chance today, there might never be another.
Brother Yi.
He and Su Yunrou were childhood sweethearts. Previously, due to his illness, he had never been intimate with her. But now, faced with Su Yunrou's blatant invitation, the infuriating image of Yun Sai's face suddenly flashed before his eyes.
Brother Yi.
Su Yunrou trembled with excitement. She lowered her head, pressing her red lips to the hideous scar on his chest.
A live show!
Excitement flickered in Yunxi's eyes. Huo Lingye, you've summoned me to watch the live performance, have you?
This is thrilling, Yunxi.
Huo Lingye's brow furrowed, leaving him with no desire for Su Yunrou. But with Yunxi bursting in so suddenly, even she had witnessed their disheveled state. Just as Yunxi leaned in for another peek, Huo Lingye grabbed her by the collar and hauled her straight out, while Su Yunrou was hastily draped with a quilt, her rage boiling over, wishing she could tear Yunxi's face to shreds. That wretched girl dared to ruin my moment. We were so close just now.
Let go! Huo Lingye, are you trying to strangle me?
Do you want to throw me to my death?
Yunxi grimaced in pain. Huo Lingye looked down at Yunxi condescendingly.
Yunsi, do you really think this king can tolerate your time? And again,
Yunxi speechlessly brushed the dirt off her buttocks and stood up.
What is wrong with me?
Don't you know full well what you've done?
Yunsi suddenly realized.
It was you who summoned me to watch your little tryst with Su Yunrou.
Is that what this king meant?
How was I supposed to know what you were getting at?
You beat Ruer in the dungeon, leaving her covered in wounds, and you still won't admit it.
When did I ever beat Su Yunrou?
Then how do you explain the wounds all over her body?
Seeing her struggle, Huo Lingye's grip didn't tighten any further, but it didn't loosen even a fraction.
How was I supposed to know she'd end up covered in wounds?
What does that have to do with me?
Huo Lingye closed his eyes briefly. I knew she wouldn't admit it.
Now go kneel before Ruer, apologize, and admit your fault.
As tears fell from Yunxi's eyes, Yunxi felt a surge of astonishment. It must be the original host's lingering emotions. How profoundly the original host had loved this man. Huo Lingye watched her tears fall, his furrowed brows imperceptibly relaxing.
This is too cruel.
Perhaps it is out of indignation for the original host.
The original host wasn't that foolish to beat her and draw everyone's attention only to invite your pursuit. If I could lay a hand on her, I'd make sure it was the end of her.
He staggered back slightly,
glaring warily at the remorseless Huo Lingye.
Earlier, this king saw you taking liberties with that child, with my own eyes, and you won't admit it. Nowadays, many people saw you hitting Ruer. You still refuse to admit it. Guards, drag her over to kneel before Ruer, and make her kneel until she is willing to confess her wrong.
Lindsay clenched his teeth tightly, his entire body trembling faintly with rage.
Huo Lingye, we've harbored hatred for a year now. Have you ever pitied me even a little? You forced me to donate blood to Su Yunro, which left my body with permanent damage. Those servants fed me dry tonics to replenish my health. And yet now you're still blindly believing one side. Everyone says I don't deserve you. But in my eyes, it is you who doesn't deserve me. Huo Lingye, I want a divorce from you!
Seeing Yongxi's tears just now, the fury in Huo Lingye that had only just subsided flared up once more.
You're utterly incorrigible.
And won't learn your lesson this time.
Huo Lingye 轻而楚 thusly dragged Yongxi right before him, his hand clamping her chin with brutal force.
My lord, please calm your anger!
As Butler Huang rushed forward, Huo Lingye had already struck her down to the ground. Yunxi lay utterly still on the ground for a fleeting moment. She truly felt as if she were dying. She vaguely heard Butler Huang say that Yujir had run into trouble again. The people from the 9th Prince's mansion had summoned Imperial Physician Lai once more, and were calling for him too. A crimson glint flashed in Huo Lingye's eyes. He was truly seething with rage.
Wake her up and take her to Dongzheng Courtyard.
In Dongzheng Courtyard, Yu Ge's eyes were clear and lucid, showing none of the deathly pallor the servants below were gossiping about. Uncle Wang held an iron bowl, and following Yunxi's instructions, tucked it under Yugar's armpit.
Good child, go to sleep for a bit.
He turned around and ushered Imperial Physician Li inside.
Imperial Physician Li, young Master Yu is failing again.
How is he? The boy has passed away.
Is there truly no way to save him?
Uncle Wang gazed sorrowfully at Physician Lai.
As for this matter, it is all the fault of Consort Cha.
Yunxi took a deep breath.
The child is clearly still alive. The medicines you prescribed are nothing but mere tonics, utterly useless against asthma, and yet you have the audacity to demand 200 taels of silver.
The quack was instantly exposed. Physician Li's face flushed crimson.
Consort, this child is plainly dead. Don't you dare shift the blame onto this old man. Your Highness, please stand up for this old servant.
Huo Lingye's gaze settled on Yunxi.
It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet.
Yunxi wanted no further entanglement with Huo Lingye.
She declared, I can prove Physician Lai is nothing but a fraud chasing empty fame.
He stepped forward to Brother Yu, tore open the clothes and pressed his mouth to Brother Yu's lips, lifting the boy's chin, and breathed into his mouth.
Full, steady breath.
Just as Huo Lingye was about to intervene, the boy, thought dead on the bed, suddenly coughed violently. The child opened his eyes, his wide eyes fixed on Yunxi in a masterful display of revival for Uncle Wang's benefit. This technique of wedging a round ball under the armpit to halt the pulse was one Consort Cho had taught, and Uncle Wang had endorsed Yunxi's scheme from the start. Mere words without proof could only convince them by letting everyone see it with their own eyes. Only then would they believe Yunxi wasn't spouting nonsense, that he had truly saved the boy. Physician Li truly is no good sort.
How can this be possible? The child had no breath left, no pulse whatsoever. Could it be that I misjudged Physician Lai?
Still grasping for excuses to justify himself.
Was it the divine healer sister who saved me?
Have you lost your mind from the illness, child?
You quack know absolutely nothing, and kept dosing me with your treatments. Yet this is the first time I've woken up. It was because the divine healer sister breathed life into my mouth. I was already aware at that moment, and not from swallowing your bizarre potion.
Imperial Physician Li is the chief of the Imperial Academy of Medicine. After all, who doesn't offer him a deferential smile? This is the first time a mere child has shamed him like this. His withered old face flushed a livid purple.
Consort of Cho, could it be you've custom sorcery to control this child? I had already taken the child's pulse then. The child had no breath, no pulse. He was clearly dead. So how could a simple mouth-to-mouth breath bring the boy back to life?
That is utterly impossible. Are you now resorting to ghostly arts? Lindsay curled his lips in a cold sneer at his own inadequacy.
I've saved the child's life, and you claim it is demonic sorcery. Pray tell, Imperial Physician Li, what exactly is that pill of yours made from? How could a single bite, before it even reached Brother Yu's stomach, have made him wake? Do you dare admit it?
Imperial Physician Lai was utterly flustered. Right from wrong, truth from lies. It was all too obvious.
What on earth is that pill you provided?
Huo Lingye's voice cutting abruptly.
Will you confess it yourself? Or shall this king search it out and verify for myself?
Imperial Physician Lai realized at once.
It is merely a tonic pill.
And yet you're the chief of the Imperial Academy of Medicine, tarnished through and through. I must report this to my Ninth Master!
Uncle Wang's chest heaved with fury. Thank heavens for the consort of Chou. He sets aside past grudges with a healer's benevolent heart, rushing in to save the child.
Get lost.
Imperial Physician Lai knew he was done for. He shot Yunzai a resentful glare, then staggered away in disgrace.
If I want to cry, can I go somewhere farther away to do it?
Sister, the child you harmed met a tragic end. You've dragged the prince's mansion into disgrace, bringing infamy upon both families. It is truly heartbreaking. That child was still so young. Sister, do you even realize your mistake?
Whether I'm at fault or not is that for you to decide.
He wouldn't pass up the chance to see the original fourth one die. He stepped right forward and knelt before Huo Lingye.
Your Highness, Ruwer has become my sister's good fortune.
Owing her a debt of gratitude, Ruwer is willing to face the law in her place.
Such underhanded tactics, the original host, shunned by the entire prince's mansion, and even despised by Huo Lingye, it was all but inevitable. Huo Lingye pulled Su Yunrou to her feet.
This matter doesn't concern you. There is no need for your interference.
Su Yunrou wept piteously.
It is not that Ruwer failed to properly persuade my sister on your Highness's behalf. Allowing her to harm that child, that innocent child, was truly pitiable.
See how kindly Ruwer treats you. Now look at yourself.
In the original host's memories, she'd been cut by Su Yuji's subtle barbs more times than she could count.
As you just claimed you'd confess the crime in my stead.
It was Ruwer who offered to confess on my sister's behalf. After all, my sister killed an innocent child.
Which eye of yours saw me kill someone else's child?
A young Master Q. And every resident in the city saw it. Who killed the child from 9th Imperial Uncle's household? Imperial Physician Lai. Just left moments ago.
Yun Sisi let out a laugh, and turned her gaze toward Uncle Wang.
May I ask Concubine Su, since Yuge is alive and well, why are you cursing him? Where does that leave my Ninth Master's family?
Su Yueru's face drained of color in an instant.
What? Isn't the child dead?
He just received the news, and hurried over. Uncle Wang's face darkened with displeasure.
The side consort is so unforgiving. Wenyue is alive and well. Yet, you claim the child came back to life. My people checked at the time, and the child had clearly passed away.
Uncle Wang could no longer hold back.
Dare I ask, young Master Q, what grudge do you and the side consort hold against Princess Chou? Or against a mere child like you? Why are you so desperate for Yuer to die? If not for Princess Chu's timely rescue back then, Yuer might truly have been lost forever. Just now, before His Highness, the Chou Prince and everyone in the room, she saved the Yuzhi once more!
These words left Kyushubai stunned speechless.
What are you scheming, forcing us to intervene like this?
Heavens! Now you're blaming him too.
Did you even give me a chance to speak?
You came at me with accusations and slander right away. And now you're turning it on him.
In any case, as long as sister is safe, my lord, please don't blame her.
Huo Lingye's eyes darkened like still waters, while Yunxi was successfully goaded into fury by Su Yurou.
What did I do wrong? If you're blaming me, then let me ask you, Su Yunrou. It was clearly I who saved the child. Yet, you framed me for murder, and now that the truth is out, you show not a shred of remorse. And you even play the innocent victim. Where is the justice in that? Does this prince have no sense of decorum left?
Sister, it is all Ruer's fault for worrying too much about you. So Ruer will apologize to you.
She lowered her head, intentionally revealing the wound on his arm.
Don't put on this false concern here!
Yunsi, have you caused enough of a scene? Ruer was only worried about you. Yet you show no gratitude, and speak such harsh words. This is all just a misunderstanding. Let it end here. You left Ruer covered in wounds, and this king has yet to hold you accountable.
Yunxi's eyes brimmed with sarcasm.
I don't need his concern. I only seek justice.
If you're so capable, have his injuries examined right here, in front of everyone.
That physician, Li surely hasn't gone far yet.
Seeing Yun Si grew so defiant, displeasure rose in Huo Lingyi's eyes.
This king has spoken. This is all a misunderstanding. Don't be ungrateful. As for your assault on Ruhr, this king will investigate thoroughly to make everything crystal clear.
Huo Lingye watched as Yun Si transformed, utterly unlike her former self. Though surprised, he was also angered.
One matter must be settled on its own terms, as Yu Yunru has slandered my reputation. And you dismiss it lightly, as mere concern, a misunderstanding.
Just like that.
Huo Lingye narrowed his eyes, drawing closer to Yun Si.
Don't push this too far.
Those who err must face punishment. She tarnished the name of this principal consort, so naturally, she must be punished as well. I demand Su Yunrou kowtow and apologize to me.
See if you're even worthy of that.
Seeing Yun Si so brazen and overbearing, Qiu Shubai couldn't hold back and spoke up to seek justice for Su Yunrou.
This is a matter of the prince's manner. Young Master Qiu, mind your place.
Huo Lingye's gaze darkened bit by bit, wondering when Yun Si had become like this.
Know when to stop.
This matter is indeed due to Ruhr's excessive concern, turning into rashness. Kneeling to apologize to elder sister is only fitting, my lord. Need say no more.
This only makes everyone feel that Su Yunrou is utterly genuine, while Yun Si is completely unreasonable.
Concubine so cares for you so deeply, yet you persist in being so difficult, as expected from someone unfit for high society.
The village girl Shu Shubai at the side voices the sentiments of all present.
My lord.
In Huo Lingyi's eyes, his joy and anger were inscrutable. He merely asked Yun Si in a cold tone.
What exactly do you intend to do?
Does my lord care for her so deeply, refusing to let her kneel and admit her wrong? In that case, I won't press the matter further. Simply return all of my dowry in full, or I shall not rest until it is resolved. As a mere country wild girl, my face or reputation matters little to me. But for you nobles, it is an entirely different affair.
I'm waiting, right here.
Just to say if you agree or not. After all, the steward of the 9th Prince's manor has already witnessed quite the spectacle. I don't mind if he sees a little more.
Huo Lingye found himself outmaneuvered, knowing full well it was a trap. Yet he had no choice but to step into it.
Yan Si, in a mere 10 days, you've truly made this king see you in a new light.
Huo Lingye took a step back.
In a loud voice, he instructed the steward to clearly inventory the princess consort's dowry. From this day forth, entrust it to the princess consort for safekeeping.
Su Yunrou was instantly seized by shock all over. Those dowries had already been sent by her yesterday to the palace as a gift to Huo Lingye's mother, noble consort Shu. The moment she considered the consequences, Su Yunrou's body swayed, and she fainted on the spot. Huo Lingye's brows furrowed tightly.
Yun Si, for now, let this matter come to an end here. Don't cause any more trouble for this king.
Huo Lingye swiftly scooped up Su Yunrou.
Where's Shen Changqing? Go fetch him at once.
Butler Huang said, hurriedly.
Your Highness. Lately, Divine Dr. Shen has vanished without a trace, and the men we've sent to find him have returned empty-handed.
Could this be yet another ploy of yours to catch this prince's eye?
From what this old servant can see, the princess consort truly harbors deep affection for the prince, which is why she is carrying on like this.
In a moment, this prince will head to the bamboo garden to dine with her.
Inside the bamboo garden,
Princess consort. These 8 maidservants were newly selected from outside, specially prepared by the prince's orders.
I'll just take 2.
Hold on. Sister, a haughty voice from outside cut off Sister Yun Si.
You don't know the rules of the prince's manor. The prince is worried something might happen to you, so he specially sent Yu Xiang to help train the servants for you.
Su Yunrou 真是无气, truly insidious, sending her own maid over under such a high-sounding pretext.
No need. This princess consort prefers peace and quiet. Besides, we have Nanny Wu here, and she'll naturally handle the training.
Who knew Su Yunrou's scheming was so disgustingly clever? Without a word, she dropped straight to her knees.
Sister Princess Consort, are you still angry? But back then, I didn't mean to badmouth you. I truly care about you, all for the prince's sake.
With that, Su Yunrou caught fiercely on the ground. The resounding thud made Yun Sai's entire face scrunch up. What is the meaning of this?
What are you doing?
Huo Lingyi's icy voice suddenly rang out behind Yun Sai.
Yun Sai, Ruhr's illness hasn't fully recovered. And yet you bully her like this.
Su Yunru explained tearfully at once. Your Highness.
This isn't sister's fault. It was I who insisted on kneeling. I just wanted to beg for sister's forgiveness.
She knelt to me of her own accord. You heard it yourself. If you don't want to see her like this, then tell her to stay away from me.
Su Yunru sobbed even more piteously.
Yes. It is I who insisted on kneeling. I still won't hold it against my sister.
This only makes everyone think Yunxi is even more in the wrong.
Yeah, why come here just to suffer such grievances?
You know perfectly well. I can't stand you. Yet, you shamelessly barge in to get yourself tormented. Isn't this just a blatant deception?
Yunsi, shut your mouth! Don't think saving a life gives you license to run wild. Especially not after striking raw. This prince hasn't even reckoned with you for that yet.
Huo Lingye gazed at Yunxia in her current state, and found her utterly distasteful.
Saving people is my business. It has nothing to do with you. And I never touched Su Biao at all. Don't blame everything on me. Huo Lingye, I'm no longer that Yunxia who loved you so blindly, willing to die for you without a second thought.
Nowadays,
it is me who wants to divorce you by mutual consent. You're the one clinging to me. Don't think I can live without you.
Whether Huo Lingye likes Yunxia or not was originally of no consequence, but at this moment, when she clearly declares she no longer loves him, it stirs an inexplicable surge of irritation deep in Huo Lingye's heart.
Listen, send the side consort back. The person sent by the side consort stays in Qingzhou courtyard.
Huo Lingye breaks from his usual demeanor and doesn't blame Yunxi.
I don't need Su Yue. Rouse people.
Don't think I'm doing this for you. I'm just fulfilling your rule's kindness. You take this person whether you want to or not.
Huo Lingye gazes forcefully at Yunsi. It is his own doing. It is because he insists on using divorce by mutual consent to threaten him, without pulling out his sharp teeth. How could that work?
Fine. It is just a maidservant anyway.
You'd better not harbor any malicious intentions.
Yunsi's expression turns icy. She shoots a glance at Huo Lingye, too lazy to continue arguing with someone like him.
Say, I still have something to ask you.
Yunsi shakes off his hand.
If the prince has questions, ask away. Don't tug and pull. If people see this, they'll think I'm desperately vying for your favor.
Huo Lingye's face darkens even further.
Let me ask you, where did you learn your medical skills?
Yunxi turns her head away, answering nonchalantly.
I already knew it before.
I knew it long ago. Why haven't I ever seen you use it before?
Huo Lingye noticed that Yunxi was different now. How can a person change this much?
But he has looked into it.
And Yunxi is still Yunxi.
Wasn't I just as blind and foolish back then to fall for someone like you, your highness?
Yunsi, don't test my patience with you any further. I'm not used to your new game of playing hard to get.
Yunxi looked at Huo Lingye in astonishment.
So, your highness, is that what you think? That I'm resorting to these sneaky tactics just to win your favor?
Isn't that exactly it? Yunsi, I want you to stop this right now.
Yunxi was stunned, thinking to herself, what is wrong with this guy's head? After a moment's pause, 1,000 words condensed into one.
Who gave you that confidence?
Lindsay, don't push your luck. This prince makes it abundantly clear to you now. Your insolent demeanor disgusts me utterly.
Lindsay draws a deep breath and speaks with grave caution.
Never mind how I once adored you. Just the way you've trampled Yunxi's deep affections for Su Yunru's sake is utterly revolting.
Huo Lingye's eyes instantly blaze with bloodshot fury.
Huo Lingye, you think every woman is so cheap, after enduring endless torment, that she can still wag her tail like a dog at your every whim.
Do you think there is anything left in you worth fighting for? A man like you turns my stomach. Now, eyeing Huo Lingye's menacing stance, Yunxi is surely doomed today.
No, Su has fainted. She needs her medicine again.
The fury on Huo Lingye's face freezes, solid, as he seizes Yunxi's wrist and drags her inside.
Let go of me! What are you doing?
Didn't you just call me disgusting? Since that is the case, this prince need show you no mercy at all. Rest assured.
Yunxi stumbles, crashing heavily to the ground. Her eyes blazing red, she glares up at Huo Lingye.
Yunsi retorts, it is you begging this prince. So I'll spare you this once.
I'll bleed as your concubine.
It is not his blood anyway. He'd love nothing more than for Su Yunru to guzzle a bowl every day. Until that quack drops dead, Huo Lingye's face feels the sting of a vicious slap from Yunxi. He'd rather bleed himself than swallow his pride and beg him, He once accused Yunxi of playing hard to get, but now it is all a cruel joke.
Well, 好样的. You're so eager to bleed. Then bleed away.
Yunxi curves her lips in a thin mocking smile. Get out.
Do it right in front of this king.
If you don't leave, I won't give a drop of blood. Let's see how long Su Yunru can hold out. Hua Lingye gazed at Yunxi standing before him. He restrained himself time and again, and at last he stormed out. Yunxi let out a quiet sigh of relief, then turned and slipped into the inner chamber, dragging out the hidden chest, where Shen Chenqing lay in a dazed stupor. Yunxi picked up a bowl, lowering her eyes as she took hold of Shen Chenqing's arm, and swiftly cut into his vein.
This poison was never meant for you.
It should be me, the venomous shrew, who is letting blood for you now. You didn't even hit a proper vein. When you cut me back then, you aimed straight for the vein. And besides, it is Su Yunru who craves your blood, not the blood filling this bowl of mine. It is already half full. Look at me, a mere woman, bleeding like this for a whole year, while those servants fed me nothing but swill, and still I endured. Surely a man like you won't prove so weak if you use my blood. You're the miracle doctor. If I use yours, I'm the venomous shrew. You're such a hypocrite. The blood all set. As for Su Yunru's illness, who knows how long she'll drag this out? Until she decides to drop the act, or until I expose her myself. Then I'll let you go. She gave her an injection of anesthetic to keep her from making a fuss. When that happens, everyone will see what a fraud you really are, miracle doctor. Yunxi is doing this simply to avenge the original mistress and her innocent personal maid who died unjustly. The door creaked open. Yunxi's pale, ghostly face appeared before Hua Lingye. Hua Lingye gripped to the edge of the bowl tightly, that churning sea of blood and guilt surging through the man's heart in this very moment.
It doesn't matter if Hu Lingyan doesn't like it.
But there is no need to let another woman hurt someone who loves you so deeply. At least, Yunxi is dead now. There will never be a Yunxi again. No more eyes brimming with devotion, gazing at you. Yunxi's voice was hoarse as she glanced at the shadow outside the door and let out a disdainful smile. In Fanhua Yuan, Hua Lingye had brought the blood here until now, sitting indifferently by the window all the while. In the past, this was when she would feed Su Yunru her medicine. But as she watched the blood mix with the medicine, all she could see were those tear-streaked eyes. Su Yunru had already awakened.
My lord, will sister be angry? Ruer dares to ask thank you, sister. Without her, Ruer wouldn't be alive today.
It was she who willingly offered her blood to you back then.
No need for that. Hua Lingye walked to Su Yunru's side, helping her sit up. The moment she was touched, Su Yunru let out a sigh of relief.
Oh, it is me, your highness. I didn't realize you were still wounded. Xiangyun, fetch the medicine.
Upon hearing that Hua Lingye intended to apply the medicine to her wounds, her heart swelled with uncontainable joy.
Your highness, leave your troubles here with Ruer.
Su Yunru leaned against Hua Lingye, pressing herself closer to him again and again, yet he showed not the slightest interest. Once the medicine had been applied, without a moment's hesitation, he pushed her away firmly.
Stronger. I still have much official business left unattended, and the 9th Imperial Uncle is due back in the capital soon. Moreover, Changqing's whereabouts are still unknown, which could lead the court officials to suspect that it was I who didn't want Changqing treating the 9th Imperial Uncle. So I had him hidden away.
Su Yunru watched as Hua Lingye strode away without a backward glance, seething with rage, nearly driven to madness.
Xiangyin, you! Get over here! You filthy wretch!
To think you'd get so furious just because you couldn't bet him. How utterly ridiculous. Xiang Yun was speechless, bracing herself as Su Yunru vented her fury with blows.
Go out and tell everyone that this wretched woman is skilled in medicine, and that she treats the poor for free without taking a single coin. Isn't she supposed to be a healer? I'll test just how real her so-called medical skills truly are.
Xiang Yun said fearfully.
Side concubine, Butler Wang is urging us on, demanding we return all the dowry we seized from that country bumpkin before. Shouldn't we handle this immediate crisis first?
That wretch dares to demand her dowry back! Am I supposed to foot the bill myself? Or should I go to the palace and confess to the noble consort that those items are all Yunxi's dowry? I'm just borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. Now, the only way is to make her drop dead right this instant.
Besides lying and deceiving, what else are you capable of? Now, rule her because of your beating. The wounds on her body are severe.
My lord, please don't hold sister accountable anymore, saying it is not sister's fault. Shall we just let this matter rest?
You heard what the physician said. What more do you have to say for yourself?
He gripped Yunxi's chin. Yunxi flung his hand away.
My lord, let me just ask, if I beat her so badly, not a single soul tried to stop me, and no one else got caught in the crossfire.
What Yunxi hated most, what she despised above all, was the man before her now. Blind to right and wrong, Su Yunrou grew tense in an instant.
My lord, don't blame sister. Sister simply misunderstood Ruer.
Yunxi wasn't buying it.
If I truly lost my mind and wanted to beat her, why not strike her head? Just end her right then and there, and spare her life to accuse me later.
Huo Lingye's face darkened as he stared at Yunxi.
What are you trying to say? What more excuses do you have?
I want to know as well, just how did Su Yunrou come by these injuries? Otherwise, how do we explain why none of them proved fatal? Could it be that, while I was beating her, all those maids just stood by watching, waiting until I'd had my fill, before they finally stepped in to intervene?
Yunxi's reasoning was airtight, her logic crystal clear. Huo Lingye turned to Xiangyun.
Speak up. Let her know exactly how it stands.
Huo Lingye never imagined Yunxi could be so venomous. Clearly he was now seething with rage, intent on making her pay dearly.
Yunsi said, Jiangyun, where exactly did I get that stick from back then? How did the beating happen? How could there even be a stick in your side concubine cell? Did I bring it in? Or did your side concubine bring it over herself and ask me to beat her?
This whole affair is riddled with holes. Huo Lingye had considered the very question Yunxi raised, but he still clung to his faith in Su Yunrou's innocence, a trust built from years of living side by side. Huo Lingye's mind wavered. Xiangyun, terrified, suddenly dropped to her knees and cautiously glanced at Su Yunrou's stiff, pale face before quickly turning away. Yunxi let out a cold laugh.
Same, cat got your tongue. The truth is, Su Yunrou beat herself and tried to frame me for it.
My lord, Ruer didn't. Ruer would never do such a thing.
Su Yunrou now wished she could kill Yunsai on the spot, for she had deliberately summoned the physician today to feign more severe injuries, hoping to keep Huo Lingye by her side and finally consummate their marriage. But then, Yunxi burst in, and everything spiraled out of her control. It infuriated her to no end, Huo Lingye thought.
Rest assured, I believe you.
Yunxi snorted derisively.
The physician said it was from a stick. Xiangyun, if you can't speak up, then where did Su Yunrou's stick come from?
Su Yunrou's eyes widened in terror.
My lord, or shall we summon Yunxiang instead? This poor girl is just too frightened to think straight. That day, when Su Yunrou arrived, Yuxiang was with her too, wasn't she? We'll bring them all in one by one to cross-examine their testimonies. Where did the stick used to beat Su Yunrou come from? And why didn't they rush in to stop it, leaving Su Yunrou so badly beaten by me?
Su Yunrou.
Let's see how long you can keep up the act.
Yunxi arched an eyebrow and turned to Su Yunrou.
He declared the investigation had cleared me of all charges.
And with that, she let out 2 cold chuckles, then turned and summoned the attendants.
Bring forth all the eyewitnesses who were in the dungeon at the time. The Wang Fei and the prince shall question them together until the truth emerges, and render true justice to concubine Su. Bring up all the eyewitnesses who were in the dungeon at that time. This Wang Fei shall question them thoroughly alongside the prince, and deliver justice for side consortia.
The witnesses were brought in one by one. Su Yunrou was so frantic she nearly fainted dead away.
Side consort Su, fainting once or twice bespeaks your frailty. But every time a grave matter arises, you swoon right on cue. All those precious tonics gone to waste.
As Yunxi prepared to question the first witness, she swiftly sealed off Su Yunrou's every escape. In sheer terror, Su Yunrou turned pleading eyes to Huo Lingye.
What trick are you scheming this time?
Yunxi lengqiaot, a cold sneer.
Your Highness, pray be patient. The truth shall soon surface.
She raised her hand and beckoned. Bring in the first one.
The physician just stated your young miss bore grave lash wounds.
So I ask you,
when this Wang Fei was lashing her, why did none of you rush forward to intervene?
That little maid knew naught of the scheme, and the rest were mere bystanders to pad the numbers. When Yunxi posed the question, the little maid dropped to her knees with brazen confidence.
The incident struck so suddenly, we maid servants could scarcely react. Wang Fei's lashes fell with such ferocity. We were frightened out of our wits and failed to shield her in time. We beg your highness to quell your wrath.
In that very instant, the little maid fancied she'd performed admirably by casting filth upon Yunxi and that Su Yunrou would surely reward her handsomely. Yet Su Yunrou's heart plunged into utter despair. Huo Lingye's countenance grew as black as the abyss. Yunxi was far from done. She gestured for the next to enter.
The physician claimed it stemmed from this Wang Fei's punches and kicks upon the side consort, inflicting those internal injuries. This Wang Fei asks you, if it truly was mere fisticuffs, why didn't you step forward to stop her, allowing the side consort to suffer to this extent?
You foolish little number 2 maid.
It is all because the Wang Fei uses her status to intimidate us servants. Your Highness, we servants are truly terrified of the Wang Fei's fierce demeanor. We wanted to protect her, but the Wang Fei struck too fiercely.
Huo Lingye closed his eyes briefly.
Get out of here!
Yunxi smiled, gazing at the first trembling maid, and the second one, her face full of bewilderment as she waved her hand at them.
Did you hear that? All of you, go down.
Su Yunrou dared not faint again. Fainting at a time like this would only let Yunxi's silver tongue run wild unchecked. She got out of bed in tears, and threw herself at Huo Lingye's feet.
Your Highness, it is not like that. In truth, I was the only one who entered at the time without these maids accompanying me. But my sister injured me, and she refused to admit it. So...
That is why you sought out these maids to serve as false witnesses. Since you claim you came alone, then explain, where did the stick that struck you come from?
The cell only has torture implements, so where did the stick come from? Huo Lingye gazed intently at the person kneeling on the ground. She was so frail, so kind-hearted. He was unwilling to believe that she would harm herself to frame Yunxi. Does the prince truly wish to
see the truth now?
She peered into Huo Lingye's eyes, sneering disdainfully.
The prince is truly preoccupied. It is normal not to uncover such a trivial matter.
How could Huo Lingye fail to grasp the implication in Yunxi's words? Yet, what pained him more and what he could scarcely believe was Su Yunrou's scheming mind.
Why would you do such a thing?
Su Yunrou's body began to tremble. All she could do was weep incessantly. Yunxi had no patience for her wailing on like this. What a waste of time.
Since it was all concubine Su's doing harming herself to frame me, then shouldn't she return my tonics to me at once?
Huo Lingye furrowed his brow.
Tonics? How could this prince ever take a liking to you?
You don't know about that little matter yet, do your Highness?
Butler Huang took the tonics that Uncle Wang gave me, and all the gold and silver, subsidizing them entirely to Su Yunrou. I think it is fake too. How dare Butler Huang have the audacity to touch the things in my storeroom? So let's get to the bottom of this right now.
He strode forward in a few quick steps, giving Su Yunrou no time to react.
You've drunk my blood, and now you're stealing the tonics others gave me, and the gold and silver too.
Su Yunrou opened her mouth to retort, but caught a glimpse of the disappointment in Huo Lingye's eyes.
It is not like that.
Sister, you've misunderstood me.
I have no idea what happened to the things in your storeroom.
Then let's call Butler Huang and ask him. Butler Huang even instructed me that it is only right for the principal wife to help the prince look after his side consort. What do you think, Your Highness?
Su Yunrou was absolutely furious at this point. How could Yunxi possibly deserve such fine tonics? Those tonics were ones she herself had asked Butler Huang to fetch. She was determined to kill this wretch Yunxi. Butler Huang was brought in, and now kneeling on the ground. He could only tremble in fear.
This princess remembers how Butler Huang lectured me so eloquently. But now, it turns out you're just a bully who fears the strong, and you dare say nothing in front of His Highness.
This sly old servant has troubled me time and again. This time, he deserves to suffer a bit.
Your Highness.
Is what the princess said the truth?
Butler Huang glanced at Su Yunrou, who was kneeling beside Huo Lingye.
It was this old servant who saw the side consort being sorely bullied by the principal wife. And besides, His Highness's silver doesn't grow on trees. You took it upon yourself to appropriate the princess consort's tonics. First, you dog of a servant.
Yunxi couldn't help but clap her hands.
Even now, you boast of your loyalty. Dare I ask, Your Highness, disregarding the mistress, insolence from a subordinate, appropriating the mistress's belongings for the side consort. What crime does that warrant?
Isn't that punishable by death? Butler Huang shot Yunxi a resentful glance.
Princess consort, this old servant did it all because you previously injured the side consort. This old servant wanted to make amends on your behalf.
Silence!
Huo Lingye's face darkened.
Even if Butler Huang erred, it was for the Wangfu's sake, and he was unaware of Ru Ran's injury. In appropriating your items, ultimately it is from your perspective repaying on your behalf.
One matter is one matter. Can a mere servant presume to lord over his mistress?
Enough! Must you make such a scene? Isn't it just some tonics, some gold and silver, causing such an unseemly fuss, embarrassing everyone? Yunse, are you doing this on purpose?
Yunse could see it clearly. Huo Lingye would never side with her. The prince was just muddling through as always. No wonder, with all these demons and ghouls in the residence. First, a side consort who injures herself to frame me. Perhaps later, when no one's around, she'll even justify it as loving the prince too much. To win his attention, now even servants dare trample over the principal consort. I've learned a lesson today. Yunxi's sarcastic barbs provoked Huo Lingye's anger once more. What exactly do you want?
I only ask you, Your Highness!
When will you return my dowry? When will I get my dowry back? Gifts bestowed upon me by others. Do I even have the right to decide their fate? The prince once vowed that if I gave blood to Su Yunro, he would grant me the title of principal consort. And yet, to this day, this principal consort position remains but an empty shell devoid of any real authority. Even a lowly servant dares to lord over me. Is this the fulfillment of the prince's promise? Or is this the fate of every consort in your household?
Guards, drag Butler Huang away. 80 heavy lashes to warn the others. From this day forward, all authority over the household stewards in the prince's mansion rests with the princess consort. As for those gold and silver treasures, deduct them from this prince's own accounts.
Then what of my dowry? Upon hearing this, Huo Lingye's face darkened, his brows furrowing slightly. Butler Huang claimed, "You sent my dowry to the palace for your mother consort, a matter I myself was utterly unaware of. And now I must ask the prince, was it sent in my name on your orders?"
This prince has never ordered anyone to touch your dowry.
Then it is truly baffling. Butler Huang said my dowry was all given to consort self. When Butler Huang was dragged forward, he was already gasping his last, and that from a mere 50 strokes.
I commanded you to return her dowry to them. So how did it end up in consort Sao's hands?
Butler Huang hesitated a moment, gasping raggedly, as he glanced toward Su Yunro, realizing his frail life could no longer shield Yunro from so many burdens.
It was side consort who ordered this old servant to deliver those items to consort Su.
Su Yunro's face paled for the first time, draining to a ghostly white.
My lord, Renner had no idea it was sister's dowry, so I simply sent it along to mother consort, hoping to soothe the rift between sister and mother consort.
Did you ever consult me before meddling in such matters? You sent it in my name, no less. Is consort so base as to covet such unseemly vulgarities, that mere worldly trifles could sway consort Su's view of me? How could Yunxi possibly swallow such blatant lies, when every word drips with pointed insinuation, as if Huo Lingye had just confessed to prizing such tawdry baubles, scarcely fit for decent company? Su Yunro was at a loss for words. After all, she had taken Yunxi's dowry, and used it in her own name to curry favor with Prince Huo Lingye's mother.
Sister, no matter what, I was occasionally at fault. Please forgive me, sister.
Is your apology sincere? If you said it was intentional, then make good on the dowry. That is it tomorrow morning. I want my dowry back intact, right here. As for those supplements, I want them delivered tonight. I have no intention of wasting more time on Su Yunrao here. Huo Lingye watched as Yunsi stormed out. Though 1,000 flames of fury burned within him, he could only suppress them for now. He lowered his gaze to Su Yunrao, still sniffling and weeping, and for a fleeting moment, Huo Lingye felt utterly powerless in consoling her.
Fine. The dowry, how much did you take?
I don't know. It is enough for sister.
Just tell me how much you took.
Su Yunrou caught the disappointment in Huo Lingye's eyes, and it pierced her heart like a dagger.
Mother consort has been short on silver lately, so that is why I sent it to her. I didn't want to trouble your highness anymore, but I took it upon myself to do so.
For the first time, Huo Lingye regarded Su Yunrou in silence, saying nothing. Su Yunrou had even prepared her excuses, waiting for him to inquire about her injury, and how she might turn the tables. But Huo Lingye simply turned and walked away. Not a word escaped his lips. In that instant, Su Yunrou felt utterly abandoned. In the dead of night, Yuxiang knocked excitedly on Su Yunrou's door.
Niece, the servant discovered Shen Changqing in Yunxi's chambers, hidden in a chest beneath her bed.
Later, someone did come to see you. Unless Yunxi is there. Otherwise, Shen Changqing has remained in a coma the whole time. Now, Yuxiang has discovered you, and he wasn't around just now, so he must have gone to inform Su Yunrou. Let me guess what Su Yunrou will do next.
Shen Changqing has regained a bit of strength.
It was said that someone from the side consort's entourage found me. So why am I still trapped here? They should have sent someone to rescue me right away. Don't measure a gentleman's heart with your villain's mind.
No rush. Our wager isn't over yet.
Is it?
Shen Changqing glared angrily at Yun Si. Yun Si could read the intent in Shen Changqing's eyes, but said nothing more, simply closing the lid and shoving Shen Changqing back inside. Early the next morning, a sharp cry shattered the tranquility of the entire princely mansion.
Kong Qing,
what is happening outside?
replying to the princess consort. The servants outside are saying the side consort hanged herself.
Is she dead?
Not yet. They say she was discovered in time and saved.
Yun Si, however, smiled with keen interest.
Yu Xiang is asking the princess consort to come check on the side consort.
Isn't there a physician in the mansion? If I go and she ends up with more injuries, they'll surely blame it on me. Who can I turn to for justice?
Yet Yu Xiang began weeping and pleading outside. In the Fanhua courtyard, Huo Lingye Fai Dao spoke, only to see Su Yunrou refusing her medicine. With that desperate look of seeking death, enough to soften any man's heart.
What are you doing?
Huo Lingye stepped forward, gazing at the pale, haggard Su Yunrou, his voice gentle.
My lord, I have no face left to see you. I'll just die. That is all, to let you be with my sister.
This king harbors no romantic feelings for Yun Si whatsoever.
What talk of fulfillment is this?
Really? Not at all. My sister grows ever more exceptional.
Ever more extraordinary. Your Highness pays her ever greater attention, yet refuses to consummate our marriage. Isn't your heart filled with thoughts of her?
As Su Yunrou spoke, she struggled in Huo Lingye's embrace, desperate to break free and bash her head against the wall. Huo Lingye held Su Yunrou tightly in his arms.
These past days have been so busy.
I've left you feeling neglected.
This king promises you. You alone occupy this king's heart.
Your Highness,
I'm sorry. I've done something foolish. Wrongly accusing and framing my sister. How terrifying a woman's jealousy can be. If I weren't such a burden to you, Your Highness, you and my sister might never have faced such turmoil.
Su Yunrou's sobs mingled with her explanations, transforming her from a scheming villain into a desperate wife craving her husband's favor. Her jealousy driving her to unwittingly harm others. Her performance was utterly convincing.
There. This king assures you, once your illness is cured, this king will consummate our marriage with you. Does that please you?
Su Yunrou had even harmed herself, falsely accusing Yun Si. How could Huo Lingye not feel deep pity for her? Just as the two were about to pour out their hearts to each other, a clamor erupted outside.
Are you not permitted to enter?
I heard you attempted suicide. Yu Xiang insisted on dragging me here to check on you.
Let me see those ligature marks on your neck.
You were discovered right after you put it on, weren't you? If I'd arrived just a bit later, these marks on your neck would have already healed over.
Su Yunrou's hand clenched instinctively as she lowered her head and began to sob, her heart breaking.
How could they be so cruel?
Ruwer attempted suicide, but pulled through, thanks to her extraordinary luck and resilience. We won't tolerate your cold mockery here. Get out. If this prince ever catches you setting foot here again, I break your legs without mercy.
Truth be told, I had no intention of coming, but upon hearing the prince was here, I thought I'd seize the chance to ask, when exactly does the prince plan to return my dowry?
A surge of inexplicable fury ignited in Huo Lingye's heart.
Since you're so capable, go demand it yourself. The palace gates stand wide open, so figure it out on your own. Moreover, regarding your dowry, this prince has already pledged its return. But if you lack the means to claim it, that is on your own inadequacy.
Yun Xi's eyes widened as she stared at Huo Lingye. Having never encountered a man like this in her life, he is nothing but a scoundrel, as expected.
Stop right there!
Huo Lingye watched as Yun Si turned to leave. Rising swiftly to block her path, he called out to stop her.
Prince, what more do you have to say?
You grasp only the superficialities of medicine, yet you parade it about with such fanfare. Do you realize that this very morning, an endless throng gathered at the Chao Prince's mansion gates begging for your remedies? Are you so eager to court death?
Whispers abound outside that the healing arts of Lin Temple outshine even Shen Changqing's, curing ailments with a single dose, capable of reviving the dead and mending flesh to bone. He treats the poor without charging a single penny.
I've been in the prince's mansion this whole time. What does that have to do with me? Someone might be trying to praise me to death, spreading these tales far and wide. If the prince fears it might bring trouble, then uncover the ones spreading these rumors behind the scenes.
Mingxi's words strike true, causing a glint in the eyes of Su Yunrao, who lies delicately abed. When did this wretch grow so shrewd?
The mess you've stirred up, you'll handle yourself. If anything goes awry, that is on you alone, and has not to do with the prince's mansion. Guards, the Song Princess left the mansion to meet some common folk.
Whoever sows the cause must reap the bitter fruit. Su Yunrou watches Yuanxi depart.
Sister-in-law, it'll be tough to handle alone. Why not summon Divine Physician Shen to assist?
A shadow of unease flickers across Huo Lingye's brow.
Changqing's whereabouts remain unknown. I've dispatched many men to search for him, yet all to no avail. The 9th Imperial Uncle returned before dawn today, and will likely summon Changqing forthwith.
If Divine Physician Shen can't be found by then, won't that give schemers cause to whisper that the prince wishes ill upon the 9th Imperial Uncle? Behind this intrigue, could there be one deliberately sowing discord between the prince and the 9th Imperial Uncle, meddling from the shadows, by abducting the Divine Physician to corner the prince?
This explains why Su Yunrou hasn't swiftly exposed Shen Changqing's hiding with Yunsai. She can wait no longer. She must swiftly eliminate Yunxi, or how else can she consummate her union with her beloved prince?
Today, I shall personally lead men to search. Rest easy and await my return.
Once all have departed, it was only then that Su Yunrou summoned the maid to help me with my makeup.
I'm going to my sister's courtyard to visit her. Princess, you can't let these people see it.
If I refuse to treat them, it'll confirm I'm just fishing for fame. But if I do treat them, something will go wrong, no matter what. Then, if anyone dies, it'll all be blamed on me. I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. Whoever's behind this, plotting to kill me with excessive praise, it is a masterful scheme.
So what should we do?
Kongqing, you say this princess has donated blood to treat the side consort's illness. How could I possibly have the strength left to treat anyone else?
Kongqing suddenly snaps to attention, never expecting Yunsai to be so quick-witted. Meanwhile, the side consort is lurking inside, like a green bamboo viper.
Are you sure?
It is too obvious. We'll be spotted in no time, and hiding Yunxi's people in here isn't that way too risky. As expected, Shen's aunt spots it right away that night. She glances inside the box and sees Shen Changqing, and there is Miss Li Momo, missing for so long.
Aunt Shen is fully awake now, but her whole body is paralyzed. Poor Divine Physician Shen. Who knows what torments that vicious woman inflicted on him?
Changqing!
Shen Changqing's heart aches fiercely. At last, he can see her again. Once upon a time, she, Huo Lingye, and Su Yunrou had grown up together. He had long admired Su Yunrou, yet he could never qualify to stand by her side.
Changqing, you've suffered so much.
Su Yunrou gazes at Shen Changqing, words failing her at first, but then she feels a wave of relief. She tightens her grip on the dagger, her voice choking as she asks,
Changqing, I can't get you out right now, but will you help me one more time? Just this once more.
Shen Changqing blinks his eyes.
I will, even if it means dying for you. I would gladly do it.
Su Yunrou weeps with overwhelming joy.
I knew you would never refuse me.
Su Yunrou's eyes welled up with tears as she gazed at Shen Changqing, her heart churning with revulsion. She felt nothing but utter disgust. How could a man like Shen Changqing possibly deserve her affection? A mere physician, even one hailed as a divine healer, remains nothing more than a powerless doctor until his dying breath. Su Yunrou nodded.
I knew you'd be willing.
Suppressing her nausea, she drew closer to Shen Changqing and embraced him. Yuxiang had no idea what Su Yunrou was about to do. Su Yunrou sobbed as she pulled away from Shen Changqing, his chest a gory mess of blood, with a dagger plunged straight into his heart.
So you shut your mouth!
Su Yunrou was badly shaken herself, for this was her first time taking a life. Shen Changqing collapsed into the chest in utter disbelief, suddenly recalling Yunxi's words.
I bet you, once Su Yunrou finds you, she'll secretly dispose of you and frame me for the crime, so that she can finally eliminate me, and in turn claim the seat of principal consort. Su Yunrou's illness was cured long ago. The reason she has kept up the pretense is that you couldn't diagnose the truth. So you came here, all because she seeks to uproot me entirely. Only with my death can she rightfully become the princess of Chang.
Hurry! Get out of here! Just go straight to the prince. We found traces of Shen Changqing. Now,
Find someone to keep watch on Yunzi. The moment he spots Yunzi, have him report to me at once.
I'll bring the prince right over. First, go change your clothes. Just hold on a moment.
You die.
Today, I'll make sure you die without a grave to call your own.
Shen Chengqing.
You won.
But I haven't finished what I was saying. Shen Changqing's head lolled to the side as he fainted.
What?
What should I do?
Carry him out and lay him on the ground.
Hurry, turn around. Yunsi had already taken out her medical kit without Kongqing noticing, placing it on the ground. Set it down on the ground.
Shen Changqing, you have to hold on to this life of yours. Or else, even if I win the bet, it won't mean a thing.
Wolfie, what are you doing?
We must keep him alive, so he can tell us who did this to him.
She swiftly tore open Shen Changqing's clothes, carefully and quickly examining him. The wound hadn't struck any vital organs.
Thank heavens, he is savable.
Yunsi wasted no time. Slipping on sterile gloves, then taking the scalpel to disinfect it, she focused every ounce of her attention on the dagger. Oblivious to the urgent footsteps approaching outside, with a sickening squelch, she pulled the dagger from his chest, blood gushing out like a breech dam. The instant she pressed the gauze to Shen Changqing's wound, the door burst open. A swarm of household servants rushed in, surrounding Yunsi completely.
That venomous woman dares to murder the innocent!
Huo Lingye kicked the dagger from Yunsi's hand in one swift motion, his iron grip like an eagle's talon, clamping around her throat.
Which of your eyes saw me kill him? I was saving him!
Yunsen glared at Huo Lingye. Sometimes, what you see with your own eyes isn't the whole truth. Su Yunrou pointed at Shen Changqing bleeding profusely on the ground.
Sister, we never imagined. It was you who imprisoned Physician Shen. While everyone was searching for Dr. Shen, she murdered him. Now we've all witnessed it firsthand. And yet you're still denying it.
Kongqing, speak up!
Kongqing was so terrified, she could hardly think straight.
When the princess consort arrived, Dr. Shen already had a dagger plunged into his chest. The princess consort didn't kill him.
Yunsi let out a sigh of relief. Kongqing had proven useful after all.
Save him.
Su Yunrou bit her lower lip, staring at Yunsi in utter disbelief.
It was clearly you who wielded the dagger and murdered him. If you're my sister's maidservant, how could we possibly believe a word you say?
Huo Lingye's grip tightened even further around Yunsai's neck.
If you didn't commit the murder, why didn't you cry out for help? Isn't that just a sign of guilt?
It is too late. If the bleeding isn't stopped, Shen Changqing will surely die.
Seeing this, Su Yunrou grew deeply anxious. He absolutely cannot let Shen Changqing survive.
You're still making excuses. The prince and I are both just wardens on duty. How exactly do you plan to harm the prince before you'll be satisfied?
At that moment, the doctors rushed in one after another. Yunsi was just about to speak. Huo Lingye raised his hand and slapped Yunsi hard across the face.
I never imagined you could be this ruthless. You clearly knew everyone was searching for Changqing.
Yet, you said nothing.
If not for Yu Xiang reporting it, that he was in your room. You had imprisoned him in a chest, and I saw it with my own eyes. I could hardly believe you could be so cruel.
Yunsi fell to the ground. She took a deep breath, suppressing her rage. She suddenly stood up and swung her hand toward Huo Lingye's face.
I told you! I didn't kill anyone! Huo Lingye, just a few words of provocation, and you want my life! Not only have I endured endless humiliation in your true palace, but now I'm being framed! Yet, you won't even investigate. Instead, accusing me of slandering a woman. What kind of man are you?
Huo Lingye hadn't expected things to reach this point. That Yunsi would dare to fight back so boldly,
daring to strike back at her prince. The doctors had already cauterized Divine Physician Shen's wound, and Divine Physician Shen was no longer bleeding.
Yunsi frowned, recalling, in this era of backward medicine, when faced with a severe bleeding wound, physicians would use a red-hot iron to sear the skin, sealing the wound swiftly, stopping the blood flow. But this method has severe drawbacks. Adding insult to injury, follow-up, infections can be fatal.
This cauterization method is unreliable. If you won't let me in to treat him, you can just wait to collect Shen Changqing's corpse. Then, when the 9th royal uncle comes demanding justice, how will you explain yourself? Won't he come?
Yunsi no longer dwells on it. Shen Changqing's life or death. As long as Shen Changqing survives, she can turn the tables. But Su Yunrou is surely doomed. This gambit hinges on who prevails.
Nonsense. As if you could save him. This princess will lop off her own head for you.
Huo Lingye's own sister, Huo Liangyi, rushed in with the Dali Temple officials.
This cauterization is the most effective, quickest way to staunch bleeding. You don't even know that. Yet, you still want to slip in and harm him. You want to finish off Physician Shen, to silence him forever.
Yunxi, this lowly wretch, who sullied the position of Wang Fei for her brother, not to mention wounding the one he holds dear. The third princess strode up to Yunxi, the hatred in her eyes sharp as a dagger, poised to carve Yunxi into 1,000 pieces.
It is all because this king showed you mercy, emboldening your audacity to the extreme. And now you've stirred up this calamity.
A woman as ruthless as this. Brother, you absolutely cannot let her off. Send her to the Dali Temple right now.
Guards, bring Yunzai to this king, and hand her over to the men from the Dali Temple.
Huo Lingye, when have I ever lied to you? Every time. It was because you refused to believe me. Refused to seek the truth. I tell you, if you have me dragged off and locked up today, and later want me to come out and save Shen Changqing, then you'll have to kneel and beg me. You're all the same.
Insolent wretch!
The third princess bellowed in fury.
Guards, take this arrogant lowly maid away and lock her up!
What is Yunxi after all? How dare she speak like this? She truly believes herself to be the true Wang Fei. Yunxi turned away coldly and strode out proactively with the man from the Dali Temple. So what if the bleeding has stopped? Next, Shen Changqing is sure to become infected with unrelenting high fevers, lasting no more than 10 days at most. Death is certain. Huo Lingye's face remained as still as water. That damned woman really put her strength into it. The left side of his face still throbbed with numb pain.
Take this king's command token, and have the imperial physicians from the Qin Palace treat Changqing for this. Presently. Do not delay. As for the reply, tell the 9th imperial uncle to wait a little longer.
Su Yunru's face, however, darkened terribly, her tense nails digging deep into her flesh. Shen Changqing must not be allowed to live.
My lord, there is one more person in the Wang Fei's chambers. Mama Li. She claims to have witnessed the entire incident.
Huo Lingye's brows furrowed.
Bring her in.
As Mama Li was brought out,
this old servant of the prince was drugged by the Wang Fei, and Dr. Shen was locked inside a chest. Every day, he fed swill to this old servant and Dr. Shen.
Su Yunrou stifled her disgust, gazing tensely at Mama Li.
Was it the Wang Fei who killed Dr. Shen?
Mama Li heard Su Yunrou's voice and shuddered. She caught a warning in Su Yunrou's eyes.
And Mama Li promptly declared it was the Wang Fei who had committed the murder.
Someone come here.
Is there a blanket?
Yunzai's freezing. She can't take it anymore.
You still want a blanket?
The third princess's voice seethes with rage as it lashes out at Yunzi. Her teeth clenched tight. She barks the order.
Guards, drag this wretched wench out and flog her for me.
I am your imperial sister-in-law. Do you think you can just have me beaten on a whim?
The third princess suddenly bursts into laughter.
You should take a good look at what you are. And dare call yourself my imperial sister-in-law. A lowly peasant girl from the fields. A thing unfit for the palace halls. If not for the fact that your blood has some use, you think you'd ever become a consort. Guards, drag her out. Beat her mercilessly.
Kneel.
The jailer snarls, then kicks Yunzai hard in the ankle.
What you've done to me today, he will make you beg me twice over for mercy.
I beg you?
The third princess laughs as if she has heard the funniest joke.
Me begging a filthy commoner like you. You're dreaming in the dead of night. What shall sober you up myself?
A bucket of water is hauled over.
Quick, hold her head down in it for me. Drown the wretch.
Several burly jailers rush forward, seizing Yunzai's head, and forcing half her body under the water. All of Yunzai's furious cries dissolve into a stream of bubbles, choking on the flood, gasping for air as agony slowly engulfs her.
I'm truly going to die.
What are you doing?
Huan Yi's voice.
Who gave you permission to torture the princess consort of Chou in secret?
Brother, it is me.
Who permitted you to come here and inflict private punishment?
Huo Lingye's peripheral glance swept over Yunsi's at his feet. She is still alive. The third princess hastened to explain.
It was she who spewed insolent words and insulted me, cursing me to death, and even slandering you, brother.
Lies spill from her mouth the moment it opens. Yunsi slowly crawled up from the ground, unable to suppress a scornful chuckle. Huo Lingye frowned as he looked down. This wretched woman can't even stay quiet in prison.
Even if her crimes are heinous beyond measure, it falls not to you, a royal princess, to punish her. No matter what, she is still your royal sister-in-law.
Even Huo Lingye himself failed to notice that her fury was gradually ebbing away.
Third princess, your illness lingers within you and will soon make itself known.
This king sees you've grown bold as a bear's heart and a leopard's skull, imprisoning and slaying at will, cursing a princess. What more would you not dare?
Yunxi was shoved back into the cell by the hidden guards Huo Lingye had brought.
Then just wait. No more than 3 days, and Shen Changqing's wound will fester, his fever raging unrelenting. By then, it won't be too late for you to come begging.
Brother, did you hear that? This wretch even now refuses to show remorse. She even dares to spout such madness.
A bone-chilling frost filled Huo Lingye's eyes.
Escort the third princess away. From this day forth, she is forbidden from entering the prison.
On what grounds? Are you actually protecting this harlot? Why?
Yunsi couldn't help but smile.
Why?
Of course. It is for Su Yunrou's illness.
Isn't that right, Your Highness, King of Chu?
This king asks you, were those wounds on Changqing's wrist caused by you?
Yunsi let out a laugh.
The same kind of wounds as mine. I remember Shen Changqing once said that only my blood could save Su Yunrou. How convenient his blood works for Su Yunrou too.
The chill in Huo Lingye's eyes grew even deeper.
You have no idea. This isn't for Su Yunrou to consume at all. The elixir is all made from Shen Changqing's blood. And she has been taking it for so long. Yet Su Yunrou hasn't shown the slightest discomfort. In fact, she's only gotten better.
People think. Now you even dare to mock this king.
There is no need for me to deceive you. You're here now, surely not to help me fend off the guards, fetching the medicine guide for Su Yunrou. If you don't believe me, go ahead and use duck blood or chicken blood as a substitute. Let him take it and see. I sought out Shen Changqing solely to prove Su Yunrou isn't ill. The man was killed by Su Yunrou, and his condition requires no human blood at all.
In the end, Yunxi's blood was still taken.
How truly pitiful you are. You fail to cherish those who love you, yet the one you love deceives you endlessly. But now, all is well. The one who loved you is gone, leaving only the deceiver behind.
Huo Lingye echoed your steps.
Your so-called love disgusts this king. You're unworthy to utter such a word. If this king hears you slandering Ro once more, this king will order your tongue severed.
The cell swiftly fell silent. Yunxi touched to the skin, shivering from the chill.
My lady, come. Put this on.
Yunxi heard that familiar voice. Uncle Cat, brimming with joy, helped her into dry clothes.
Only then did I summon Uncle Wang and Kangqing to explain everything. I'm sorry.
I merely saved Brother Yu's life once, and you had aided me before. So in the end, we're square. Why trouble you further like this?
My lady, why say such things? You've pulled Brother Yu back from death's door time and again. A debt of such profound grace defies repayment.
Can you help me get out of here? I didn't kill Shen Changqing. If he revives, I can clear this unjust charge against me. Besides, isn't your Juyi urgently seeking Shen Changqing's treatment as well? Wouldn't that kill 2 birds with 1 stone?
If that is not possible, just waiting for Shen Changqing to take it seriously, then Huo Lingye will come begging for his help. But after that exorcism, ritual just now, all hope for Huo Lingye is lost.
My 9th master has suffered grave injuries to both legs. He can no longer walk, and all our hopes now rest on Shen Changqing. Regardless of whether the princess is truly innocent, if this implicates my 9th master, I'm afraid it won't end well. Can the princess consort heal my lord's legs? My lord's wounds are grievously severe.
I haven't examined his injuries, so I can't be certain, but I can heal them. Shen Changqing, Uncle Wang, I beg you to help me.
Uncle Wang hesitated for a moment.
The princess consort waits patiently here. I'll return shortly.
In the serene and solemn 9th prince's mansion, Uncle Wang knelt behind the screen, reporting the matters concerning Yunxi truthfully. She can heal it. The prince's deep magnetic voice intoned slowly, unhurriedly, devoid of emotion.
Back then, imperial physician Li declared Brother Yu beyond saving. Yet it was Princess Chu who saved him. Her medicine and healing methods worked wonders, though this old servant has limited knowledge and has never witnessed such before. They truly proved effective. Why not let her try? Perhaps she can truly restore Lord Ninth's legs.
The Yubi bedchamber fell suddenly silent, and after an unknowable span, that emotionless voice resounded once more.
Then grant her this chance. See if she can heal Shen Changqing. With that, Shen Changqing must die. Have her leave behind a prescription for his asthma, and atone with her death.
This old servant will then expel the princess consort. My deepest thanks to Lord Ninth for this mercy.
Huo Lingye arrived at the prince's mansion gate, gazing at the blood within the vial. His eyes darkened faintly.
Take the blood.
Lai Feng reached out to receive it, but Huo Lingye withdrew his hand.
My lord, what is it?
Huo Lingye gripped the porcelain vial, drawing in a deep breath, his gaze shrouded in unfathomable shadow.
Shall we have the mechanism? Deliver it to the side consort instead.
Lai Feng could scarcely process it. How could Huo Lingye possibly do such a thing?
But, my lord, as Auntie said, if she takes medicine made from other blood, it will harm the side consort's health too.
Indeed, if she consumes other blood, it will only make her condition deteriorate further.
But in the cell, he saw that the wounds on Yunxi's arms have all healed, with no new scars, which proves that Yunxi hasn't been bloodletting these past days, but has been using Shen Changqing's blood instead.
Go investigate for this prince. Over the past year, what Yunxi has truly been consuming, and exactly how her maidservant met her end.
Lai Feng was baffled.
The princess consort has always received the finest ginseng and snow lotus. That maidservant simply drowned by mishap, as the servants have reported.
But when this prince commands you, you obey. Remember, do it discreetly for Huo Lingye.
For a moment he could scarcely accept the bitter truth. Su Yunrou de beingness had long been cured, and she had been deceiving her relentlessly. Meanwhile,
what of Shen Changqing?
With all those physicians keeping watch over him, the maids cannot easily strike.
But in the prison depths, it should be far simpler. Bribe the guards well, and stage it as suicide in fear of his crimes. We can't delay any longer. That meddlesome physician must perish alongside Shen Changqing.
Su Yunrou could wait no more, with victory tantalizingly close. Once Shen Changqing is dead, Yunxi is as good as doomed, and the order of their falls matters little now. Some time later, Huo Lingye sat weeping in his study, having received grave tidings from Lai Feng.
My lord, over this past year, the precious ginseng tonics your highness sent to the princess consort were all pilfered and devoured by Nanny Zhou and the bamboo garden servants. The death of the princess consort's maidservant is shrouded in mystery, and further inquiry will take time.
Huo Lingye closed his eyes, his fists clenched white-knuckled in seething rage.
Seize all those two-faced maids and crones, and mete out punishment by the code.
He had never fathomed that Yunxi's insistent words held nothing but truth, yet he had spurned her trust at every turn, without exception.
My lord! My lord! Grave news! Physician Shen has spiked a raging fever. The imperial physicians have prescribed plenty of medicines, yet none have taken effect. Right now, even the imperial physicians are at a complete loss.
If not treated within 3 days, Shen Changqing's wound will become infected. His high fever will persist unrelentingly. Then, it won't be too late for you to come begging me.
Yunxi's words still echo in his ears. But over this past year, he has never heard of her possessing any medical knowledge.
My lord, why not summon the princess consort to examine physician Shen?
What did you say?
The princess consort previously saved 9th Lord's son, Yu Jenner. She must have some real skill.
Shen Changqing's condition cannot be delayed. Huo Lingye suppressed his inner turmoil, his lingering doubts, and issued a stern command.
Go to the prison and bring Yusa here. Has Yunxi not been brought yet?
My lord, the Wang Fei has broken out of prison.
She actually dared to escape from prison. What are the Dali Temple officials doing?
Brother, look! If she were truly innocent, why flee from prison? This proves she fled in fear of the crime.
Huo Lingye's gaze turned icy in an instant.
Let's go. Even if it means turning the capital upside down. I want her found for me.
Huo Lingye suppressed her fury.
Yunsi, I'd just begun to see you in a new light. Don't disappoint me now.
At this moment, Shen Changqing's condition grows dire. Many imperial physicians emerged, shaking their heads in dismay.
My lord, we've exhausted every method at our disposal. Yet divine physician Shen shows no improvement.
You worthless fools! If you can't save Shen Changqing, you'll all pay with your lives! That ruthless scoundrel Lin Si! This princess will never spare you!
My lord, someone from the 9th Imperial Uncle's residence has arrived.
It is Lu He.
Lu He appears to be in his early 20s, yet he is the 9th Imperial Uncle's finest military physician for saber wounds.
Your Highness, King of Cha, my 9th master knows all that has transpired, and has sent me here expressly to assist.
Huo Lingye's sidelong glance swept over the young medicine boy at his side.
In that case, the matter is in your hands.
Hold on a moment. Can you guarantee a cure? So many physicians have failed. What makes you think you can?
Lu He knew well the third princess's reputation for willful obstinacy, though she only appeared composed on the surface.
I can only say after examining him. But if your highness keeps us here, we may miss the golden hour of treatment. I'm afraid even immortals can't save him now.
Lian Yi is still so young and doesn't know any better.
Lu Junyi was sent by the 9th imperial uncle, so he must have real skill. Guards, summon Lu Junyi at once.
Su Yunrou, standing in the courtyard, just happened to catch sight of Lu He leading the medicine boy into the room.
Yunsi.
Even if Yunsai were reduced to ashes, Su Yunrou could never forget her.
Your Highness, third princess, that medicine boy beside Lu Junyi. Is that Yunsi's silhouette?
Yunsi.
It is really you.
How did he get in here?
And he even recognized his own Yunsi.
You lowly wretch!
Even now you dare to come here and harm Changqing!
The third princess shouted in frantic urgency, terrified that Yunsi might escape.
Guards, the fugitive Yunsai is right here. Call the man to seize her!
Stand down.
A chilling command, laced with unyielding authority, froze every guard in their tracks in an instant.
All of you get out. Let Lu He assist Yunsi with treating Changqing.
The third princess was on the verge of losing her mind.
Brother! Yunsi knows nothing about medicine. You're signing Changqing's death warrant? I absolutely forbid him from laying a finger on Changqing!
Those who rushed in saw Huolingye blocking the way. Who would dare make a move now? Yunsi seemed to grasp something in that moment, her gaze lingering deeply on Huolingye's resolute back.
Begin the treatment immediately.
Brother, have you lost your mind? How could you possibly trust him?
Escort the third princess out, without this king's express permission.
No one is to disturb us. Huolingye's voice suddenly steadied.
This is your final chance. Do not disappoint this king.
The disgust and disappointment in Yunxi's eyes lingered unabated, when clearly Huolingye was the true culprit behind it all. If only Huolingye had believed him, or hadn't been so blindly devoted to Su Yunrao, he wouldn't have had to imprison Shen Changqing and resort to such a convoluted way to save himself. And now, he has the audacity to act as if granting a favor.
How absurd.
Sutab Lu He took the garments from the military physician, slipping them on with deft efficiency.
Disinfection and sterilization first. Now, I'm commencing the surgery. You rinse his wound with normal saline, while I prepare the instruments for the next steps.
He, a renowned military surgeon, this moment turned her into Yunsai's little nurse. Lu He was more than willing to assist. After all, Yunxi's treatment tools looked remarkably advanced to him.
Make the incision. No suturing or bandaging needed. I'll let you know exactly when and where you can help.
No more drinking it.
Lu Junyi reported, the princess consort's medical skills are truly exquisite. Once we survive this day, Shen Changqing should pull through without issue.
Su Yunrou's heart plummeted. She forced a mask of concern onto her face.
That would be splendid. As long as Shen Changqing regains consciousness, he can then treat 9th Imperial Uncle. Then, my lord won't be dragged down by sister's momentary lapse in judgment.
What are you implying? Yunxi's voice turned icy cold.
I've already made it clear I didn't kill Shen Changqing with his meager medical skills. He couldn't even cure a rare blood ailment like yours. And yet you expect him to treat 9th Imperial Uncle.
Su Yunrou's face drained of color, her voice choking with sobs.
Sister, it is a fact that you locked Dr. Shen in your own room and then murdered him. We all saw it. What do you mean by saying I imprisoned him in my room? Anyone who hears that might think there is something illicit between us. Moreover, if I had wanted to kill him, why would I have saved him?
Su Yunrou lowered her head.
It is my poor choice of words that has upset you, sister.
If you can't speak properly, then shut your mouth. No one will take you for a mute.
Huolingye's face darkened.
Yunsai, at the moment, Changqing has yet to awaken. Your accusations remain unproven. And what Ronger says is the truth. You have no place to act so brazenly here.
Yunsi fixed Huolingye with a gaze full of disgust.
In that case, to clear my name of this unjust charge as soon as possible, I suggest transferring Shen Changqing to Lord Ninth's residence. Absolutely not!
Su Yunrou rejected the idea without a moment's hesitation. If Shen Changqing is taken away, what chance will he have to strike?
Huihe, what are you so afraid of?
Su Yunrou grows ever more desperate to see Yunsai dead as soon as possible.
If we just hand him over to 9th Imperial Uncle's men like this, some will say the prince harmed Shen Changqing just to prevent him from treating 9th Imperial Uncle. Isn't that right?
I'm afraid too. Here in the prince's mansion,
Someone might try to finish off Shen Changqing. If Shen Changqing dies, I'll surely be next. Lu Juni, why don't you go report this to Ninth Master and let him decide? Are those empty titles truly so important? Or does a single life matter more?
Your Highness, I'm only thinking of your best interests.
This prince knows your intentions well.
Yunxi looked as if she'd heard the funniest joke. Your Highness, since Shen Changqing is your closest friend, you must prioritize his life above all, and send him to the Ninth Prince's residence. How could Huo Lingye fail to grasp that a life hangs in the balance? But with Yunsai saying this in front of outsiders, it felt as if she deemed his Chao Prince's residence utterly unreliable, clearly slapping his face by praising others instead.
Sister-in-law, are you truly doing this for His Highness's sake?
Yunxi's pent-up fury erupted in an instant. As the princess consort when I speak, do I permit a mere side consort to interrupt? This slap was struck with all her might.
You see, right in front of this prince. You dare to act so brazenly.
The side consort has repeatedly overstepped her bounds. Doesn't she deserve a lesson? Or does His Highness wish to favor the concubine and destroy the wife? But in front of all these people, if he truly favors the concubine and destroys the wife, Huo Lingye's reputation would be utterly ruined.
Such audacity! How dare you call yourself princess consort? You third princess!
She is returned, with the guards behind her doubled in number.
My sister is the apple of my royal brother's eye. How can a lowly peasant girl like you possibly compare? This princess bears the decree from my mother consort and the Empress Dowager. And now, I shall escort you to Dali Temple to await trial.
The Chao Princess consort saved Shen Changqing. She has rendered great service. So why send her to Dali Temple?
Roaring her first objection, she stepped forward. A rare talent like Yunxi. I'm afraid there is no other like her under heaven.
Yunxi first murdered Shen Changqing, then Dao Yu. And now she has the brazen nerve to show up at the prince's mansion to provoke us. Bullying Sister Ra, one outrage after another. Clearly, she flouts the royal law. The only reason we haven't beheaded her yet is out of deference to the Empress Dowager and my mother's influence. After all, Sister Ru's illness still requires her blood.
Yunxi once again felt a throbbing headache over the original host's ill-fated romance. Stubbornly claiming she was just a simple peasant girl, she must have read one too many romance tales. For which royal heir would ever take a peasant girl as his principal wife? Ninth Master! Yunxi begs the Ninth Master to take Shen Changqing back to the Ninth Prince's mansion. Yunxi knew this was her last chance.
Oh?
You called out to the man inside, who pondered gravely.
What is your reason?
Yunxi was just about to step forward and explain, when her wrist was seized by Huo Lingye.
Yunxi, don't test this prince's patience any further. If you dare to act up or spout nonsense again, you will regret it. You want to protect Shen Changqing, prove your own innocence. Afraid he'll suffer harm in the prince's mansion. Later, this prince can send him to the estate, or personally escort him to the 9th Imperial Uncle's residence.
He never imagined Yunsai would dare seek help from anyone but him.
Too late. Just now, I said it was on the prince's behalf, and you refused. Who knows if that vile wretch will whisper a few words later, and make you forget your promise now.
Huo Lingye's face darkened with displeasure. Does she truly see him as such an untrustworthy man?
Some people are plotting to kill Shen Changqing. The Xiao and Guo mansions stand in fierce opposition, and I too wish to clear my name of the suspicion of murdering him. Shen Changqing will only be safe in the 9th Prince's mansion. 9th Master, forged in the fires of battle, unyielding in your integrity, you won't be swayed by empty courtesies. I beseech you, 9th Master, to grant this plea. Consider it a rescue for Shen Changqing, and a lifeline for me as well.
Huo Lingye forced down the rage surging in his heart. His own consort, begging like this, other men wouldn't even deign to offer her a word of comfort.
Very well. Then, suit yourself.
Seeing Huo Lingye fall silent, So Yunru pulled the 3rd princess aside and whispered a few words of incitement.
9th Imperial Uncle, don't let her honeyed words deceive you. In any case, I refuse to stand for it.
Yunxi nervously watched the sedan chair. The man inside didn't hold much hope for this 9th Imperial uncle he'd never met.
However, escort Shen Changqing back to the residence. The healer must accompany him without any mishaps.
Su Yunro nervously watched the 3rd princess. Whether this would succeed now hinged on this fool of a 3rd princess.
Imperial Uncle, what has gotten into you? Could a few honeyed words from that vile woman have deceived you so easily? You can't take Changqing away.
But at this moment, the 3rd princess had no idea she had become Su Yunru's dagger.
Huo Lingye stepped forward at that moment, blocking the third princess from withdrawing. How could the third princess possibly listen? Watching the man from the ninth prince's residence carry Shen Changqing out, he was powerless to intervene. Well, a smile finally broke across Yunxi's face.
Your Majesty, why on earth would you heed the words of that vile woman Yunxi? In just one night, you've even let him stay by your military doctor's side to help her get here. Between the two of you, could there be some shameful secret?
What did you say?
Yunxi, you low-born wretch, unfit for decent company.
Lian Yi!
Huo Ling roared in fury, ordered the third princess to hold her tongue.
Last night, she must have resorted to some shameful underhanded trick to beguile my ninth imperial uncle into coming to your defense. How impressive!
Huo Ling could endure no more, and strode forward to pull the third princess away.
Shut your mouth!
Su Yunrou, however, was eager for the third princess to escalate the commotion, to keep Shen Changqing detained, so she could strike.
Imperial uncle, why heed the words of such a despicable harlot? What possesses you? No matter how vile and base she may be, she remains my royal brother's consort.
Oh, the audacity! The entire imperial city, where even the emperor must show deference to the man within the palanquin. Yet the third princess dares such brazenness. Imperial Uncle Huo, Ling stepped forth.
His voice low and resonant. She spoke rashly without measure, so do not stoop to quarreling with her like some petulant child. I shall see to the proper discipline of the true consort, myself, hereafter.
What? Say you.
In my reckoning, only those still in split-crotch trousers qualify as children.
The third princess has already reached 14.
In humble households, girls of that age are already bearing children.
Then, by the Cho consort's judgment, how ought we proceed?
Huo Lingye cautioned Yunse in a grave tone.
Do not overstep. Lian Yi is the noble consort's most cherished daughter, and if you wish to leave any favorable impression upon the noble consort, you would do well to choose your words with care in this matter.
Since her mouth proves so unruly, then shatter it. Perchance it will serve as a reminder for the third princess to ever after guard her words and deeds with utmost caution.
Yunsi spoke thus, to demonstrate to Huo Lingyi that she scorned their good graces entirely.
You despicable low-born wretch! How dare you offend this princess?
She bashed her mouth to pieces, to give her a lesson she'll never forget.
Who among you dares to lay a hand on this princess?
I'll do it!
Lindsay hiked up his ropes, brushing aside the maids too timid to strike. Su Yuro stepped forward with feigned concern to shield the third princess.
Sister, don't do anything. You'll regret forever.
Before Su Yunrou could finish her words, a sharp slap from Yonsai struck her face.
Nice master, if someone needs punishing, it is not your place to speak. Who do you think you are, anyway?
Yinsi! If you dare touch this princess even once, this princess will see you die! A miserable death!
Yunsi put every ounce of her strength into that slap. The third princess let out a piercing scream of pain. Everyone stared at Yunsi like she was deranged, watching blow after merciless blow, landing without a shred of mercy. The depths of her rage in her heart determined the ferocity of her strikes. She didn't stop until the third princess fainted, finally halting her assault. Huo Lingyi, astonishingly, made no move to intervene, his face ashen and devoid of emotion. He fixed her with a gaze of utter malice.
Ling Ye, have the third princess carried back to her palace, and inform your mother consort that if she can't discipline her daughter properly, there are plenty who will do it for her.
Through the black gauze curtain, Huo Shenzhi glimpsed those piercing eyes. She strode away without a backward glance, utterly unperturbed. Huo Lingye instinctively stepped forward. Su Yunrou's heart ached with fury for the prince. In the past, Huo Lingye's gaze had been fixed solely on her, but now, a woman's intuition filled Yunru with growing dread. She steeled herself and collapsed to the ground. Yu Xiang, ever quick to read the room, caught Su Yunru and cried out loudly,
My lord! Oh, what am I to do? The Wang Fei followed her out. The side consort can't leave without his medicinal primer.
Huo Lingye heard this once more. His face darkened as he stormed back to Fanghua courtyard.
But what words do you have for me?
Can I take you as my master?
I think I didn't hear you clearly. What did you say?
I've studied medicine diligently since childhood, but I've never met anyone as remarkable as Princess Chao, who can pull someone back from the brink of death in so short a time. I'm willing to humbly seek your guidance and take you as my master.
Why kneel so suddenly? Get up first, then we'll talk.
Please, Princess Chao, accept me as your disciple.
Yunsi gave a wry smile.
I don't even know if I'll survive.
As you've seen, though Shen Changqing's fever has broken, he is still in danger. And the charge against me hasn't been cleared.
Lu He is mind-stirred.
If you can cure our ninth master, not to mention letting you dictate the terms for your freedom.
Yunxi's eyes gleamed.
Really?
She now only wanted to divorce Huo Lingyi as soon as possible.
Of course it is true. Our prince's legs were gravely wounded on the battlefield, and none of the many physicians we've consulted have helped. Even Shen Changqing, the divine physician, isn't guaranteed to cure him. But if you can, you'll be a great benefactor.
Yunxi knew full well the influence of this powerful minister.
Lu Junyi, then, please prepare some paper and brush for me, and some other materials.
What is this for?
No matter how he studied the blueprint Yunxi had sketched, it struck him as peculiar.
This is a thank you gift for the ninth master.
A wheelchair for him. If the ninth imperial uncle could truly help her divorce Huo Lingye, why not seize the chance now to approach and show goodwill? On the bed, Shen Changqing, roused by their bickering, slowly opened his eyes.
Yes, Shen Changqing!
You're awake!
I want some water.
Just wait a moment.
Yunxi watched the man who could now stand on his feet. A faint, relieved smile touching her lips.
Lie down first. I need to ask you something.
Shen Changqing's face paled slightly as he climbed back into bed.
Shen Changqing, who tried to kill you.
What does this have to do with you?
Yunxi's hands are itching for a fight.
Even if you don't say it, I know it is Su Yunrou, isn't it?
Shen Changqing's fists suddenly clenched, the anguish in his eyes impossible to conceal.
I knew it was Su Yunrou. Su Yunrou killed you, so she could frame me for it. Claiming I sowed the discord between the two houses, I'd be as good as dead.
Shen Changqing jerked his head up.
He's not that kind of person. Don't slander him.
Even after stabbing you in the back, you're still shielding him.
What breed of simp is this? Lu He stood stunned, absorbing this bombshell, then nodded in agreement.
Oh, so Su Si is the one framed for murder.
Don't buy his nonsense! It was clearly him who locked me in that chest, sparking everything that came after. Now he is the one getting framed. It is all his just deserts. No one else's fault.
You think I'm the fool, or that everyone else is. They won't uncover the truth. I saved you out of the goodness of my heart, just so you could come clean about what really happened.
You saved me.
Shen Changqing snorted coldly.
You'd probably rather I died.
You illiterate nobody.
How could your bumpkin wife possibly save me?
Don't doubt it. It was Princess Cha who saved you. When the palace physicians had already given up on you, he was locked up in the Dali temple. Yet he still came to your rescue. If you don't tell the truth, all our efforts will have been in vain.
Deep affection is no sin. But at this stage, are you still defending Su Yunrou, twisting right and wrong?
Shen Changqing's heart ached. Lost in a daze, he shook his head.
No more. He must have his unspeakable reasons. I'll get the truth from him. This has nothing to do with you.
How is this none of my business?
Once a person's temper flares up,
If you don't tell the truth, I'll be taken for the murderer. Shen Changqing, your shoddy medical skills have already gotten me killed once. Could it be now you want to get me killed again? Taking the blame for Su Yunrou?
That is right. That is right.
In any case, I know what to do. All of you, get out.
Yunxi looked on in frustration at Shen Changqing feigning sleep.
He really can't be roused.
That is right. That is right.
Let's go.
Go on.
Yunxi and Lu He packed up their things, heading straight to the courtyard outside to assemble the wheelchair. Right now, this stubborn mutt Shen Changqing refuses to cooperate. Yunxi truly couldn't fathom it. Even in this state, he still believes Su Yunrou has some hidden difficulty. Isn't that just masochistic? Yunsi turned around.
Got it.
Tomorrow, I want to see the side consort. No matter what means you use to make it happen.
Shen Changqing said it, as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
And then?
First, don't tell anyone that I've woken up. There are some matters I need to sort out.
If any of you dares to speak of it, I'll make you regret it.
Lu He flung aside the blueprints and jumped to his feet.
Hey, do you fucking realize you're speaking to your Princess Cho?
The very next morning, someone was sent to deliver a letter to the Shou Prince's mansion.
When did this wretch Sai ever learn medicine?
Yuxiang Anwang reassured her.
Side consort, don't worry. How about we head to the ninth prince's mansion first to check things out? Anyway, Shen Changqing still hasn't woken up. We still have a chance.
Su Yunrou's eyes narrowed slightly.
Go prepare the poison. Today, I'll make sure that hard-to-kill quack doctor meets his end in the ninth prince's mansion. If he dies, it'll have nothing to do with us. But Yunxi will be left to take the full blame.
He is awake, but that doesn't mean your crimes are cleared.
Ninth Master, you saw this coming.
I never thought the man before me would believe he was innocent.
If Shen Changqing couldn't suppress Ninth Master's lack of condition, perhaps I could give it a try.
You're negotiating with this king.
Huo Shenji's dark eyes fixed on Yun Sai's face.
Whether Shen Changqing lives or dies is irrelevant. What matters is Ninth Master's legs. If Ninth Master agrees, I vow to do everything in my power to heal them. You've witnessed my skills firsthand. And I say this plainly, if I lack the ability to cure them, then neither could Shen Changqing.
You're just trying to curry favor with the king of Chu for me.
Huo Shenji leaned back in his chair, his gaze stern and unyielding.
What makes you think I can trust you?
If I can heal Ninth Master's legs, I ask only that Ninth Master guide me forward. I seek to dissolve my marriage to Huo Lingyi.
Huo Shenji's cold eyes narrowed.
Words alone prove nothing.
Yun Si knelt gracefully and without hesitation.
If this succeeds, I'll owe Ninth Master an immense debt of gratitude. Should the dissolution be granted, whenever Ninth Master calls, be it to the ends of the earth, through fire or blade, I'll exert every effort to serve.
A chill settled in Huo Shenji's eyes.
Go now and resolve your own matters. First, I have no need for the incompetent. Show me what you're truly capable of.
Yun Si rose, a faint smile curving her lips.
Thank you, Ninth Master.
Now she had value in the eyes of Huo Lingye's ninth imperial uncle. Another lifeline secured.
Ninth Master, Shen Changqing woke last night, and he is already out of bed.
Looking at the wheelchair Lu He is pushing over, what is that?
It was Yunsi who stayed up all night last night, specially crafting it for the Ninth Master as a token of gratitude, and calling it a wheelchair.
Or perhaps it is merely a wheelchair in name on the surface as bait, just so she could see him in person. To show her sincerity, this woman is quite clever.
Changqing, you can blame me. It is all my fault.
To marry a mere village girl. She demands my life.
Shen Changqing couldn't help laughing at such a flimsy excuse. Su Yunrou inwardly cursed Shen Changqing for his ungratefulness. Yet in that moment, she drew a dagger from her sleeve.
I know no words of mine will sway you, so I must prove my innocence with my death. I never intended to harm you. It was Yunsi who forced my hand.
With that, Su Yunrou turned the blade toward her own heart. And seeing Shen Changqing make no move to intervene, she thrust it downward without a second thought.
Stop!
Shen Changqing's eyes blazed with anguish as he lunged forward to seize her arm. But Su Yunrou Beng was even more ruthless, the blade slicing into flesh and drawing blood at once.
Have you lost your mind?
Do you not value your life?
Su Yunrou felt a deep satisfaction, for it seemed Shen Changqing still cared for her. Tears welled in her eyes as she wept piteously, revealing the bruises from Yunsi's beatings.
During the time Yunsi held me captive to coerce her, Yunsa beat me and threatened the prince. I saw how the prince was cornered by her, yet too reluctant to punish her harshly. So he turned to the most desperate measure, first taking you into the household, then banishing you for good. At the prince's command, we grew up together. I wouldn't even crush an ant underfoot. How could I ever bring you harm?
Shen Changqing's heart softened bit by bit, yielding to Su Yunrou's pleas. Compared to Yun Si, she was more willing to believe that the kind and generous Su Yunrou of their childhood had been driven to this by Yun Si's cruelty.
Stop your tears. All of this stems from that audacious wretch, Yun Si.
A wave of relief washed over Su Yurou's heart.
If you explain everything clearly, I wouldn't hold it against you. It was all because I wanted to drive him away. And I went too far.
What a spectacle.
Before Su Yunrou could finish, Yun Si's voice rang out, and entering alongside her was Huo Lingye.
Shen Changqing is awake. You can just ask him about what happened that day.
Are you truly feeling better?
Much better now.
That Lu Junyi from the Ninth Lord's mansion is quite impressive.
It was I who saved you, with Lu He lending a hand and assisting throughout.
It was Yunsi who saved you.
How could that possibly be?
Where on earth did he pick up such medical skills?
This has nothing more to do with you. Just tell us straight. Who was it trying to kill you back then? And frame me for the crime.
Yun Si had no patience for such an arrogant elitist.
What is a physician doing acting so superior?
Shen Changqing cast a sidelong glance at Su Yuji, who stood beside him with downcast eyes.
No one tried to harm me. It was I, holding the dagger myself, struggling to escape the chest. When I stumbled and fell, the blade plunged into my chest.
Yun Si's eyes widened as she stared at Shen Changqing.
You absolute fool! Spouting such blatant lies. And now you're blaming me for locking you in that chest.
Huo Lingye's expression turned icy.
As he sharply rebuked, "Hold your tongue. What kind of crude spectacle is that? You were fortunate to survive this ordeal, and you should harbor deep gratitude. As for your act of imprisoning Changqing, this prince has yet to hold you accountable. Get out."
Yunxi, who would have thought Shen Changqing was such a man?
Very well, Shen Changqing. If you choose to grovel like a dog, I won't stand in your way.
Yunsi flung those words coldly, then turned on her heel and stormed away. Su Yuji breathed a quiet sigh of relief and slipped out after her. This time, they had failed to bring Yunsi down, but instead, it only confirmed Yunxi's exceptional medical skills. She felt a pang of resentment as she eyed Shen Changqing, knowing she would be sharing quarters with him day and night. If word of this gets out, those two will be left with tarnished reputations. Even Yunxi's silver tongue couldn't smooth it over.
The side consort is clever. If that wench isn't entangled with the lonely little man and Nanny Li, Shen Changqing holed up in his own chamber. Let's see how he talks his way out of this.
But she said to Nanny Li, mind your words. This time, even if the Jade Emperor himself descended, no one could save this unchaste swordswoman. No wonder you're so unkind to the prince. So that is it. You've been stepping out on him.
Yunxi raised an eyebrow, eyeing Mama Li.
That old bat really has the nerve to blurt it out.
This old servant truly knows nothing more.
Mama, do you know the punishment for slandering this princess consort with your reckless lies?
Yunsi narrowed her eyes at Mama Li, whose gaze darted about in panic.
Sister, don't intimidate Mama Li. You're accusing me out of the blue of locking some strange man in my chambers. What on earth for?
Yunxi smiled faintly at Su Yurou.
This is the first time I've seen a full charge straight into the blade.
Oh, Yu Yurou, you think this little ploy will bring me down?
Su Yurou stared at Yunxi's smile and instinctively felt a chill of dread. But Yunxi brushed her aside, rolling up her sleeve.
Since you're also curious why I locked up Shen Changqing, allow me to set the record straight right here. Take a look at my wrist. It was once treated by that quack doctor, Shen Changqing. He claimed my blood was the only cure for Su Yurou. So for an entire year, I let my blood every day to save her. But I got to wondering, does blood really work like that? Even as a physician myself, I never knew human blood could be used as medicine. So perhaps you haven't pieced it together yet. That, the tonic, you've been sipping these past days, is human blood. All from Shen Changqing himself.
Su Yurou suddenly retched violently. She whipped her head toward Mama Li, who looked equally flustered, and when Yunxi was writing, he didn't notice a thing.
I remember divine physician Shen saying, only my blood could save you. If you drank anyone else's, it would only make your condition worse. Yet you've guzzled down so much of Shen Changqing's blood, and here you are, none the worse for it.
You're spouting nonsense.
Yunxi's smile grew all the brighter.
There's only one fresh wound on my wrist, inflicted by that blind fool Huo Lingye while I was locked away in the dungeon. I've told Huo Lingye this already. Yet, he turns a deaf ear every time. And now it seems he truly is blind as a bat, smitten with you without a shred of discernment. Congratulations.
Huo Lingyi, who had just arrived nearby, furrowed his brows deeply.
What utter nonsense is this woman spewing?
When has he ever been so indiscriminate? All those times, what he fed Su Yunrou was nothing but chicken blood and duck blood. Su Yunrou trembled in sheer terror, only to turn and spot Huo Lingyi standing not far away.
Your Highness!
Side consort So is unwell. Escort her away.
Huo Lingye had never addressed her so formally before. Su Yunrou panicked completely.
Your Highness, please hear Wronger out. The side consort had no idea her illness was cured.
Your Highness! Huo Lingye gave her no chance to explain further, as the third princess stared in stunned silence before finally snapping out of it.
Little sister has been drinking Changqing's blood this whole time. Go back now. You're forbidden from breathing a word of today's events to anyone.
Feels so good.
Lindsay slept the whole day through.
The princess consort just sent word through the imperial uncle's household. In 3 days, escort her into the palace.
Did they say what it is for?
Lu Junyi replied, the empress has been pregnant for 3 years and still hasn't given birth. They've consulted every doctor under the sun, all to no avail. So now, they want the princess consort to examine her. Is there even a remedy for that?
This is clearly a test of her medical skills.
Has Shen Changqing ever treated the empress before?
Yunsi was brimming with curiosity.
Divine Dr. Shen has treated her indeed.
Yunsi fell into thoughtful silence.
Do you know?
Know what?
Huo Lingye suddenly appeared, just standing there silently at the door.
When will you finally settle down?
My lord, I have something to say.
This is my Chao Prince's mansion. Can't I come?
Once, Yunsi's heart and eyes were filled with nothing but me. She exhausted every trick, desperate for me to spare her even a single glance. Now that I've come to her on my own, she is still putting up this front.
It can't be denied that this stark contrast has certainly caught this king's attention.
Yunsi's lips twitched.
What did you say?
All these schemes you're pulling, they don't amount to much.
Yun suddenly burst into laughter.
My lord, do you have some misunderstanding about me?
Isn't that right? You kept your medical skills hidden away before, and now, when it concerns this king's ties with the 9th imperial uncle, you step in to help the 9th imperial uncle. Doesn't that amount to helping this king win over the 9th imperial uncle? Yunsei, let this king make it clear to you. There is no need.
Yunsi's smile grew even more radiant.
How many times must I say it? I have no romantic feelings for you whatsoever. You're not worthy of me. I wouldn't even glance your way. It was I who was blind before. Now, even if every man in the world were to die, I wouldn't turn back.
I'd never face the world with Yunsai again. At that moment, he suddenly realized that in Yunsai's eyes, which had once held only him, now burned nothing but mockery that pierced his heart. A wave of fury spread through him in an instant.
Yunsi, even your little tantrums have their limits. As for your medical skills, this king can turn a blind eye. But things with the 9th imperial uncle end here.
Kongqing, is there any decent residence in the capital?
Kongqing was taken aback.
My lady, the royal consort, are you planning to move out?
I can't divorce Huo Lingyue by mutual consent, nor can I get him to issue a letter of repudiation. So surely I can move out somehow, right?
She wants to move out. Huo Lingye indulged Su Yunrou. That means she already knows about it. Su Yunrou faked an illness to uncover the truth, yet he took no action against her. Yunsi was deeply disappointed in this man.
My lady, this old servant knows you've been deeply wronged. The prince knows as well.
Isn't that the case?
The prince has shown enough deference, yet concubine Su refuses to see him. This is his way of punishing her.
And whose maid are you, really? Who is your true mistress?
Yunsi gazed coldly at Aunt Wu.
Ever since Huo Ling arrived today, you haven't even paid your respects to him. If you wish to remain in Qingzhou Garden, such incidents must not happen again. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy.
Under the hazy moonlight, Huo Lingye finally returned to his courtyard. Aunt Wu arrived shortly after.
What is it?
The consort says she'll move out tomorrow at a suitable time. My lord.
Move out?
My lord, you should hurry and try to dissuade her. The consort has truly been wronged this time, with so many people wronging her. And you, my lord, not offering any comfort. She just wants you to show her a little more affection.
Huo Lingyue pondered Yunsi's words from earlier that day.
A sneer rose in his heart. Let her go. Then,
this petty game of playing hard to get, this prince pays it no mind.
Aunt Wu saw that her persuasion had failed and could only depart dejectedly. That night, Huo Lingye was unable to sleep a wink. No matter if he opens or closes his eyes, it is all Yunsi's fierce threats. Early the next morning,
what is going on?
His trusted aide Lifen reports to the prince.
The Wangfei has found a residence outside, and she is insisting on moving out. Won't the prince go and talk her out of it?
Huo Lingye忍了又忍 time and again.
Finally, he asks, where is she?
Take this prince to her.
Sai, carrying his medical kit, dragged over a stool and plopped down at the prince's mansion gate, cracking melon seeds while hollering.
All of you be careful with that. Don't you dare damage it.
Madame Wu stood anxiously nearby, torn between speaking up or holding her tongue.
You see, what kind of fuss are you? Kicking up this early in the morning. Can't you ever just settle down?
She truly missed the obedient Hyun-sai from before, who would throw occasional tantrums and talk about moving out, but she'd only head to an inn for a short stay. And when Huo Lingye sent someone to fetch her, she'd come bounding back with a smile. What a spectacle this is.
It is the first time she is actually moving out for good. Can't you see that, my lord? The Great Zhou has no law forbidding a married woman from leaving. And since you refuse to divorce me, you won't even let me go a little farther.
Yunsai handed the melon seeds to Kongqing, then rose to confront Huo Lingye head-on.
What exactly are you trying to achieve?
Huo Lingye reigned in his fury, his gaze dark and heavy upon her. Yunsi lifted her chin.
I demand justice. You misunderstood me. Fine. But Su Yunrou wasn't sick. She faked an illness to endanger my life, and that can't just be ignored. And Shen Changqing is no saint either. I healed him to clear my name. But once he recovered, he wouldn't speak the truth. And now everyone outside thinks I was the one who hurt Shen Changqing. Because Shen Changqing was terrified. He could only claim it was his own mishap.
Over this past year, how many injustices and humiliations have I endured? Now that the truth has come to light, every incident, every wrong,
doesn't it deserve some reckoning?
So you're using this stunt to pressure this prince. As long as this king refuses to stand up for you, you pack up and leave.
Huo Lingye's face darkened as he snapped. Lindsay lifted her chin defiantly. All she wanted now was to seek justice for the pitiful and tragic original owner.
Right, since I'm your Wang Fei, as your legitimate wife, with no fair reckoning for what happened. What is the point of staying here?
Impatience flickered in Huo Lingye's eyes.
It is all in the past now, and yet you're still brooding over it. This king has already punished those who deserved it. So what more do you want?
My lord, you've misunderstood me. You nearly beat me to death.
Su Yunrou harbors a vicious heart.
She slandered me and I struck her in the prison. Yet you forced me to kneel and apologize to her. One by one, every grievance. And you merely confined Su Yanru and called it done.
Yunxi's words burned with fury, yielding not an inch. Huo Lingye sneers coldly, thinking that if he yields today, then one day Yunxi will use the same tactics to coerce this king again.
What I loathe most is empty threats. If only you'd spoken civilly to this king today, there might still be room for discussion. But you insist on this extreme ploy to force my hand. Then hear this clearly. This king has no more patience to indulge you. Once you leave this time, don't dream this king will send for you again. That is out of the question.
Yunxi laughs as if at the finest jest.
My lord, how deftly you. Excuse yourself. If I spoke gently today, you'd brand me a shrewish nag. No matter my words, they twist to suit you. So hear me now. I'm leaving for good.
This king shall see how you fare beyond Prince Chao's walls, how long you last.
Now that Su Yunrou has mended, who knows how many foes outside plot Yunxi's demise. This fool dares to depart. Watching Yunxi leave with her retinue, Butler Huang muses in bewilderment.
My lord, you're the same as ever. Just coax the princess consort a bit.
Once fear grips her, and hardship bites, she'll come crawling back to this king, lest she grow haughty on your favor, before the maids get too bold.
Yunxi, this new place truly looks splendid, spacious and luxurious, yet serene and tranquil.
Ah, so here you are.
He glances over and spots someone from the palace. A eunuch, no less. He sweeps his fly whisk, glaring at Yunxi with utter disdain.
The noble consort summons you. Pack your things at once. Make haste, and don't keep her waiting.
The noble consort.
Huo Lingye's mother consort.
Why do you not kneel upon seeing this consort?
Yunxi reluctantly kneels before her. That despicable wretch unworthy of the stage. Consort Shu presses on relentlessly.
Guards,
slap her mouth.
Why does Yunxi suddenly raise her head?
You beat the third princess into that state, thinking that would be the end of it.
The third princess uttered arrogant nonsense, and the ninth uncle meant to discipline her. It has nothing to do with me.
Yunxi's defiance momentarily stuns Consort Shu, but it only fuels her rage.
You were the one who struck the blow. What sort of lowly thing are you, to dare lay hands on this consort's princess? Now she lies bedridden, too ill to rise. And this consort summoned you here today, precisely to teach you a proper lesson, you vile creature. What do you know of decorum?
Yunxi slowly lifts her head.
The third princess cannot rise from bed due to her sudden illness, which has nothing to do with me.
This consort would school you in propriety, yet you dare to retort. Guards, beat her soundly for this consort, that ignorant village girl who knows no respect for rank.
Consort Shu has long desired Yunxi's death, for her very existence is a blemish on her son Huo Lingye's name, held back only by the fact that Su Yunru, her favored choice, had yet to recover. But yesterday, the third princess returned with news that Su Yunru has mended, leaving Consort Shu with no further qualms. Killing Yunxi here in secret would mean nothing now. Yunxi sees through Consort Shu's scheme and speaks at once.
Consort Shu, in 3 days' time, the ninth uncle awaits my treatment for his crippled legs. And should any mishap befall me, when he inquires at that time, he will not escape the blame. Moreover, one who accepts a favor grows soft of mouth. Taking a favor puts you in their debt. If word gets out that the esteemed Consort Shu coveted her prospective daughter-in-law's dowry, and even beat the girl to death,
then your imperial favor might just end right there, wouldn't it?
Consort Shu's face drained of color in an instant.
Not to mention whether your healing arts are genuine or mere pretense. Moreover, slandering this consort, taking that dowry seals your death sentence.
A dowry worth over 1,000,000 tiles. Su Yunrou admitted it herself. She handed it straight to you, noble consort. The king of Chang knew all about it too, noble consort. You've pocketed my dowry, and that is just for starters. You even tried to beat me senseless. Now I must ask His Majesty if there is any royal law left at all.
So you want to play rough, huh? Then, Yunzi will give you a taste of your own medicine. Noble consort so nearly keeled over from sheer rage at Yunsai.
Guards! Guards! Drag this raving lunatic away!
And give my consort mother a proper thrashing!
Concubine Shou never saw Huo Lingye swooping in at this make-or-break moment.
Yay! You've finally shown up! If you hadn't come, this backwoods barbarian would have infuriated me to death!
All the while dissolving into tears, Yunxi's face contorted in revulsion. What an actress she is! No wonder she survives the palace's ruthless scheming and backstabbing. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Concubine Shou wept with a flood of tears and wrenching sobs, straight from the depths of her soul.
Yunsi, what did you do?
Yunzi hauled herself up from the floor, tutting and shaking her head in disbelief. This mother-in-law versus daughter-in-law drama has been an eternal headache since time immemorial, especially a mother-in-law bullying her daughter-in-law to her face, only to turn all frail and pitiful the instant her son walks in. Yunzi shrugged it off. Wasn't it you who showed up demanding my dowry?
So I went to concubine Shu for it, but she flat out refused, and called me a liar to boot. Fine, whatever. But then she orders a beating on me. Have you no shame? Stealing my dowry, and now seeking thugs on me. Yunzi smirks at it all.
Noble consort so fainted, dead away from fury. Could it be Huo Lingye instinctively reached out to support concubine Shu? He whipped his head around and shot Yunzi a fierce glare.
Yunsi, you've gone to such length just to force this king's hand, escalating the chaos from the mansion all the way to the palace. What else wouldn't you stoop to?
Your Highness, can you stop making excuses? Am I the one causing all this trouble?
It is clearly Huo Lingye who is at fault. He won't even handle Su Yunrou himself, and refuses to return her dowry. What a pathetic man, always shoving every responsibility onto women.
Lingye, this village girl is hardly fit for the stage, so hurry up and divorce her.
Yunsi clenched her fists in excitement.
Can we really get divorced?
That would be wonderful!
Huo Lingye turned around and saw Yunsi with her head bowed, that look of utter anxiety, as if she truly feared he would cast her aside. She curled her lips into a cold smile. It seems there are things she does fear, after all.
Mother consort, as I said before, since I took her as my wife, as long as she commits no grave offense, I shall not repudiate her. Moreover, she simply doesn't know the rules yet.
Seeing that a mutual divorce is out of the question, concubine Shou took a roundabout approach.
In that case, keep her here in the palace, and I shall teach her properly.
I want no part of those rules.
Yunsi protested immediately, but Huo Lingye interjected.
Then I must trouble Mother Consort, for Yunsai is quite willful, and will require your utmost patience.
He glanced back at Yunsi, her face full of defiance.
This is for your own good.
This kind of favor for you. Do you want it or not?
Huo Lingye had already risen and approached Yunsi.
Move back obediently, and this king will take you out of the palace today. Otherwise, you'll stay right here and learn the rules properly.
I don't want to move back, nor do I want to learn rules here.
Then it is up to you.
Huo Lingye dropped those heavy words and turned to leave.
Huo Lingye, stop right there!
Yunsi called after him, but he didn't turn back. As she turned, she caught sight of concubine Shu, who had shed her earlier fragility, revealing a triumphant sneer.
Since Lingye refuses to divorce you, then we'll just have to resort to other means.
What are you going to do?
Since he has no grounds for a mutual divorce with you, then this palace shall provide him with one.
Yunsi silently retreated a step.
Of the 3 unfilial acts, the worst is to bear no heirs. Servants, administer the barren soup to her.
My body has long been barren from the blood offering, yet noble consort Shou still insists on forcing the barren soup on me. This imperial palace truly devours its own.
Concubine, true, if you don't want the 3rd princess to die, you better let me go. Her latent pathology hasn't fully manifested yet, and she is already bedridden. Once her pathology fully emerges, death is inevitable.
The palace servants pinning down Yunsai froze for a moment.
Get on with it.
His Majesty has arrived!
Concubine Shu shot to her feet, straightening her robes, and waved for her attendants.
Hurry and pour that soup into the tureen.
Take it out and dump it now, or we'll be caught red-handed. Yunxi seized a moment of freedom. Concubine Shu approached Yunxi, hissing a threat under her breath.
Watch your tongue, or if you breathe a word out of turn, this palace will have your head.
Yunxi slowly lifted her chin and caught sight of the imposing figure of Emperor Wuzong of Great Zhou, radiating unyielding authority, trailing the unmistakable silhouette of 9th Imperial Uncle Huo Shenjie. Lu He wheeled Huo Shenjie forward, the man's gaze cool and detached, settling steadily on Yunxi. For some reason, Yunxi's instincts told her the danger had passed.
Your Majesty, how did you? I've arrived.
Concubine Shu approached with a smile.
Her sidelong glance flicked to Huo Shenjie. What a peculiar contraption this prince occupies. No need for a litter anymore.
This prince accompanied royal brother to seek out the princess of Chang.
Yunxi's ears pricked up at once.
This girl lacks decorum. But what could she have done to irk the 9th prince?
Concubine Shu's smile stiffened. This palace was just instructing her in proper etiquette.
The princess of Chu possesses remarkable medical skill. This prince recommends her to treat the empress.
Seeing Concubine Shu about to sabotage her plans, Yunxi quickly interjected.
Yes, Your Majesty. The 9th prince did indeed mention this to this concubine.
Emperor Wuzong's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you truly possess such skill?
Only after examining the empress will your ladyship know for certain.
Yunxi dares not presume upon the greater scheme.
The empress has been with child for 3 years without delivering, so it would do no harm to have her take a look.
Very well. If it is as the 9th prince claims, and you can cure the empress, enabling her child to be born, then I shall grant you one request.
This is what you forced me to do.
Concubine Shu hadn't realized yet the true implication of Yunxi's words.
Your Majesty, Concubine Shu has prepared a fine tonic for the empress right here in this soup bowl. Why not take it to the empress together?
Concubine Shu followed Yunxi's pointing finger and looked over, her legs nearly buckling in terror. That is the infertility potion.
Oh, Concubine Shu is truly thoughtful. What sort of medicine is this? Bring it here for us to see.
Emperor Wuzong's expression remained inscrutable, as a cold sweat instantly broke out on Concubine Shu's skin. Plotting against the Empress is a capital crime extermination of the 9 clans.
Your Majesty, this tonic was prepared by this concubine for the Empress, and it is still in my private kitchen. Your Majesty, Concubine Shu is truly considerate. This tonic is quite precious, so perhaps the Imperial concubine should taste it now, so we can all go and present it together.
The Empress will surely hold a grudge against Yunxi for this. That is the infertility potion. She actually dared to trick me into drinking this tonic. It is already gone cold.
Better to have it reheated downstairs.
Concubine Shu would sooner die than drink it. She still wants to bear the Emperor's heir. A sly glint flashed in Yunxi's eyes as she regarded the Imperial concubine.
Wasn't this tonic just brought up fresh? The Imperial concubine must be worried that Your Majesty would think the tonic too costly. That is why she said that. How virtuous of you, my lady.
Emperor Wuzong, however, was oblivious to such feminine wiles, and merely remarked, "Oh."
What medicine is it?
Huo Shenjie, standing by like an observer, saw Yunxi lower her eyes, a sly smile playing at the corner of her mouth, and knew at once it was no benign tonic.
Noble consort, you oversee the 6 palaces, toiling away day and night, even forgetting to take your medicine amid all this. We mustn't delay it.
Hurry and have Concubine Shu drink it now.
Emperor Wuzong then said, "Now that I'm here, drink it before me, and then rest well."
Concubine Shu dared not hesitate, fearing the Emperor might detect something amiss. With trembling hands, she lifted the bowl of soup, forcing herself to gulp down the scalding liquid in one go. "This is the infertility potion." Emperor Wuzong offered a few words of comfort, and with that he departed the palace. The moment Yunxi stepped out of the palace gates, she smiled with satisfaction.
Take care of yourself, noble consort!
Just to ensure Concubine Shu doesn't die of sheer rage. Before Yunxi departed, she shouted one last time toward the interior. But the moment had passed. Concubine Shu utterly disregarded her dignity, thrusting her hand down her throat to induce vomiting.
Your ladyship, that is an extremely potent infertility potion. Spit it out, quick!
Hurry and induce vomiting for me!
Quick, fetch the imperial physician!
If she can no longer bear children, Then all her imperial favors will vanish. And no sooner had she spoken than concubine Shou fainted from sheer terror. In an instant, the entire chamber descended into chaos.
Why so happy?
The 9th prince's bringing her here is perfectly timed.
It is just that, wasn't it agreed for 3 days from now?
Huo Shenji glanced at Emperor Wuzong up ahead.
The coastal regions are plagued by floods, so this king entered the palace specially to consult with his majesty, knowing you'd be here. It is just a convenient detour.
Yunxi held a favorable impression of the 9th prince uncle, for he had unintentionally aided her several times before.
Are you confident you can cure the queen's illness?
But he didn't know how to phrase it. You know the treatment without even seeing the patient. Lu He pushed Huo Shenji forward. Mu Guang, astonished, gazed at Master Yunxi with awe and admiration.
Can you really do it?
Yunxi pursed her lips and nodded.
9th Lord, the queen's condition is likely a fetus in fetu, for what is in her belly isn't the child, and thus cannot be delivered.
Huo Shenji, no stranger to medicine, was utterly baffled by this.
What do you mean?
The queen's mother carried twins during her pregnancy, but one became parasitic within the queen's body, growing alongside her, thus forming a fetus in fetu, which, though bizarre to describe, does indeed exist. As for Lu He, whom I've met,
he was already stunned speechless.
Really? This is too uncanny.
You've simply not encountered it before. How extraordinary it is. A normal fetus within the womb reaches full term and delivers naturally, like a ripe melon falling from the vine. But if it lingers past the due date, that is a pathological change in the body, or perhaps not a fetus at all.
Yunxi lowered her voice, wary of alerting the emperor ahead, and upon hearing Huo Shenji's words, cast a meaningful glance her way. He does have some real skills.
We've arrived at the Queen's chambers!
Your Majesty. A woman with a swollen belly, her face showing traces of exhaustion, emerges to greet you. In her previous life, Yunxi had been an exceptional physician, boasting vast clinical experience, and those most challenging conditions she could diagnose with just a glance. Now, casting a narrowed gaze upon the Queen's womb, Yunxi 十分 convinced that this is undoubtedly a fetus in fetu.
Princess of Chou, do you possess the skill to ensure the queen delivers the imperial heir safely?
Your Majesty, the Empress is not pregnant.
How dare you! You are accusing this palace of a false pregnancy!
Empress Zhou abruptly sat up, gazing in panic at Emperor Wuzong.
Your Majesty, do not heed his nonsense. I bear the joyful pulse, as confirmed by all the imperial physicians together. How could it possibly be false?
The matter of Jia Yun, it warrants the extermination of 9 clans. You wretched dwarf.
Drag this pretentious fool down and behead him.
Emperor Wuzong flew into a rage as well. Empress Zhou's 3-year pregnancy. Her belly has swollen before his very eyes. How could it be false?
Your Majesty, please hear Yunxi out.
How could Emperor Wuzong possibly heed Yunxi? At this moment, he itches to have him slain. Yet Huo Shenji saw through it all, and spoke at just the right moment.
The Empress has failed to give birth for 3 years. Even after Shin Qingqing's examination, he was utterly helpless. If you execute him without seeking the cause, just like that, if word spreads, will it not provoke gossip among the people that your Majesty slays the innocent without cause?
Emperor Wuzong had not anticipated that Huo Shenji would speak up for Yunxi.
Then explain this pregnancy of the Empress. What exactly is the truth behind it?
The Empress's belly appears to indicate pregnancy, yet in reality, a malignant swelling has formed within her abdomen.
After racking her brains, Yunxi could only phrase it thus.
Your Majesty, you must not believe a word he says. How could our precious imperial heir have become a malignant swelling?
Empress Zhou seethed with fury, staring at Yunxi in utter disbelief. Huo Shenji's indifferent gaze swept toward Lahai.
Indeed, Princess of Chu, the Empress's pulse is the joyful pulse, as diagnosed by every physician. How do you explain this?
Yunxi replied,
Pulse readings aren't always accurate. A person's pulse can shift due to internal pathologies.
Nonsense!
At this moment, Shen Changqing was brought in. Huo Linye returned, leading Shen Changqing forward, his impatient gaze fixed on Yunxi.
You know nothing at all, yet you dare spout such nonsense before Father Emperor. Get down from there at once.
He turned once more toward Emperor Wuzong. His father.
Yunxi is superficial and ignorant. How could she possibly comprehend such matters? Those prior cases were either mere coincidences, or Ninth Uncle Lu Zhongni assisted her from the shadows, leading her to fancy herself a skilled physician.
Huo Lingyue stepped right up to Yunxi, attributing the merit of Yunxi's earlier treatment of Shen Changqing wholly to Lo He.
He is the divine healer. What say you to that?
Her Majesty's pulse indeed presents as a joy pulse. Princess Chu, do not pretend to knowledge you lack. Should any mishap occur, you'll endanger the princess well.
Who is it that is truly feigning wisdom, me or you? This so-called joy pulse is but one form of pulse pattern, a particular rhythm in the pulse's beat. If one suffers a fever, anemia, infection, or ailments like hepatic ascites, all can mimic what you term a joy pulse.
She stepped out from behind Huo Lingyi, without so much as glancing at her twisted expression.
Your Majesty, Yunxi wishes to inquire. Has Your Majesty's menses been regular?
Yunxi has observed just now that a parasitic fetus lurks within Your Majesty's abdominal cavity, compressing certain of Your Majesty's organs. Yet it should not impede the monthly cycle.
Has Your Majesty ever heard the fetal heartbeat?
Hearing Yunsai speak thus, Empress Zhou's face immediately clouded over, and she grew wary of the growth within her womb.
This palace's menses have been regular. The imperial physicians claim the fetus grows normally, yet no heartbeat can be heard. Perhaps the child possesses extraordinary gifts.
Yunxi suppressed the mockery in her eyes and turned to Shen Changqing.
Did you hear that? How could there be a fetus when there is not even a fetal heartbeat? Go study medicine and remedy your own shortcomings. Mistaking a malignant tumor for an imperial heir, and deceiving Her Majesty the Queen. Yet, you dare call yourself a divine physician?
Shen Changqing's face flushed crimson with rage.
Yunxi is spouting utter nonsense.
Huo Lingyue yanked Yunxi harshly. What the hell is this damned woman trying to do?
Could you possibly surpass Changqing's skill? If you harm the dragon fetus, 10 heads wouldn't suffice to atone.
Huo Shenji, sipping tea calmly from the side. His gaze quietly settled on their intertwined hands, and he spoke measuredly.
Your Majesty, the Empress has borne no heirs. This pregnancy has lasted 3 years. The legitimate son that Your Majesty and all the realm civil and military officials so eagerly await. Princess of Chu, you dare swear it is truly a tumor, and not an imperial prince?
Ninth Imperial Uncle, I hear it was Your Highness who recommended Yunxi, and he knows nothing of this, though he did heal Shen Changqing before, with Lu He's aid. With such words from Your Highness, are you putting him in a difficult spot, or simply waiting for him to err?
Yunxi grasped the implication in the Ninth Imperial Uncle's words. It all boiled down to their hopes for the Empress's womb.
Your Majesty, this tumor within the Empress's body prevents her from conceiving normally. Once the tumor is excised, Yunxi can assure you, the Empress will surely bear a dragon fetus. But if the tumor remains untreated, in time, it will surely threaten Her Majesty's phoenix body. Surely, Your Majesty has sensed your recent discomfort. Yet without the morning sickness of pregnancy.
Before, everyone claimed Empress Zhou carried the son of Tianshuan. So she secluded herself for so long and came to believe it. Her headaches and the labored breathing she attributed to bearing the dragon child. Now Yunxi has shattered these deceptions, and Empress Zhou begins to doubt what lies within her belly, that it may truly not be a dragon fetus at all.
Your Majesty, I have indeed never felt the fetus move.
Even Emperor Wuzong had been swayed by hearsay before, but now he wavered, and turned his gaze to Yunxi.
He asked, how will you prove that what swells the Empress's belly is no dragon fetus?
This was the very dilemma Yunxi faced.
Your Majesty, please grant Yunxi 3 days, and by then, I shall surely prove it. What lies within Her Majesty's belly is truly a tumor.
徇色, you insolent woman. Do you even realize the catastrophe you've unleashed?
Treating the Empress has nothing to do with you, Your Highness. Does it?
Why would the Ninth Uncle recommend you out of the blue? Don't you see he is using you to undermine me?
Yunxi gazed at Huo Lingyi, her mind swirling with confusion.
That man is a power broker. Even my imperial father fears. A woman like you can't afford to cross him. You'd best keep your distance from her. I never want to see you anywhere near her again.
I'm exhausted today. I need to return and figure out how to treat the Empress.
Yunxi wrenched her hand free from Hui Lingyue's grasp. Is that all?
Don't I know? full well whether you have the skill for this. Even if you know a bit of medicine, can you match even half of Chengqing's prowess? Father Emperor is seizing this chance right now to take your life. If you want to stay alive, then go back to the Chao Prince's mansion and stay put obediently. Don't set foot outside. I'll handle the rest with Father Emperor.
What a joke. The chance for divorce is right within reach. Yunzi won't let it slip away for anything.
Then let me tell you this. I'm seeing the Empress's treatment through. No matter what.
Your Highness, you'd best return to the mansion and cozy up to Su Yunro.
I'll be on my way. My affairs are no concern of yours.
She shoved Huo Lingye aside and boarded the carriage. She urgently ordered Kang Qing to drive on, leaving Huo Lingye far in the dust. Back at the prince's mansion, Huo Lingye had barely entered the main courtyard when Shen Changqing arrived.
Is that woman trying to get herself killed? She clearly knows nothing, and can do absolutely nothing about it. She actually dares to claim there is a problem with the queen's pregnancy. With all these imperial physicians, are they somehow not up to her level? Is she trying to get you in trouble?
Huo Lingye's voice grew grave.
She is merely being used by the 9th Prince Uncle, and it is all aimed at undermining me. If she ends up enraging His Majesty over the Queen's pregnancy, you buy her some time with a few words, so she doesn't end up losing her head, and make her see she is in over her head. No more courting death. Yunsi.
Huo Lingye suddenly appears, startling Yunsai, who is sitting on a small stool kneading dough.
After leaving me, now you're even having to fend for yourself, for food and clothing. Do you regret it?
Which eye of his saw me not living well?
What is the deal with the guards outside? Letting just anyone in here. Tomorrow go collect your pay. And get as far away as you can.
Why can't I come to this place?
Your Highness, is this your prince's mansion? This is my own private residence. You've trespassed into a private home, and yet you ask why you can't come. Don't you have issues with your worldview?
Yunsi, I'm not here to quarrel with you today.
If your Highness has business, just say it. Yunsi now just wants to hurry and send him packing.
Who wrote this for you?
That sheet of paper with a plaque inscription is tossed in Yunsai's face by Huo Lingye.
I wrote it myself. What does it have to do with you? Your Highness, I've been in Prince Chu's mansion for a year, and I can count on one hand the times I've seen you now that I've moved out. You're eagerly showing up at my door. Have you realized you're in love with me?
When I married you, I told you, I could only give you a title, not love. You'd better
understand that. It is not that you like me, nor that you want to humiliate me. If you're coming to me now, isn't that just pathetic?
You barely know your letters. How could you possibly write calligraphy this bold and vigorous? It must have been written by some man for you.
She grits her teeth repeatedly, suppressing her anger, and says,
Did you go to Yipin Tower to see the 9th Imperial Uncle today? What is really going on between you and 9th Imperial Uncle? It's doing this time.
I went to see 9th Imperial Uncle because his legs needed treatment. Don't assume everyone's motives are so filthy. And look, he was there in the private room, wasn't he?
Are you a complete idiot? Never mind whether you even know medicine. Who meets someone in the dead of night? And he chose Yipin Lu of all places. Clearly, to provoke this prince. This prince is certain Yunsai.
Has no medical skills at all. 9th Imperial Uncle did this, purely to use Yunsi for some scheme against me.
It is precisely because when one's conduct is upright, the slant of their shadow doesn't matter.
Yunsi, you deliberately got close to 9th Imperial Uncle. Deliberately left the prince's manor, and in the end, it is all to make this prince feel guilty and pity you more.
After all, the original Yunsai pulled these exact stunts.
No, come back home. Stop causing all this trouble. As for the matter with the Empress, this prince will explain everything to Father Emperor. Ignorance is no crime. This prince will protect you.
Yunsi couldn't help but find Huo Lingye amusing, didn't she?
Since your Highness puts it that way, what about Su Yunro? She did something like this.
And you're just letting her off without punishment.
This is all a misunderstanding. You don't need to keep dwelling on it. Afterward, this prince will have him come and apologize to you. What is done is done.
Yunsi couldn't help but let out a laugh.
My apologies, Your Highness. You may let it slide, but I cannot. You're so quick to brush it off and turn the page on the pain I've endured. Then I must tell you, absolutely not. Shen Changqing is nothing but a quack. And the Su Yunro, she is a black-hearted scheming viper. You may not believe me now, that is fine. One day, you'll see them for what they truly are.
Then this prince must tell you. Punishing the side consort is out of the question.
If you've got the guts,
Then don't come crawling back. If you stir up trouble out there,
don't come begging this prince for help. This prince will wash his hands of you. Your fate will be no concern of the Prince of Charles Manor.
He spat the words coldly, then turned and stormed off. At the doorway, Huo Lingye turned back to the servant boy from moments before.
This prince asks you, why call him master instead of your highness the princess?
That little detail grated on Huo Lingye deeply, as if he were trying to play king out there. But the servant boy replied,
My lord, our master said he has no desire to be any princess, nor to be called one. If a title must be used, not his name, then just call him master.
Huo Lingye's face burned as if slapped once more.
Well played, Yun Sai. With your dowry gone now, and the scant silver to your name, you'd best keep that unyielding spirit of yours. When you're at the end of your rope, don't come weeping to this prince.
He clenched his jaw and let out a cold snort. He flicked his sleeves and stormed off. The next day, he arrived.
Master, I've come to tell you something crucial. Tonight, my ninth master will send someone over to you. Regarding the queen's affair, as long as you're confident, you're spot on. No need to fret.
Yunxi seemed to have pieced it together.
Ninth Master has found a woman who resembles the queen.
Oh, you're so perceptive.
Yunxi was at a loss for words. How could she possibly show her gratitude?
For now, please convey this message for me. With Ninth Master's immense aid, the matter of restoring his legs, I shall treat as my own solemn duty.